Boop boop biddle bitch.
Hey, what's up?
Ah, today is a fun day indeed. You've missed Carl lore. This is what happens when you don't pay attention. So,
what is the new lore? Oh, I gotta go. I think I got an hour. Not quite that, but yeah. Let me double check. It's like
I'll be here for a while, but
Fiesta. I'm gonna be on the Dick show. Yeah, and like
I'll
have to leave in like 45 minutes. So
okay. Basically, between last week and this week, or technically, I guess maybe more like 10 days. Find my fucking channel. What happened was, I play League sometimes when my audience pays me to. Some fucking dumbass users from an audience of a person who tried to get that person to harass me, effectively sent his audience to me, and they specifically hate rated me on Twitch and my Discord, and then multiple other places where I had a relay set up so that they could be able to see on chat, to try to get it banned while screaming racial epithets the entire time. It was very fucking funny, because a while back in like both January and then again in July, do you know who Riot Freak is?
Yeah.
Yes, David Turley of Riot Games. David Turley of Riot Games has a conversation with me, along with another side conversation with a streamer by the name of Nice, who is a league coach, along with myself and Coach Daniels being league coaches. I'm much less renowned than Nice is, but the stance in the position is Riot Games are hypocritical assholes, basically. They care more about looking good about harassment than actually dealing with harassment. Called this out to him, specifically played back a clip on my channel where a user calls me a porch monkey in the game, then comes to my stream, calls me
I remember this.
Yes, calls me a porch monkey in the stream, then goes into my Discord, calls me a porch monkey, and Riot's response to that, Riot Freak's response to that was, show me inside of our dev blog post about removing all chat, where we said it's the worst thing ever. And he was very much a smug prick. Shit happens again in around about July, where people are actively going from the game, after being toxic, into my chat room, being toxic, trying to keep doing the thing. The reason I keep using this as a talking point is because they then ISO speed from all of their games for the behavior in one game, which also applies to League of Legends redactively. And then, I don't know how much you pay attention to esports, G2 Carlos of esports takes a picture with Andrew Tate and is effectively deplatformed from his own organization because everybody was losing their mind about Andrew Tate. And they had a ruling that was then decided on and passed down through their upper management from Riot Central that basically says he's out of organizing shit, but he can quote-unquote come back, but G2 Carlos wouldn't come back because why would he want to come back to a company that's going to be hypocritical as shit like this, or shit like this? So this person and his audience, because it's like in the first few minutes of it, but I can pull up the screen caps because they're still in the relaxation lounge. This particular user and all of the people associated with him, here we go, here's the tweet that makes it easy, nice and referable. This person sends all of his people to me to try to get a word in edgewise. Because the first thing that happens is that he contacts me in the middle of the day for an interview. And he assumed that I wouldn't go back and read the chat from before I came into his stream, because he was doing a 24-hour stream. I've catched them bragging about the fact that they did it. And then he comes to the stream the next day, acting as though he is surprised and shocked. The same person who then does an interview with me about how do you think that you should speak to people like this, saying that they're harassing you, but then you're on Twitter spewing hate. And I asked him in the middle of the interview, wait, what do you mean by hate? This guy assumed that I was a fucking right wing. He assumed that I was right wing. He assumed that I was racist. He assumed that I was white, which, that's wild. I stream on camera. Who told you that? Who told you that?
Yeah.
He then... Oh, this is really good. Where's that fucking thread? It's in here somewhere. It's probably connected to the cringe highlights video. Here we go. His audience then tries to change tactics like twice or 3 times. Oh no, it's on the original video. Okay, let's go to that stream. Stream. Why did they change this upload system of our home browsers on YouTube? It gives me a tab for recently uploaded and popular, and it makes it even harder to find my content. This is fucking dumb. Even added the tab for shorts, but like, who cares? Anywho. Flame cringe. It's like it's skipping some of my uploads. What the fuck? Here we go. Racist flame cringe, and then revisionism thread. Here we go. You can read this later and go down it, because it's basically a full summation of everything that happened. In the middle of the stream, as they're sitting there trying to hate watch, and they're being blocked left and right from being able to raid, they changed the narrative, like, once or twice. First, the narrative is, you don't have proof of us doing it. Then when I reveal, okay, so we're going to watch this live, and I want you guys to keep in mind and keep track, while I use my Solino numbers, to track exactly when the harassment starts, so that I can directly tie it to them. They then tried to take this stream down. That didn't work. They tried to raid the server again. That didn't work either. Then, where is it? Where's that particular screen cap? Where? Here it is. Here, later into the middle of the stream, when they start panicking because, oh my god, he's actually exposing us, they then claim that, no, it wasn't a group of people, it was actually one lone person, here in this chat from this user called Firearms. So, the basic breakdown is Carl plays League. Carl plays League really well, but people are very shit at the game, as you do. A particular player throws a pissy fit because the top laner, me, and his mid laner on our team killed the enemy top laner, and then I went back to my lane, and he was a bad jungler. He lost the game, but he blames me by saying that I flamed and entered his game. That means that I intentionally tried to ruin his game. So he gets 7 other people, along with a user called KB King Lol, to hate raid my stream, call me every variation of nigger he was brave enough to say when he was hiding behind anonymity, and then when I set out bait to expose them, they try to take down the content, believing that they have hidden it, tried to frame the situation as a, look, this loser thinks that Riot's gonna do things about things on Twitter, and effectively tries to bait me into a Clipchamp interview. I perform well in the interview, I push back against him in the interview, and he tries to scrap everything, which included his 24-hour stream, because he didn't think. He was told by them that I was stupid, I was retarded, I didn't know how to debate, I didn't know how to argue. I then do a live stream the very same day, because I was rewatching it while I was at work. He takes it down literally minutes before I go live, because I double-checked every single link before I went live. He comes to the chat, he tries to cover for himself. He claims I took it down because I exposed my address. So, an interviewer deletes an entire stream of interview questions and answers about something you want to talk about because somewhere in the stream you exposed your content. Okay, fair. Why didn't you just highlight the entire interview? You can do that as a user. You and I both know that you can do that on Twitch. At least I do. Yeah. You can highlight the segment. You can highlight and actually record and save an entire stream if you really want to. There's no limit to what you can highlight. So there's no way that he couldn't have gone back because I have timestamps. I timestamped exactly when I entered and when I left. Timestamped the interview, segment it out, cut out all the shit you don't need, Boom, done. He tries to run and hide. I have my new moderator remove him from the chat. His audience starts throwing a bitch fit. Then, as I start breaking down the lies one by one, because I just stopped responding to them directly, I only allowed myself to read what she was showing me that was actually relevant. He claims, no, I'm the one that did it. So it's like, which one is it? Was it a single user or was it multiple users? Because I have proof that says it's multiple users. I have all of you banned. I can reference your IP logs. I already contacted Discord. I already contacted Twitter. They already banned you. I have shown the evidence on camera, and then I showed exactly the moments where they start admitting, yes, we did this for this particular user who we're rating you for. And they just sit there and start fucking crying at me. A couple of them sent me death threat emails. That was cute. That's about it, basically.
Yeah.
I watched She-Hulk. Jay's now releasing, or she will be releasing soon, the first few videos of Interview with the Vampire. We're actually booked to do a double record because I missed last Sunday because I didn't have Sundays off. Or excuse me, I did not get to have that Sunday off. And when I came home, I was exhausted and couldn't watch. So I get to watch 2 episodes of Kino.
Oh, alright.
And I did tell you that I got Monday and Tuesday off, right?
Yes, hell yeah.
Yeah, indeed, baby. Human socialization. It's pretty much it. It's all the shit that you expect and deserve, and even less. I didn't think they could be that dumb, but they are that dumb. I don't know why,
dude. People are just, they're astonishingly dumb, dude. Every fucking, I'm dealing with this now. I just put out, we're working on this video about, like, that I was shocked by the data about, which is what I'm going to go on to talk with Dick Masterson about. And actually, I'll have to leave a couple minutes early because I have to send myself, I'm going to send myself my own script as far as it's done. I mean, it's only 10,000 words. I got a whole number, another 2,000 to 3,000 to add, but, you know, it's, you know, three-quarters done or about that, and I have to have the rest of the studies up that I need. But I just said, like, I was really surprised because one of the things that was really consistent in the data was that specifically support for redistribution politics and support for immigration, and which I have a high crossover with left-leaning, you know, political beliefs, was associated with anger, greed, violence, and envy. For example, there's one study that's just like that I went through the other day, which is just that if you offered a left-leaning person an option of 2 things, but if you offered, it was everybody, you offered people a choice. What would you rather do, right? For charity. Oh, here's the question, Carl. What would you rather do? Would you rather tax the rich 10%, a new tax of just 10%, and take all of that 10% and give it to the poor? You don't have to do either one of these either, but let's just give you the dichotomous choice, one or the other, and give that 10% to the poor. Or would you rather tax the rich 50% of their income and give 5% to the poor? So they're either going to get 10% or 5%, but it's about how much do you want to tax the rich. The poor either are going to see less money if you tax them more, in the second example.
It's a hard question, because no matter how much money you tax... Yeah. I've actually had to answer this question when I worked in the government. If you tax the rich more, they're going to incentively pull away from business.
Well, yeah. But let's say, no, ignore any of the real world stuff, right? It's just, let's say it exists in it, because the way that I'm sure it's phrased in the studies, a total vacuum. Not the rich people then don't pull out and take their business to another country, and which is what they actually do, or, you know, put their stuff in a Swiss bank account and hide it, make sure the government can't touch it, which is what they actually do. Is it better 1-to-1, 10% from the rich, 10% to the poor, directly Robin Hood stuff, or take 50% from the rich and the poor only end up with 5%, so half as much as they would get in the first example?
It would be better to use answer 1.
I would say so.
There's
if you want to help the poor, right? Like if you want to give the poor money, they get more money from the first example. 18% of people preferred the second one, and when they went and asked about why, it was just like, just because I fucking hate rich people, essentially. I just hate rich people, I just want to punish them. It's like, oh, so that's punitive. So you don't care about the poor. And so there's tons of these studies that find this, that's basically that redistribution policies on the left are not based out of a desire to help the poor, but that's just one study. There's a whole bunch of them. But instead out of a desire to punish the rich. It's punitive. It is greedy. They want a big chunk of it. When you ask them more questions, like, well, for me making my decision, I should get probably like 20% of that or something. Like that. They'll have like these people who have these left-wing policies tend to be really, really greedy and very envious. And that's just the best way to describe it. Is it's typified by anger and greed, hatred, violence. I have one on the aggressiveness and the violence of the left in particular. All studies from the last 2 years, since this stuff's been happening more, more frequently. And the response to me just talking about it on Twitter, where in fact what I said, Carl, was I was shocked by these findings because I didn't think that it would really be this way. I wasn't expecting it to be this bad. And what do I get? Death threats. Kill yourself, bitch. Fuck you. It's been now for like 3 or 4 days. The video's not out. I'm not even finished reading all the papers. I read all the abstracts, but I don't even know if I'm going to keep them all in. And I'm like, well, hold your fucking horses so I can finish it. And instead it's like, no, I need a summary of every single one right this second. And you need to give it to me directly on Twitter. I'm like, dude, first of all this anger and hatred that you're expressing, thanks for proving my point that I said I was shocked by. Wow.
What I find ridiculous when I see those studies is that none of them really look at the anger of the resentment factor. Most of these taxes, especially when they're formulated in places like Georgia. Thanks fucking Raphael Warnock. One of the most common things I see concerning the policy is how many of them will put forth things that do taxes on people who effectively pay for the GDP of our state, not accounting for Atlanta. And then, when they take that money and they give it to places like halfway house shelters, or Red Cross, Blue Shield, Valley Rescue, a bunch of normal come-in, open-hand house stores, or specific organized places. Because when you are either serviced or servicing them, and people who have been to my stream have seen this batch before, but I'll bring it out. When you assist them, or if you have been assisted by people in those organizations, they give you one of these community access badges. Yes, that has part of my real name on it. No, you will not be able to look me up if you just use this alone. With me wearing my fucking newsy hat. They give you these cards. And they tell you and teach you shit. I don't have my headset on, so I can't hear if you're saying anything, Aiden. But, they give you these cards and they actually break down the numbers to you. And the thing that I learned when I read those numbers is that there are supposed to be at least no less than five different people who have set up not just help for the homeless, but specifically recidivism programs to ensure that they can then lift themselves out of and then stay out of poverty. Of one of those 5, because I've made a thread about them before on Twitter. It's the local commies that run a business called Mercy Med. A bunch of pre-med, post-med, and doctoral students that basically opened up a commie medical practice firm. Licensed, accredited, valued and everything. White women in the front, Hakeem and Rashan in the back doing the medicine. And sometimes they are like ancestrally related to the direction of one's dating one and then the other one has a kid by one. Some wild shit, but if you look into it, where is that fucking shit? I just probably have to look it up by typing commies. I've also had a very wicked cough the last few days. I think it's the winter months getting to me.
Yeah.
Commie. Mercy Med. No. And cap. And caps. There we go. And caps. They run that firm on the, which one is it? This one? Is it this one? This one. They run the Twitter timeline. Good. They run this distillery slash place unlike the south side of town where a lot of businesses are cheap to buy and replace. But the thing is that of all of those 5, these white people, all of this made for, planned, co-opted, and asserted, credited, working frequently every single weekend, and then going into the office and then taking your fucking medication for you, fulfilling prescriptions, all of it. They are the only ones that actually have financing programs where they will get you housing, they'll get you shelter, they'll get you food, they'll get you clothes. They'll try to set you up with the Department of Labor, which I was part of helping them to work for. Again, Carl's not a communist. He just did the fucking work in the government as appropriately as he was supposed to. Set you up, get you a job. That's the same program that got me into being a Fed. It's the same program that they use to get not just youths, but adults job placement. It's like having a temporary contract service, but it's being done directly by the government. You check in with us, you tell us about the job experience, you tell us about what's happening there, and then if there's some kind of change that we need to make, or there's some kind of thing you're trying to learn to do, they send you there. I give you a coupon that says you are good to work, and that they should give you X amount of this, and that you are earned this much. You go to local food banks and food stores, like the one that happens to be for a church called St. Anne's de Moors, which is one of my parishes in the region. They send you to their food bank. They give you shit. You go to my godfather's organization, which is the Christian Baptist Association, which is off St. Mary's Road down here in Georgia. You go to them. They get you food. They get you clothes. They get you a lot of clothes. They have a lot more than most people usually would. And this is on the literal edges of the poverty line. Right there in the fucking hood. They're right there in the hood. These niggas are crip walking with us. But all of the other 4, go ahead and guess which Fortune 500 companies they're donated to.
Oh, fucking, what, big tech stuff, I'm guessing?
Trick question, all of them.
Oh, yeah, right.
You know the worst part is? The number 1 donator?
What?
Global Payments, a global company that operates total systems down here, TSYS, where the home base is operated out of my state. Those motherfuckers have Fortune 500 deals for making credit cards. They haven't slowed down business once. As y'all would know,
Hello.
I was employed by them. I made credit cards for them. They churned and burned people. They took some of the people that I had placed there, and they churned and burned them. They put them on the line. They had them fucking produce cards and numbers. After about 6 months, they tried to give them permanent employment. But then as soon as they were permanent, they abused the shit out of them on their schedule, and they did not give a fuck. Same shit that they did to them, they tried to do to me.
I'm not shocked by that.
It is disgusting! It is a sickness! It is a sickness! And no matter how much I try to explain this to people, especially when they come to me with their dumbass takes, none of them ever seem to let it sink in that, 1, I will know a lot more than it seems like I do, because, hi Moon, that I do because of the fact that I am an ex-Fed. 2, that I was an ex-Fed. That's not a lie, that's not a meme, that's not a joke. I actually have control. And then 3, on this data they quote, they never actually explain how they're supposed to be helping people with the money they give. Because if I give you $1,000, but you don't know how to spend it, you're going to be homeless again. And if I see you in the line again after I just said, wait, bro, what happened? I gave you a lesson plan that helped you turn that 1,000 into 10. What happened? And you tell me, I saw it out of Carl. Carl, you need to understand. The coke was good, man. It was pure. It was pure, Carl. I'm gonna slap the shit out you. I'm gonna slap the taste out your mouth. I'm gonna take away all 13 spices and herbs. What the fuck is wrong with you? Waste all your money on some fucking KFC and a crack pipe.
Bruh.
Oh! But anyways, I'm looking forward to it at least.
Well, it should be fun. Man,
Hey, Carl. Hey, Aiden.
Hello,
Hello,
mom.
how's it going?
Hello, my child. How are you today?
Pretty good. Funny thing you were talking about that, because as somebody who has family who works in, and well, church family too, who works adjacent to that stuff and related to that stuff, you are so right. It's so much bullshit involved.
See, on the church side of things, a lot of people would assume that it's the black churches that do a lot, but realistically, yeah, everybody can join into the chat. This is a fun stream today. We're gonna be watching niggas complain about me, and we're gonna be laughing at niggas while I laugh at them, while they complain about me, while they complain about them, while I complain about me. It's gonna be a whole thing. But in black churches, we would usually assume that it is the black community that does the most for the black community, but it is not. It is actually the Christian, apostolic, and technically white-populated AMC churches that do the most outwork. The kind of people that usually spend most of their time, that you would assume being the ones that are part of the God will care, are the ones that care the most. They tried to give some of their old, worn-down shit, some of the things that their children can no longer wear, things that their grandchildren can no longer wear. They try to give them to the community. And there are so many black people that have sat there and said, "Nah, we don't want nothing from you. You crackers, you bleach characters." By the way, I discovered a new insult last night, or I basically invented it. We can call white people bleach characters.
There you go.
We innovating the game, and I didn't even mean to. But they try to give everything they can off the skin of their back if they don't need it, and they sit there and tell them, "No, we don't want to help you." But then you go to a black church, you can barely get a single motherfucker to put in $1 in the pan, and I find that wild, especially considering. Go ahead.
What would you call people that are half white, half black then?
Other than mulatto, or a lot of fun in their sheets.
Well, hey, you know.
I don't know. I just call them people. I don't think...
Yeah, true.
Eventually in the future, there's going to be a point where people are just going to find excuses to not recognize a certain part of a person's nationality. We're going to have to call it the Ethan Klein question. How much of a Jew is a Jew if that Jew has never Jewed? Basically.
What does he mean by this?
Define Jude as a Jew.
So, you are aware of Hassan, or excuse me, I keep associating him and Hassan together because they're both two halves of a dumbass hole.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Ethan Klein personally attacks Ben Shapiro, saying if the Holocaust happens again, taking my headset off, if the Holocaust happens again, he should go first because you're helping him. This is a heritage Jew because Ethan Klein is, he did a 23andMe before. I forget the exact percentage, but he's at least 25 to 45% Ashkenazi Jewish. He is heretically Jewish, not culturally, not religiously. This is a very specific delineation that needs to be made because this is the reason why he got banned. He is heretically a Jew, but he, a non-practitioner, as we have never seen this motherfucker do a single thing, never worn a yarmulke, never gone to synagogue, never done a single thing, doesn't have a single niece, sister, or nephew that could be confused at a distance behind a closed door with Fran Drescher. Not a single bit to give him the excuse, not even if there is one, to attack somebody like Ben Shapiro and say such a thing. And then becomes a coward, turns around on Twitter, and says, "Listen, guys, me and my fucking Batman hair, people are trying to debate me. Don't they know that I'm a clown?"
God. It's like
That's
the
just
fun never
insufferable.
stops for him. Jesus.
Also, wasn't Hitler possibly Jewish?
Yeah, it seems that his mother might have been Jewish. Or, well, okay. Let me ask, because Bill knows. Bill, was Hitler Jewish? Wasn't his mother Jewish matrilineally? Okay, so he says, Bill says no, but I've heard that rumor that his mother was, so there's, yeah, that's been going around for literally like 80 years. So I don't know if he was or not, but there's a rumor that yeah, there was, and the thing is with ethnic Judaism, rather than, Judaism is of course a religion, it's also a can be part of an ethnic group, right?
Yes.
But there's multiple different groups who are Jewish. They're not all the same. It's not one big homogenous group of people who are Jewish. You have like Ashkenazi Jews. You have, God, there's a whole bunch of different types of ones. That's the first one that I can think of. I don't know all the types of Jews. But there's a whole bunch of different... hang on. Okay, so Bill said he looked it up, and they said what he found said there was no sign that he was Jewish, but he did have signs of inbreeding, and that one makes sense to me.
True.
So there's the ethnic side of Judaism, right, is often believed by many, but not all Jews, to be matrilineally descended. So if your mother is Jewish, you would be culturally Jewish as well, right? Again, part of the ethnic cultural side of Judaism, not the religious side, them being two separate things. So if his mother had been Jewish, which is the rumor I've always heard, but apparently Bill says no, then you could say, well, because it's the cultural Judaism is carried down on the matrilineal side, then that would have made Hitler culturally Jewish, but Bill says it's not correct, so I don't know.
I found it weird when he tried it, because in my mind, at least, because I have a normal functioning brain, like a normal human being, I would assume that if somebody tries to invoke the Jew card as a tactic to not only dismiss criticism towards himself, but also put criticism onto someone else and say, oh, come on, guys, you're gonna ban me for that? It was just a joke. I think he should receive a 1-month ban at that point. Because it is probably the most egregious form of trying to label your correct punishment as persecution. I don't like using substitution words for things that are actually happening. I like calling things they are. You know, cancel culture is just persecution against the out-group, while the in-group labels them whatever they feel is useful. Because it's the same thing, for a comparative example, of Andrew Tate becoming Islamic. I don't think Andrew Tate has deep religious ties. I don't know if he's actually now a devout member of the faith, and thus the caliphate. But I want to picture it in this light, to compare the two things. So, Andrew Tate gives takes. Very bad red pill takes. Probably some of the most cancerous seen. Some come off as bad jokes that are either being reframed poorly and then being given a full Piers Morgan treatment by most of the dumbasses on the internet. You have obvious, you don't even think about this kind of takes, like who's going to protect a woman in a situation where it's a man and a woman and there's danger in your house. It's obviously the man. Being taken from people like XQC being retarded as shit and thus losing this question. Them bringing in Hassan to try and save him, and because that guy's not that smart, him taking an L versus Hassan, and people soying out saying it's the most poggish shit ever. Then you have people deplatforming him for reasons that I don't understand, basically going full Alex Jones on him. And now he is a member of the Caliphate, which means, under the correct doctrine, and under the same rules that you use to cancel everybody else, you can no longer criticize him for his hateful takes against women, because now you're indulging on his culture. The same kind of argument could be made, well, it's not even could be made, is made constantly, every time he opens his mouth, when both Hassan and also Ethan Klein make these kinds of passes at shit, because now that he finds himself in the position of being the James Corden of YouTube, Ethan Klein refuses to address the fact that he just speaks wild from the gums. He pulls the keffels constantly, and watching him try to play the Jew card and say, I can say this because I'm of the tribe, I want to go ahead and slap him in his mouth and say, bitch, no the fuck you're not. Because every single person who is Jewish should be on his ass. Like, right then and there. Everybody should have been on his ass. Not a single person. I still have my fucking Global Payments health saving account credit cards, but they're smeared in something. It's nasty. Every single Jewish person slammed his ass and said, we do not recognize Ethan Klein of the Hasidic faith. I do not recognize him as a member of our religion. And they should have done it specifically for the sole reason of he should have that tool ripped away from him instantaneously. It's like a woman who outright tells you that she's using her pretty privilege or using female privilege to get away with something. Using white woman tears, for example. The exact second that somebody tells you, oh, I know how the system works, I'm just cheating and gaming it so I can win over on it. The immediate response should be, oh, dead ass, and take everything away from them. You have demonstrated that you are abusing something that you are taking for granted, and therefore it will rightfully be stripped away from you. There was an event that happened on the internet where a woman was flown out to a guy's state. They had been talking for a while. She was paid on his dime to bring her to him. And this is where the conversation goes sideways, right? Because then what happens is he's like, so we fucking a nah. And she's like, nah, but can I still get paid for though? Sends her ass back to the airport, cancels the ticket,
Yeah, bye.
and says, okay, bitch, bye. Internet descends saying, oh my god, you can't expect sex from women. Pause. Did he rape her? No. Did he force her? No. Did he even say, oh, you want you gonna stay here and fuck me for the week? Alright, but you can go have fuck me now. You want that ticket? Did he do that? No. No coercion whatsoever. He said, okay, bye. Bye your own way home. Ah! And I find that weird, because it's the same fucking logic here. I don't know how the hell you can try to abuse a position of protection and safety and then argue, I hate men, men are useless, we don't need them for anything, and vice versa. If you're a guy and you do this shit, you're just as cringe as the women doing this. If you sit there and say, I couldn't have a woman for nothing, all they deserve to do is to fuck, meat, and breed, but then it's like, Mommy, can you buy me the chicken strips from Burger King? you can't play these cards, and then turn around and then get mad that you're getting criticized for being on some weird-ass, head-ass shit. It doesn't make sense to me. On the fucking plane shit, it didn't make sense. Because it's like, okay, so you want men to open their pockets for you. You want them to tolerate your bullshit and use them as not only food niggas, but travel niggas. We're no longer just being forced to buy your food for you and your homegirl. You want us to take you on vacation!
Dude, fucking women have, like, okay, modern women have gotta eventually, like, be taken down a peg. You know what I mean? Just because shit has gone off the rails. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the data that were from the Plenty of Fish or whatever, the dating website aggregates that showed that on dating websites, men have what's called a normal distribution of women that they will swipe right on, right? That's like, so that men are like looking for any girl between a 3, and they'll sometimes maybe avoid the 9s and 10s because they're like, I don't have a chance with that girl anyway. So they'll aim for, like, you know, the 3 or 4, I'm gonna say 4 to like 7 range, right? 3 to 7 range. That's called a normal distribution. You'll have a couple guys who will go for the dogs at the one end, and you'll have a couple guys who'll go for the 10 out of 10s, the absolute dimes. But for the most part, men kind of can figure out where they're at and will be like, I'm not gonna try to hit on this you know, absolute dime because it's not gonna work out.
Isn't that how
Women, on the other hand, have an extremely it's a left skewed distribution. It looks like it's skewed to the right, but actually it's called a left skewed. It's opposite statistical terms. An extreme left skewed distribution in that like 80% of women on dating apps will not accept or swipe right or whatever on a man who's anything less than a 9. It is like, so like 80% of women are looking for the top 5% of men. And when I say, like, how do you figure out if they're 10s or 1s? Well, you do external rating. You have men and women look at the pictures of people and their profiles and they rate them, and you have a general idea of how the public would rate these people attractiveness wise. And women on dating apps, every single one for the most part is looking for a 9 or a 10. They're all looking to snag and it can't just be attractiveness either. Also, he's got to be rich. He's got to have a good job. He's got to have a good relationship with his family, of course. Like all this other stuff. Like he's got to have politics. I believe I agree with. He's got to. He should have take care of animals. He should do volunteer work. It's like like every women's idea has become so insane of what they not just will want from men, but what is acceptable to them from men, because they get fawned over and simped over so fucking much because we've created this absolutely unhealthy and untenable sexual dynamic between men and women that's just it's never gonna it's collapsing. It cannot sustain itself. It's so broken and awful.
That video from Jubilee with the button, with that more recent episode featuring the I'm gonna say heavyset anime enjoyer. Listen, I don't care what you have to say. There's two things about that. One, that girl's got some juicy coochie. Okay? The sheltered ones, the ones that never get hugged very often, feral. Absolutely feral. They are unhinged, waiting for physical touch, and I don't just mean sexually, I mean hugs. They don't get contact. They don't get to go out very often, okay? I don't know how the fuck you buzz on that. However, number two, that girl heavily fetishized Asian men. Asian men, Asian culture. I bet you she'd be looking up and down at Kyle when he's checking her out at the Asian Mart. I can tell you that. She walks in, she's the girl that says, Konnichiwa. Fucking giggling while she's grinning and also chewing through all of her high chews. I can tell you that for a fact. Okay? But I would deal with women like that, and I would take that more often than a woman at the bar who, when she asked me, what's your relationship to your mother? It's like, she lives in a house that I paid for with part of my money and part of my sister's money. Where's your mother? Oh, I don't talk to her anymore. She didn't like my first boyfriend. What happened to your first boyfriend?
Oh,
he was a drug dealer. I think he's in jail
that's
now.
Another big ass red flag. Mom part is even more of a red flag. Look, the daddy issues meme is real. You really got to figure out pretty early on. If you're like, I think I want to get a new relationship with this girl, I think you got to ask early on. Try to move it into the discussion in a naturalistic, organic way. But what is your relationship with your father? If it's, oh, I fucking hate him. He's a piece of shit. Fuck him. Run, dude.
It's so wild how bad it is every single time. Freud never stops winning. It's all mommy and daddy issues.
Oh, the thing about that pisses me off, especially with a lot of female daddy issues. The daddy issues are the worst when they act like their father was so oppressive, and it's usually because their mother was awful and let them get away with so much. When the dad just wanted, like, don't be a whore and do drugs, please no. And then they act like their lives were so bad.
I mean, that's like it. I'm extremely close with my dad, and I there's so many things in my life where it's like I see where women go astray, because there's so many parts in my life where I would be able, like, if I, not that I have had a lot of like thoughts such as they are, but like, oh, I wouldn't want to screw that up because it would make my dad wouldn't be proud of me, you know, and that would, like, I would want to make sure that I do well at this thing, because I mean, for my own edification and benefit as well too, but also because it would make my parents, including my dad, proud. The anti-dad stuff is very fuck you, watch me fuck my life up, you know. That'll show you, Dad. What is it, Bill? Yes, fatherless behavior. I do not get it. I personally, I can't sympathize or empathize with that, so I don't get it. But that's why you've got so many hoes out here, you know what I'm saying?
I think it has to do
absolutely fatherlessness
with the general awfulness in the surrounding environment of parenting that relates to fathers. Not just how women, the mothers, treat their husbands, how fathers think good parenting to girls is somehow capitulating to them and not beholden to them. And the whole thing about that is, I feel like it may be great to baby your little girl, but it's also mainly extremely important for them to see you not back down when they start crying and whining or do the puppy dog eyes and everything. You have to be a very strong masculine figure in their life, and a lot of men aren't. So I think it's just backfiring now.
So having a backbone?
Yes.
Well, yeah, pretty much. That's as much as I can really say on the topic. I know from experience that there is a lot of behavior that should be generally frowned upon, but it's widely accepted.
It's just how it is, I guess, right?
Mhm.
Jeez.
Well, you have at least one. We have at least time to do this one with you.
Oh,
If again, I've said this on Twitter, I'll repeat this again. If you would like to participate in helping find content of niggas talking shit about me on the internet, please have a link to it inside your tweet and hashtag that with hashtag Namesearch Fiesta, and I will be watching it on stream with everybody here in chat. So far, I have one piece of content from, I forget who posted this in my server.
It was me.
It was you. So are you aware of the 10 cursed accounts of Twitter?
no.
Pray tell.
So there's a bunch of fucking stupid people who use Twitter, as one is aware of. One of them is the crazy Izzy person who uses this picture of Izzy from Total Drama Island. This person got mad about being used as an example of some of the most unhinged people. If you look here in the screen cap, you can see Vertitas Joey, also known as Cuck Joey. You can see someone doing an animated version of Linkara. Then you see Crazy Mayhem, and then that's them in the bottom left here. I made like one thread, which was like maybe a full 5-ish minutes of just saying, nigga, nobody cares about your fucking stupid ass problems. Like, literally the shit here in the screen cap is, my nigga, none of this matters. This user, as you can see here, is hiding content. So they only show like pieces of this. They only show parts of this response that I had to them on their Sanity Izzy account. Here's the first thing I'd like to say. And it's specifically from this person who left this one comment on this video that has only 83 views, which in and of itself, it starts a cope loop. So let's just get the cope loop out of the way. A person on Twitter is having a regular one. Wait, record.
Mm-hmm.
I need my theme music for this in the background. I like to be a whole ass, not a half ass. So, that's too loud. There we go. So, a crazy nigga talks shit about people on the internet for a living. He gets called out in a tweet, not by me, but by somebody else. I receive this, and I react to it by simply posting that they are coping and seething about something that doesn't fucking matter. Mm-hmm. You then choose to make a video about that not mattering. And you, in the comment section, then say, well, why are you talking about it? Yes, that's a good question. Why is he talking about it? Why is he focused on it? Why is this particular user talking like this about shit that means nothing about animation Twitter, which shows like Amphibia, Owl House, Gravity Falls, Star versus the Forces of Evil? Why are you niggas stuck on this shit? There are more than 4 shows, okay? You will not die if one of these shows goes off air or completes, okay?
But my queer representation.
Nigga, fuck your queer representation. And this definitely goes out to people like One Radical Cheetah. I still have those stalker emails. We're gonna be reading them on air, nigga. I hope you're prepared.
Oh shit, I'm not prepared, and I think I gotta head out now because I gotta send myself data from the other room. But no, I'm fucking curious about these emails, but you can just tell me about them later, Carl.
Okay.
Thanks for inviting me on for a little bit.
Okay,
all right,
bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Yeah, I don't understand why people act and behave like this, and then you turn around and say, well, why are you talking about it? Nigga, why did I have to see it? Why did your bullshit have to cross my timeline? Why did I have to witness you having a regular one? And why are you getting mad that I'm seeing it? Why are you getting mad that we're noticing it? Why
are you mad? Why are you mad about speaking on a public forum?
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't understand. Is it that you want to silence me? In which case, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to talk louder. Like, I did not care until the moment in which you showed you cared by replying, so now I will be mocking you until you give up. That's basically the core there. Don't do dumb shit. If you don't want people to mock you, don't do dumb shit. Learn to use the mutant block function. Please? Thank you? Okay. Alright. So now, let me catch up to the chat. What do you think of It's a Gundam? I like him. I want to know what you think. Gundam's fine. I haven't had a personal conversation with him myself, but I have some multiple mutuals that have worked with him, and I've done shit with him. Okay, Carl, when are we going to get back to the initial point of trolls going at Carl? Right now! See? I'm topical. I can tie things in horror. When y'all don't distract me, I can stay on task. Alright, so. I need...
My bad, I'm sorry.
I need my notebook. I need my notebook file, because I gotta write shit down. That is
It's not the
RuneScape.
previous times of, you know...
Why do you have to keep refreshing? I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that. I know that there's something happening with my internet concerning the fact that they're digging up the fiber optic cables, but I don't know what's going on with that. So, let's see here. We are at 55. First video.
Wait, Carl.
Yes, what?
Thank you for introducing me to Pokerick. One, love his content, and two, he's actually very informative.
Yes, I have been doing a lot of work researching and learning the ways of Yorick. From my knowledge, not accounting for Pokerick, there is Cricky, there's Slawdogs, there's Camp Psycho, and occasionally Dirty Mobs as well. Those are the only Yorick quote mains I've been able to find that are posting any content of actual use and relevance, as well as the Domezium Replay Yorick channel, which isn't all that helpful because it only shows you the top players in other regions. It does not show you players in the NA region, and whenever somebody like Sawdogs plays on NA, he's always playing with at least 200 ping. So outside of that, and the content that I've been posting for the Yorick technology, I think I'm the only person who's consistently showing like both success and losses of how to perform.
Well, still, I thank you for giving that to me. It's very nice to have.
Okay. First video, the hilarious non-self-awareness of SinglePlayerCarl by Explosivo, who has 733 subs. Carl, why are you listing their sub count? I'm not doing it so I can mock them. I could care less about how many subs they have. Because remember, a nigga who has more subs than me wrote a hit list and a hit piece about me, got every single bit of information wrong, and is still ducking me to this day. I'm putting it here so that people can go back and watch it on the VOD. Let's begin. Earlier in May, some bozo chud called SinglePlayerCarl responded to my tweets defending TOH, I don't know what the fuck he means by that, and Western animation in general on Twitter in the form of a 3-part video. No, it was a single video split into 3 parts. Not a 3-part video. I did not care enough to make 3 separate things. It was one thing cut up into pieces because I can only post 2 minutes and 20 seconds on Twitter at a time. Even then, put this into context, which, fortunately for me, I can actually do that. Paging context. Beep 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 beep. Oh, wait, I have a theme song for this, actually. I'm gonna actually have a theme song called Paging the Context. That's the sound of paging for the context, boys. Caramel Cajun. I can't spell. And Izzy Sanity. By the way, again, before we even begin with this content, let me go ahead and say this again. I already said it before, but I have to say it again. Do not use my content to then go attack these people. When I say attack, I mean stalk, dox, harass, heckle, period. What happens in my stream stays in my stream. We're not calling these people out for what they have to say so that you can then tweet at them and try to go after them. We're not BreadTube. We're sitting here doing this so that we can have ourselves a good belly laugh. Okay? We criticize shit. We do not then go this, that, and the third. Got it? Got it? We're all on the same page? We all understand? Wonderful. I have it backwards. It's Sanity Izzy. Ah, does these losers delete their shit? That'd be interesting. Aha! They changed their handle. Okay, so, first problem. Can anybody tell me what the problem is? Anyone? Take a random guess. you'll probably hit on the right idea. Nobody? Phantasma.
I can barely see it right now.
Hold on.
Also the stream is being...
I know. But, first problem. When you say, hey, this guy is having a regular one at me, because I'm going to project this inside here, so they're going to be able to see what I'm editing off screen. When you try to take Twitter posts, and you take those Twitter posts, and then you lie about what you're talking about, and then after you take those Twitter posts and you put them into content to try and make content out of them, but you refuse to supply the context, and then you change your act, you know, to get away from the shit you're talking about, it means I no longer care. This is the reason why nobody would care. This right here. Okay? You have 896 followers, close to 900 followers for a channel that is this small. But you've been on Twitter since August 2013. You have 75.1 tweets. This is at the top of your bar. You have these many tweets, and you're tweeting about inane shit that other people don't care about. I am taking a risk scrolling this person's timeline because there could be some porn on here. But okay, let's take a just random general look on what's on your timeline, shall we? Make the screen bigger. So, I'm scrolling your timeline. I see shit that has nothing to do with anything. I see jokes that have nothing to do with anything. Shit posts, reposted from other people. Retweeting one of the 10 very cringe accounts of the internet, which is Crimson Mayhem. Meaning, you understood what I was talking about when I said, nigga, nobody cares, and the retardation you're doing is dumb. You have edits featuring you attacking people like the quartering. I cannot, in good faith, say, nah, this is just a random user who's doing nothing at all of any opinion. They're just a normal individual. They might have deleted all the tweets in question. I might have to do a direct search. My nigga, none of this matters. Yeah, here it is. So, let's look at the context of this conversation that was being had. See if we can actually discover the actual truth. To make this smaller. So, the thread was started by my mutual, the Struggler. I think it was highly suspicious that Amity's hair got changed pretty fast in Season 2. With all the stuff we've been seeing out of the creators and insert characters lately, it wouldn't surprise me. Not that there's anything inherently wrong with insert characters, but it is strange, and most of these in modern Western cartoons are soapboxes and or have some effect for the main character. It's because they want to fulfill a personal fantasy through the shows they create. This is a very common discussion that's had on the internet in general, right? Every single time we see a show that was basically not made by Alex Hirsch, whether it be Star vs. the Force of Evil, Amphibia, a couple of out there solo used web animations, and a bunch of other shit, the creators will insert themselves even with things that are popular like My Little Pony. The creators of said content will either insert themselves into the shit, or if you have a case like that of Mike Ellis of the Powerpuff Girls reboot, will just actively insert themselves into the cartoon and do some really weird shit involving the main characters. Now, I don't know if everybody remembers, but raise your hand if you remember the writer who kept writing himself and his Blossom fic into the show live on Cartoon Network.
I remember.
Oh,
that was
God,
creepy.
Don't remind me.
They also had twerking in that show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. People don't like that in their animations, Izzy. They don't like that. So, where did you come in? Ah, it's the exact next tweet, actually. Wasn't that what most media was about in the first place? Imagining a world and creating your own? Like J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Ring books? Pause. Charles Dickens and J.R.R. Tolkien, and let's put the other R.R. in there, J.R.R. Martin, made universes of their own. They did not insert themselves into their stories. They literally invented entire stories. How do you get to we insert ourselves into our stories? Hey, look at the guy who made a fantasy series because he lived through the First Great War. How did we get there? How did we get there? I know I didn't blink, but we just fucking got there. How did we get there? There's like 5,000 jumps of logic to get to that exact point. What the fuck is happening? Can anybody tell me? I don't know what the fuck is happening there. Because I can only say there's something wrong with that person's brain that makes them think that that is normal. I don't think that's normal. That's weird. So, from there, it gets worse. J.R.R. Tolkien made The Lord of the Rings due to his experience in World War I. He did not do it to entertain others in a harsh-ass time. Very different from how modern cartoon creators like this make stories that only they can be entertained by, they can only be entertained from, and nobody else can. Pause. That's not exactly why J.R.R. Tolkien made Lord of the Rings. He saw that there were no original mythos that were based in his English-British culture, and after living through death and destruction, wrote a story and a world, and then multiple narratives around the idea of the hero's mythos, of the hero's journey, and from that storytelling created an entire generation, at least maybe 2-3 generations worth at this point, I don't know, of fans of not only his work, but because of the adaptations made by Peter Jackson, of the second part of that world. Third age, specifically Lord of the Rings. Second age is what the Rings of Power is trying to do. The reason why his son Christopher allowed Peter Jackson to work with the estate to make that is because they decided they weren't going to insert themselves, their ideals, their beliefs, and their politics into those shows and those adaptations, and instead made them something to stand the test of time, which is why we allow Peter Jackson's name to be said next to Peter Jackson's and J.R.R. Tolkien's The Lord of the Rings trilogy. It is why we're not saying that when it comes to Amazon Studios, The Lord of the Rings of Power. The well of bullshit. The well of dog shit. Because it's bad. It's bad. It's unimaginative. It is lazy. It is evocative of all the problems that we see in Western animation, but now directly affecting a branded title. That's what happens when you let the thing fester. You started with children's cartoons and you said, well, no one's going to care because who's going to stop it? The kids don't even know what they're watching, but they do. That's why most of them watch this shit, because they know it's not for them. It's for the fucking man babies that tell them that it's for them. Then you went for the television shows in general, and depending on what kind of show it was, you were like, well, bro, this network's always been leer and queer. Or, why don't you like seeing representation? I don't know. I don't like seeing effigies of witches in the woods, just like I don't like seeing fucking piles of shit steadied on my table. And then you're telling me to dig in. And now you're gone, and you have been going after big name blockbuster franchises. And what's wild about it is that because we have Game of Thrones as a perfect example, because realistically you can't bring up J.R.R. Tolkien without bringing up George R.R. Martin, you took Game of Thrones, and because you allowed HBO and D&D, that's the two showrunners that were running that show, to ruin it between season 6 and 8, it went down in history as the worst franchise closer and now the most soured franchise, period, at all. You killed it. You had everything going for it. You had the gacha games. You had the tower defense, overtime, energy recharge, mobile games. You had actors being offered roles left and right, which one of them happened to go on to then make fucking X-Men Dark Phoenix. Ugh, that's disgusting. How do you fuck up the Dark Phoenix saga twice? I'll tell you how. You keep trying to make you keep trying to make the Dark Phoenix saga without actually having the Phoenix saga.
People like to skip a lot of crap, and it's unfortunate.
You mean the important parts? Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. Everybody, like, okay, there's, like, I'm not at all surprised as to Henry Cavill's reaction or like his send off to The Witcher. Like, I'm not surprised at this anymore because I know for a fact that, like, yeah, he was the only one. Well, like, apparently one of two people that was actually batting for the damn series.
Remember when I said that the showrunner Lauren S. Hickrick didn't care? And she lied to people and said, I do care. I'm going to do everything by the book. And then she ignored the book and made Joey Beatty read out not one, but two different of the worst fucking line reads of that show. And now we have articles not outright proving that I was right, which, by the way, Carl was right. But that...
Congratulations, Negrodamus.
Yes. But, then you have head writers on the show admitting and saying, oh yeah, they didn't give a damn about the work. Not only did they not care, they outright antagonized it and said, we can make this better, or they fucking openly mocked it. So imagine for a moment, if you can, the reason why after he's done with season 3, he will be going on and making more Superman shit is because a living lore book nerd said to the showrunner, can we please try to have it like it is in the books? And what did the feminist freeform writer say to him? Nah, bitch, it's my show!
Yep. And that's actually a huge, I realize a huge issue with all this current woke shit. It's not that it's woke. It's the fact that it's ideological in nature. And because of that, they believe culture as a substance they have a right to. There's the same reason why Vosh said this recent video or something. ER made a tweet about it, how the right would cancel Aang Lavatar the Airbender. And I'm like, no, they wouldn't. It was beloved. And this is the whole thing about it. You can be representative and also barrier breaking, but you can't be pretentious with it. That's actually a real rule you have to understand about a lot of this media. Like a lot of the media we've had that's had black characters and all this, and all of a sudden we're acting like it never happened. What happened? Ideologues got in place, and because they were, ideologues and also corporate simps, they went about it in the most ideological and corporate way possible.
I see it as a problem that is Vosh not... Well, see, Ian doesn't do good reading, and I hate to use the man's first name, but he is retarded, and I refuse to keep saying Vosh the entire stream. So it's either that or Irish Laddie 342. But, good old Ian Koczynski does not understand the reason why Atla is good and why Core is shit. Because the most common argument I always hear people say whenever it's brought up is, the same runners of that show as the stop. No, actually, it is the same showrunners, but there were multiple people behind the scenes in the first series that were actively holding their hands and improving their product to make it better. People who were no longer there when they were asked to make a sequel series in Korra. And the reason why Korra went to shit is they did exactly by the book what we recognize today. Which is, they tried to play the same angle that Rebecca Sugar tried to play with the Steven Universe audience with assistance from the Crewniverse before she realized how much damage she had done trying to insert fanwink into her show.
Yep. It's even worse, I feel, because you realize that for all this virtuousism they do about Asian cultures and everything, they bastardize a lot of the core philosophies of Asian culture that the people who were helping them, like the people in the dragon pits and everything like that, were helping with them, help them keep in line with. Like the fact that they distanced themselves from that Asian philosophy and everything, that was very palpable. What you could tell when you watch Atla. That then went woke. Yeah, we have Asian, we have burkas, we have brown people. Suck it. And it's like, you don't get you don't get the works you're actually making because you don't understand the actual power and how they represented those cultures.
It's the reverse problem of Unseen Japan. Unseen Japan says to you, I know more about Japan than you do. I actually live here. While he's getting mocked on an open Japanese broadcast for being retarded about culture. Meanwhile, you got a black voice actress / singer and idol star by the name of Paida, who's lived there, behaved there, acted there, and has done a whole bunch of shit in general, that she's out here not bothered with that, making shit like this.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's actually a rather nice opening.
優しさに触れる交差点のように群れの火消してくれるコントロールできないそのあれ恋の雨粒は降り出すあなたは自由恋の雨粒はめぐみ
And she's writing shit like this, while having arguments with dumbasses like that, and telling them you don't get it because you literally don't understand or respect them. My guys, when I heard this the first time, I thought I walked into an alternate black universe, and then I was watching the traditional closing to an episode of Inuyasha. Listen. Carl, you just wanted to insert that because you wanted to show off that music list. Yes, I did, but it's part of my point.
To be fair, it is very good, and at the same time.
Also, anybody who likes the music Carl listens to in his streams and everything, he has a list of it in his Discord.
Mm-hmm. And this is the woman in question here, because she does Japanese versions for a lot of shit, and she did at least like maybe 2-3 covers for a bunch of popular stars. One of them being Lizzo, because of course she did. Of course. And yes, she is heavyset. That's why she can hit those notes, by the way. When you guys do shit, okay? When you quote things like this, and you make arguments like this, okay? When you make arguments about shit that you don't understand, and then you try to exact it, and then follow up behind your opinions by saying, but listen, Twitter has a large fan base for the show within it. And people tell you Twitter's not the rest of the world, but that it's still huge. And we tell you it's not a real place. But if it's not real though, so why are you using it to type and send arguments and tweets to me on it? This is what I mean when I said it's not real, nigga. It does not matter. You know what actually does matter? Hearing a black idol star make a cover of your shit. You know what does matter? The same way it did before with, shit, I'm forgetting the fucking singer's name now. Give me a second, it'll come to me. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Doja Cat's cover of Safe So. Where's the video of her? Here it is. What does matter is when a person who makes music watches you covering their shit and supporting you through it. Let's watch.
Japanese version of Say So?
I'm just gonna speed it up because we don't want to spend all time here.
I don't know, I just put Japanese say so. Japanese version cover. Oh, I might cry some kind of way. 夜遅までずっとそばにいて合図をしたって言わないの全然気づかず方法がない私が欲しいとそう言ってよ夜遅までずっとそばにいて合図をしたって言わないの全然気づかず方法がない私が欲しいとそう言ってよいつから君が愛をせず教えられない
That matters. That right there matters more than any amount of Twitter threads in existence. The people who like making those dumbass arguments do not know what that feels like, because they have never gotten that kind of support and praise for anything they've made. Instead, they attach themselves onto shit and hope that they get that kind of reaction, and they never do. And Izzy is a perfect case example of exactly that kind of person who does not know how to deal with that. Why is this important to bring up? Because it doesn't matter. No, this conversation here between you and I, it does not matter. What does matter is the reaction that you had to it. Your reaction to being told, my nigga, do a little bit more work, think a little bit harder, spend a little bit more time, be a little bit smarter, have better arguments, actually know what the fuck you're talking about so you don't get dog-walked by niggas like me. You being told, do your fucking job, has you sitting on the internet big mad making fucking YouTube videos to an audience of this size. Nigga, why are you focused on drama? Because it's not going to serve you more than it serves me. Today's content is based on me talking about shit that y'all niggas have talked about. I'm doing the same thing I always do. This is mostly for fun. I'm having fun right now. What were you doing when you were making this? Were you having fun? Were you having fun making the video that it got 83 views in total over Twitter drama that you had on your timeline that you couldn't even tell the direct, proper fucking truth about? I gotta size up the window. I always fuck around with my goddamn shit and I always end up fucking things up. I always have to fucking resize them. I don't understand why you guys do this, but you have to understand you need to have a purpose and a point. Alright? And if your point is, well, you're mad. No, I'm annoyed. I won't remember except for the purposes of making it funny. Because as I said when I made the video on Vita Gestalti, trying to ride the line between, well, you're not going to cover it because it's going to be cringe and people will not care. People do care, because you guys make it important. It's not important until you start bitching and whining about it. Then you make it important to have to pay attention to. It's like being a shoplifter, right? You want to steal something. You want to steal something from a store, and you say, it's not going to matter, they're not going to miss it, but they will miss it, because you stole it. You could have bought it, and they wouldn't have cared, but you stole it instead. So now we're here. Let's finish looking through the thread. I need to use 2 separate windows for this, because I want to have to flip back and forth. Let's use this window. In here, close that, and open this here, open that there. Drag this to here, and it should be good. Done, and filter. Critter crop. Good. And finish this thread to the point where I jump in. Oop. Bop. Size down. Can everybody see that at that resolution?
I currently can't see anything right now.
Are you watching the stream?
Yes.
I can see part of it. I can't see the video, but I can see like the videos on the side and everything.
Now we got the video. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the video. I'm going to switch screens to the thread.
Oh, I think... Oh, okay, there we go. Now we can see the thread.
Because we won't be able to properly read it at the same time, at least. I'm also going to move that, because I actually don't need to see the podcast chat on the screen. I'm going to turn that off. Give myself more space to work with. And this is fine. I'll even turn off the people who are in the voice chat. And I'll move it over. to here. Okay. Looks good. I like this. So, we get to this point of the conversation. If Twitter isn't real, how do you come to use it and type in some tweets on it? Cringe reaction. By it not being real, I'm talking about it having no real true effect on the overall state of the world. Twitter only acts as a small influence that only influences weak-minded people that mainly subscribe in places of America like California and New York. It has no real power. Not having any true effect on the overall state of the world. Well, if that's the case, explain how one of my haters making this meme acknowledging my impact on animation Twitter. I really made a name for myself. Again, 896 followers. Impact on animation Twitter. Your pinned tweet literally only has less than 2,000 likes.
This is weird because I'm assuming they think they're like Joji or Sam Hyde or somebody else like Alex Jones, who even if they may not be in the like mainstream of things, have a deep cultural influence just because of a weird amount of power they have on the internet, and they assume that the same way, but they're just like a very well-known locale.
This is the problem of having a centralized platform like Twitter, and then using that centralized platform to effectively rig these people in positions of influence, which is why most of them have the popularity they do. They don't have influence outside of those small niche communities, so they make online niche communities for themselves to be the most antagonistic pieces of shit inside of, and the ones that rise to the top aren't even the best of the best. It's the worst arguments with the most repackaged bullshit that then is accepted as true, because this time it was said by a woman, or this time it was said by a transgender, or this time it was said by an anthropomorphic VTuber cow. Or furry of your choice. My brain went to cow immediately because I thought of big honking knockers. Because really, shouldn't that be what we're all thinking about? Big honking titties.
My you know Daxma, right?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
He's a pure supporter of cowgirls, 100%, and I agree with him. So yeah, yay for cowgirls.
Mm.
Sorry if that seemed off topic, but my bad.
Yeah. Look at your own words. Animation Twitter, you're only here because people like criticism over modern time shooting shows, how they're handled, and you don't like them for it. Correction. People throw around buzzwords and believe rumors disguised as criticisms. Some critics are valid, but I take issue with comments that fall for rumors. Example, that Amity is Dana's self-insert, which she isn't, without bothering to fact-check themselves. I mean, like I said, it's way too coincidental. Which the example is, why does the character in this show happen to have the same fucking hair color as the also well-seen example of the same art drawn by the same person?
Okay, so at this point, like at most, you would say, "Oh, that's not 100% evidence." But I'm like, it sure is ironic or a coincidence, whatever you want to say.
It's very coincidental. Because in all the other examples I named, we know that for definitive fact. We know it. Mike inserted himself into Powerpuff Girls and had a fucking crush on Blossom.
The Starfire chick who made Starfire's kid her.
Yes, the fucking comic. Don't remind me! Oh, I still have nightmares of that stream!
I saw a reading of it. God, kill me.
You should have saw our reading of it with Jay and myself and Burst and Jack.
Well, okay. Well, if you send it to me,
yes,
I'll read it through it. While
Watch. It's a stream. We streamed
Dude,
that.
Yeah, I love each one of those guys, and they all generally good voice actors, so you will enjoy it.
Like, it physically hurts my brain. But, okay, let's go with the presumption here, before we even have... Look, I haven't even pressed start on the first fucking frame of your video yet, and I've already made content out of how dumb your fucking takes are. Damn, bro. Damn. It's way too coincidental. People on stream might not be able to see this well because it's fucking framed up like this, but you can see it when I back out. You cannot say that it's not weird and coincidental how all of these things are just, like, tied together in a nice little bow that's very much an open and shut. Oh, she drew herself into the show? Okay, alright, I don't really care. Weird flex, but okay. Alright, I'm gonna mock you anyways. Nothing changed. Like, oh, it's not her insert, it just happens to be weirdly styled on her hairstyle, her hair choice, her body frame, her body makeup, and also a lot of her common features animated down in a common style to the fact that this looks like one and the same? Or they were always going to design the character like that, and so she chose to change her hair color to that, which, that's weird, because the comic predated the show, so why do they have the same thing? It's a call out to yourself? That seems a little bit vainglorious and egotistical, doesn't it? No? No opinion? None? None at all? Is he? That's exactly what it is, a coincidence? It's all blown out, way non-issue, out of proportion, and used unnecessary bile at the show and creator? Because every single fucking time this comes up, as Ratchet Realm here explains, time and again, modern writers and cartoon comic creators keep doing it and making it very, very fucking obvious because they want it to be noticed. This, of course, is the point where I jumped in. Right here. So, I actually remember what the name of this show is. This is, I think this is Matilda? This is a Netflix show? I don't know why you're putting a Netflix show in here, because Netflix is Netflix. They don't have standards and practices. They don't care. Disney's Owl House does. Craig the Creek, made by Cartoon Network, does. Which, by the way, congratulations, you killed your network. I hope the show was worth it. You killed Cartoon Network.
You know what kills me about Craig of the Creek? Me and my little brother, he's 11 now, but when it first would start airing and everything, he was a lot younger. So we'd be like, oh yeah, this is somewhat enjoyable. Let's watch it. Oh, this is pretty cool. And then after it got completely really, really stupid and tried to be woke too many times, instead of being a good show first at times, we just started watching Teen Titans Go or some other shit on Netflix. It is so sad. I'm like, come on now, this is actual chance you could to write a good show and make it entertaining. You chose to kneecap yourself so hard. Why?
Mm-hmm. Now, this conversation that they continue having here goes on and on and on, because he brings up Alvin Worm's Super Smash Bros. Z, which, if you haven't seen the Super Smash Bros. Z series, you really need to watch it. It is probably some of the most peak examples of Flash-made animations, featuring a crossover of, like, 1 to 2 to 3 of some of the bigger franchises to be known. I don't know about you, but I feel fucking lit watching a Mario character fight a Sonic character set to fucking Dragon Ball Z battle music.
Dude, that was like peak age of like Newgrounds and other stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I missed that age.
Now he goes up to bring up other shit like Glitch Tex, Kiss Cosmic, the Cuphead show, and Big City Greens, other shows made by Disney Channel and Netflix to try and use as comparisons. Again, they don't have standards and practices on Netflix. They literally can just make what the fuck they want. That's why Big Mouth is still around. But
you know what kills me about one of those shows? Kids Cosmic was good season 1. Everything after, not so great.
I haven't seen it because I wanted to wait until it was done. I keep the rule that I set for myself continues to make sure that I never get disappointed. Every single time something new comes out, Carl, you need to watch it. No, I'm gonna wait till the season's over. Why don't you watch it while it's going live? Because I don't want y'all niggas to spoil it. Because you niggas don't know how to shut the fuck up. But blah 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 blah.
I watched Kid Cosmic with my little brother, and then we tried to watch 2, and we were like, nah. It's one of those days where a kid was like, I was so hyped for this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm time to watch anything else.
All right, so this is the point where I jump in. Now, keep in mind, notice what I have here. Because technically, this wasn't even 3. It was like multiple parts 4. And as you can see, if you count up the minutes, the first one, it was literally me saying, bro, none of this shit matters. And then me explaining the reason why it doesn't matter. Funny! Weird! That's weird how you left out that context, man! Why didn't you show that the first thing I replied to you with was actually a meme and not my explanations? Why did you lie? Why did you lie? Wait, what the fuck? How did Craig the Creek kill Cartoon Network? Are you aware of the new showrunner, the new company runner at Warner Brothers being Zaslav? Warner Brothers Discovery has been killing a lot of content that they've been cutting off that they no longer want to pay for. Some of it's like HBO Max, but a lot of it is how they're going to be reducing the role of Cartoon Network's creativity. Because to save money on all those losses they've made from things like, you remember, the Steven Universe Stop Being Racist, Black History, and other such racism ads, they lost money for that shit. And Zaslav has been cutting shit to make themselves profitable. That's why Black Adam was made the way it was made. Yeah, they're not having a good time though over at Cartoon Network, because whatever affects Cartoon Network affects the adult block of Adult Swim. And you might have noticed that's the reason why they started putting out the kind of shit they've been putting out. You might have noticed they stopped with the sardonic wisecrack bait content, and they started actually having to make an actual show, kind of like that of the other show they made for the other network on Hulu, Solar Opposites. Yeah, they have to be profitable now. They have to be profitable now. This is that by the way, that's the consequence of what we mean when we talk about that you guys cause more problems than you solve. You actively have put yourself in a position where you have cost them money, and now they are suffering the consequences for it. It's more than just Netflix losing people like Henry Cavill to be in The Witcher and replacing him with the lesser-known Hemsworth brother, okay? It's a lot worse than that. But anyways, to finish up this, because I doubt for a fact you're going to play this in context, let's just play the content from my thread.
It don't matter. None of this matters.
A1 meme. A1 meme.
My nigga, I understand you have difficulty understanding my nigga's point, even though I think it's pretty clear. Everybody else fucking understands what it means, and you somehow not figuring out that you are part of the problem. He is correct. Twitter is not real life. Those who already had a semblance of power do not have that power because of Twitter. The exposure that you get from here is the same kind of exposure that would exist on Reddit. It doesn't actually exist, because if you play by these rules they have set up, where these niggas like yourself refuse to actually accept reality, you project your opinion amongst people in an echo chamber, and those people who are inside of your echo chamber refuse to actually accept it as real until they decide it's real to them. Reddit niggas make shit up to themselves, give updates to each other, and only if they already respect what you have to say do they give a shit about what you're saying. What can be given can be taken away. They did it to George Alexopoulos. It's why he chose to make the comics that he did. And now people are molding at him because he chooses to politically cartoon the news. Effectively, in the new art style they designed. People like yourself, or worse off, Cuck Joey here, you project the opinions that people want to hear. When we think of people who project negative opinions and get press because of it, not necessarily like Cartoon Sheet, but very much like Crimson Mayhem, these are people who project the worst possible interpretation of somebody because they really just don't want to understand them. Now, all that's nice and great, but you have to understand at the end of the day, none of this shit matters. Even the conversation I'm having with you right now, explaining how it doesn't matter, none of this matters. None of this matters. The privilege that it requires to assume that this shit matters here in the first world, when that nigga's getting bombed out and fucking sold in the second and third, that's what he means. Sit here, and both see, the ultimate point is while you sit here, and both of you are going back and forth, point, counterpoint, more like his points, you trying to counter his points, and he's just over and over again. This doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, we've been around and around this multiple times. Let's go here. Glitch text. New, potentially original thing, but one of the many Netflix animation products that might go almost absolutely nowhere. Kid Cosmic. That has always been good, and nobody's discounting that. However, that is not the same as the Cuphead show, and it's certainly not the same as Big City Greens, which is also not the same as Amphibia, Craigie the Creek, the Owl House, or Matilda? Matla? I forget this one's name. Most people can recognize... Also, let it be shown that not only did my opinion not change that much, but I still didn't remember the name of that show!
God damn.
I know myself very well. The difference between this and this, because Craigie the Creek, I don't know a single person who gives a shit about Craigie the Creek. My own nephew doesn't give a shit about Craigie the Creek. And I had to sit through Uncle Grandpa with him. Meanwhile, the Owl House and also Amphibia and the other one down here, Big City Greens, those are part of the Gravity Falls era of cartoon. It doesn't mean that there's nothing inventive happening there. It's most definitely good. But, unfortunately, people like you are the reason why it can't be. It can't just do something different and be new and inventive. It needs to be the bestest, most greatest thing ever possible that shuts up all the man-babies and online internet chuds. It can't just exist and be good. It needs to somehow be part of something. And unfortunately, that's what undoes it. And again, because you're hard-headed, none of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. It doesn't. I'm sorry. The self-righteous importance that you have when you believe that you have... What was that what you said? What was it right up here? Right up here. Where you said you had an impact on Twitter? Yeah, no. None of this matters. You're being... One could say that this is the reason why you are a part of that meme. Your activity, your behavior here. Ooh, gotta go all the way back. Your behavior here. The self-righteous idea here. Of my haters making this meme of me, which acknowledges my impact. You haven't impacted anything. I can almost promise you, you haven't. 827 followers. Let's dig even deeper. Izzy Insanity. How much did it change by? 827? I'm gonna be an asshole and compare. 827 to... They barely gained over 70 followers in the time period between May and today. Oh! Damn, bro. What a big impact. You have so much influence. Of my hate impact is though I have 900 for comparison. I'm talking shit even though I have 924. Shut up, past Carl. Even with my 924. But outside of that, there are people who I can go talk to right now on Discord that I can set up content with and talk to them. And that content will exist outside of Twitter. Your entire existence, your entire relevance is this platform. Without Twitter, what do you have? That's the point. If Twitter disappeared tomorrow, what would you do with yourself? There's more to this world. There's more to life than putting all of your ego and all of your time into something that's not going to be here in possibly 10 years, hopefully. I'm praying that it won't. Nobody should have to deal with this level of social anxiety and level of stupidity as we are dealing with right fucking now. You know what I'd like to deal with? Balancing a build in Borderlands 3. Setting up for the new League starter for Path of Exile's Sentinel that's going to start in a week. I care about that. That's shit I look forward to. I look forward to how I'm going to pay for my next bills. I don't look forward to the latest tweet where someone quote tweeted me. The only time I would care is when someone is slandering my name. That's it. Outside of that, Twitter does not matter. God. So, that is the end of that. So, at least 4 things I said there that actually are important. Number 1, Twitter doesn't matter. Number 2, have more than Twitter to look forward to. Number 3, stop thinking Twitter is real. It's not. And you're cringe when you act like it is. And number 4, what would you do with yourself? If Twitter disappeared the very next day? Those are 3 concise points that I made in the rebuttal of the content that you lied about. Also, 0, you lied about what I said. Who wants to assume that any of these 0th or 4th things will be addressed in this video? Anyone? Anyone at all? Any guess? No guess? Okay, let's watch. We've done the primary backstory. Let's watch. My nigga, I understand you have difficulty understanding my nigga's point, even though I think it's pretty clear. Everybody else fucking understands what it means, and you somehow not figuring out that you are part of the problem. He is correct. Twitter is not real life. You project... Oh god. He did the same thing again. Now that you are part of the problem. He is correct. True. I believe it too. In fact, I'm gonna go to the other room and get some alcohol right now. Oh god. Actually, I'm retarded. I already went to the other room in the past, and it's sitting on my bed somewhere.
Alcohol, sorry.
Thanks, Pass Carl. High five.
Pass Carl.
Twitter is not real life. What do you call this? It exists as an app, and you're using it to post your video. Twitter is not real life. The things that happen on Twitter is not real life. That's the rest of that sentence that you're leaving out there. You fucking retard. Twitter is not real life in the way that it should impact or matter outside of a conversation and the relevance to that conversation. I said it myself. The only way I would care is if somebody then does something stupid to bring and slander dirt on my fucking name. Because if I say something on Twitter and I'm nobody, I'm saying something on Twitter and I'm nobody. Who the fuck gives a shit? When I say things on Twitter with my name, with my face, with my content, with my reputation, and you say, listen to the dumb shit that SinglePlayerCarl said, listen to the hilarious non-self-awareness of this dumb chad, you have now given me reason to go into the other room again. You give me the justification to go into the other room and now ask you some of my favorite questions. One of which is, how you want it? How you want me to fuck you? We've got a whole lot of assortment choices here, okay? I got a whole lot of choices. And no, he does not know how to sound balance. He does not. He promised. He does not. But What happens here is I now get to ask my favorite question. Do you want it thick or long? I got other choices here. We got the long stick. We've got the non-human stick. I've got the traditional stick. Yeah, traditional stick. I've got the Negro slave stick. The actual heritage jump in the broom. And then we have the modern standard. This is the bad dragon of the line. Go ahead and stick those bristles up that ass. And when I find the little thick one, I'll bring the thick one in as well. But tell me, how do you want it? How do you want to feel? I can fuck you hard, I can fuck you deep, I can fuck you slow, but I'ma fuck you. Cause you're wasting my time!
Hey, Carl.
I think he's currently gone. Because he was putting stuff away.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure.
Yeah. Good stuff, though. I mean, just why are people stupid?
I can't find big stick, but I can
Because
show you
they
what I
are.
did find.
But
This.
so I just realized, because I'm playing video games right now, so I didn't get the chance to respond to you, Carl. Are you bringing out dildos? The fuck are you doing?
What?
Oh, he's bringing out brooms.
Yes.
Oh,
There's a running joke here about thick and long. You remember?
yeah, I remember. I
Yes.
just realized that.
I remember.
And this right here, if you actually look here, hold on, I need to do the thing that you can't see right now. So I'll just stream the OBS window. Should show you what's on the OBS window. This right here, this is something from my personal collection. See, this is a Tesla wand. You're familiar with Tesla coils, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, this is a Tesla wand. These two side prongs here are spark plugs.
Oh, God.
I promise, I'm a normal human being. I'm just evil and I'm sick and I'm twisted and I'm demented and I like torturing my enemies for making me suffer watching their content. Don't fuck around or I'm a fucking stick you. I'm not gonna give you the. I'm gonna give you the real shocker.
I mean, hey, you know.
Anywho, I'm gonna go
People
put this
into
back
that,
now.
you know.
So.
Uh-oh. Moon left.
Eh. 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 Alright, so. Already bad to a bad start. They're basic retarded. It can only go down from here. It can only go down from here. I gotta drag this back into position. Moon had to leave.
Apparently so.
Hmm.
Unfortunate.
You project your opinion amongst... We're gonna speed this up because this thing's taking too long. It's only 3 minutes and it's still too fucking long. People in an echo chamber, and those people who are inside of your echo chamber refuse to actually
You know, it'd be like that.
refuse to actually accept it as real until they decide.
I would recommend switching, if you could, switching back
I am.
to the video.
So, a comment that's made here is, his video freezes up at this point because the audio is fine. Yeah, that's a quirk of OBS. That happens all the time. Any person who ever uses OBS Studio can attest that this is something that happens whenever you record something, and you're not playing something back through the feed. Your own video feed can get paused, and even video content can get paused like this. I don't have to do anything to my videos. There's nothing wrong with my videos. It is literally just a quirk of the software. It's something that actually happens because of how Twitter interacts with video software. So, no, that's actually the website's fault. Not my fault. But, you know, this situation, that situation. I'm gonna go ahead and switch that back now. Inside of your extra, refuse to actually accept it as real until they decide it's real to them. And only if they already respect what you have to say do they give a shit about what you're saying. You project the opinions that people want to hear. These are people who project the worst possible interpretation of somebody because they really just don't want to understand them. So you're also trying to speed through my context without actually saying that people like yourselves. So you're not even telling the truth. Again, yes, you literally tried to clip through. You tried to clip ship me. Oh God.
Hello.
Welcome back. You missed. You
Had a good
missed.
time over with Dick, but like
That was fast. That was really fast. Damn.
and, yeah, Dick tends to have people come in and out pretty quickly. Oh
Okay.
my God! I just realized what I said after I said it.
I'm not gonna say anything, but I will be right back.
Okay.
Dick tends to have people come in and out really quickly.
I mean, so do frat bros, but they don't judge.
No, just the whole sentence, Carl. It's just how did it end? How did it form in my brain? Then travel down through my spine into my mouth, come out of it, and then it took me a minute to go. That wasn't a good statement.
Well, hello guys. Oh, and hello Aiden.
Would you prefer to put the words back in your mouth and swallow them?
Well, for Dick, I suppose I should.
You had to know I was setting you up there. You had to know I was setting you up there.
Oh, well, at this point, I did accept it willingly.
Just like all the women at the frat party.
I'm continuing the horny post.
Dig deeper. Dig deeper. It can only get worse from here. Just look over at Bill, and just every single time you say these, and he makes eye contact with you, just make a little heart. Just make a little heart and say, "Love you." Bill, you're allowed to protest at any moment.
Bill
Oh, no, what I
like,
missed.
he's probably just trying to.
Bill is
you know,
Aiden's husband.
He's downstairs, probably trying to just like ignore reality. You know.
Oh, did he? What was his? By the way, while I'm thinking about it,
Trying desperately.
He's trying desperately to ignore what's
Turns
happening.
himself inside out.
He's turning himself inside out in here.
while it's on my mind, Bill, is there a reason why I'm allowed to live inside of a bag of holding as a ghost?
Oh, let me ask him. Hang on.
Because I said,
Well, is there a reason why Carl's allowed to live inside a bag of holding as a ghost?
Yeah, I sent them. I showed the part in the book.
Breathe.
Oh, because you don't have to breathe, and the bag of holding is essentially like extra dimensional space.
Does that apply to any extra dimensional space?
It should apply to any extra dimensional space that as a ghost, because you don't have to breathe, you can live in it, yeah, or exist in it. Maybe not all. It depends on like other factors, I suppose.
But most of it's weight based, and ghosts don't weigh anything.
Right. Bill says most of it's weight based and says ghosts don't weigh anything. Then
Bill,
I
do you
don't
realize
believe-
how broken that is?
Yes, I think we all understand how broken it is.
Can I have a bag of holding when I join the session on Tuesday?
I think a lesser bag of holding is what? How much is a lesser bag of holding, Bill?
On
Gold.
type 1,
It's pretty. It's something like it's not that expensive. Would we have enough gold that he could have a lesser bag of holding from the start? It's probably like what, like 200. Well, 200 gold is pretty expensive. Is it like 100 gold maybe? We'll find out in a second.
If you fit,
2,500?
yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, I there might be. Is there a tiny little mini pocket bag of holding that he could have?
He can homebrew one.
Smuggler's pocket, he says.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hang on.
My character wouldn't literally start with anything except for that bag of holding, so it'd be fair.
Well, if you're okay to do that, then yeah, I mean it would make the most sense. That's 1,000 gold. Would he have 1,000 gold at this level? That's a good deal. So yeah, you can get a smuggler's bag at this level.
Yay.
Which is basically a micro bag of holding that your ghost self could exist in.
Yay. Alright. You didn't miss much. We're actually getting through this because I had to go through the context in this video. The first piece of content from a fucking crazy idiot on fucking Twitter that rants about fucking animation shit. They tried to clip chimp me in this. It's only 3 minutes long, and they tried to clip chimp 3 and 11 minutes out of what was basically like maybe 5 or 6 minutes of explaining, listen, none of this shit matters. It's wild. So yeah, funny thing is, what you just said can be true of any community on Twitter or the internet in general. No, that's actually endemically true about any form of government and society in general and whole. There are people who have opinions.
It's gonna be awful.
There are people who have opinions on the internet that people take as sacrosanct. Example, Donkey. Donkey has shitty video game takes, but because sometimes I'm thinking in terms of like what he said about the JRPGs, and then I disproved it by simply buying and playing Dragon Quest XI myself to see how much cap he was saying. He was saying a lot of fucking cap because he doesn't like playing video games where he has to pay attention. But take an example like somebody like Video Game Donkey. He can have a shit take, he can have a good take, but that's not the problem. The problem is, there are going to be people that, because they're fans of him, are going to play down when he's bad and play up when he's good. Because parasocial relationships. So, if I say something that is unverifiably true, unverifiably, not verifiably, there is no null hypothesis, there is no falsification of the statement.
It's an opinion on a video game.
Yes.
It's inherently not non-empirical.
Mm-hmm. If you had to go by if you open this treasure chest at this point in the map, there will be this item in it, and it's just not because, you know, different game version or something happened that changed the conditions of it. X is supposed to be X. I have a take that's unsubstantiated, and people just take my word because it's Carl saying it. Carl wouldn't lie. That is an example of exactly that problem. There are people who are agreeing.
Yep, that's the PSR. It can happen to anybody and anyone at any time. If you're a person on the internet, you can have a PSR. There's also all kinds of it. There's studying internet communication is my primary area of research focus, to the point where I don't study it anymore because I kind of think I figured it all out, which sounds really pretentious, but it's not when you've been doing it for 12 years, you know? When you've been doing it, when you've been researching the same stuff, it's like, yep. What do you want? You want a Walther 1998? You want a Tajfel Turner and Oaks, Hagen Oaks? Excuse me. Like what? Even that's the basics of social. That's the latter is the basics of social identity theory, and the former is the basics for computer media communication research. All of Walther's research on that, or all of Cohen's research. There's 2 Cohens. There's an Elizabeth Cohen and there's a Jay Cohen. Both of them have done. Depends on of course it's based on Zimbardo's research. out of 19, which is embarked in 1969 as the primary citation on that one. Yeah, like strangers on a train effect, the toxic disinhibition effect, post-Messelian spears. How many citations do you want? Because I can keep going.
There are so many citations you could use.
Well, I can, because again, the social science stuff is as it relates to specifically internet communication, was what I wanted. I remember like when I was working in my doc program, and they were like, "What do you want to study?" And I said, "Video game, pseudo-anonymous video game communication." And they said, "That's too specific." I was like, "Okay." I'll expand then. So my primary area of research was always computer-mediated, or what we now call digital communication. Back in the day, we used to call it computer-mediated, or CMC. And now we call it digital. And my secondary area of focus was intergroup, which turned out to be like race relations and gender relations stuff. Whereas I just really wanted to know like how people felt about like, are you Horde or Alliance? And then I ended up and this race relations shit I didn't know I initially have any interest in.
Well, Aiden, you kind of figured out if people were Horde or Alliance by going into race relations.
Well, my graduate thesis, the research that I started working on for that was really about like how much does, because I remember seeing people who would have like Horde bumper stickers, which shows that like you're showing off a social identity of all the people who would, and you honk honk, you know, oh Horde, oh Alliance, and I was just curious as to how people thought about that stuff. And the reality is that most people don't really give a shit. There's a 4-point typology of people's relationship with their avatars in games, which is avatar as me, which is it's just me in a digital environment. Avatar as that's avatar self. Avatar as symbiote. Avatar as me is fairly common. Avatar symbiote is also fairly common, that it's me, but it's also not me, it's also someone else. The most common is avatar as object, where it's a tool for me to complete game objectives. And the very rare one is avatar as other. This is from a Banks 2014 original citation, player avatar interaction instrument. And it should be, yeah, it is Banks is the first author, but I can't remember her advisor's name right now. And the avatar's other is, it's the avatar is driving everything. They have their own desires and wills that they want to do, and I'm just sitting there helping them accomplish their goals. That's like 5% of players in games, but I find these people fascinating.
I wonder how much of that study, if we were to redo it and start asking trans users if they answer that they are trans, did you use your avatar as an experimentation before beginning your transition, or as part of your as part of your method of self-soothing your dysphoria? I'd love to see those numbers.
It's avatar. It's the jumping thing. It's gonna. I will know the scholar's name when I find it.
Okay. And then you do. We're gonna continue.
Oh, her name is right in my. It's like I hate when that happens. It's like right there. It's just with a C. Like Castello or something.
Okay.
I'll find it in just a moment. Give me a second. Go ahead.
Like,
and I'll find it.
Yeah, we're gonna
get back to you.
We're gonna finish this thing. Yeah, we're gonna finish this.
Back to you in a moment, Carl.
We'll get right back to you after this, Aiden. But first, let's finish this cringe. Funny thing is, what you said can be true of any Twitter community or the internet in general, including yours, with this meme projecting insults upon the animation community. I'm sorry, but when you say the animation community, yourself, Crimson Mayhem, Cuck Joey, and this fucking version of Rinkara is not the animation community. The four of you do not make up an animation community. You make up a group of people that are annoying as fuck on the internet. Shut up. It's wild that you don't understand that. You're not a group. You're not even associated with each other directly, other than the fact that you're in the same topics. It's like being in the same class with people.
Consolable.
But instead of actually like being their friends, you just happen to be the top scorers amongst the people in the group of that particular class grouping, but you all hate each other. But then people said, go, bro, they're the best people inside of the class community. It's like, I hate him, she hates me, she fucked his brother, and I fucked and impregnated his sister. Everybody hates each other. But you want us to be in a group and take pictures on a stage with each other, holding a flag and holding a placard that says, best memer on the internet. Imagine that picture if you can in your head. You remember being forced to take pictures for a fucking dumbass school accolades if you were involved in things like Skills USA. It's the same shit, but it's not a prize you want to hold. Why are you holding it? None of this shit matters. Even the conversation I'm having with you right now, explaining how it doesn't matter. None of this matters. None of this matters. If it didn't matter, why are you taking time out of your present real life to play video games to a random like me? So, here's the thing, right? Because it's a funny little thing you do here with your post-editing software here. You hear this sound in the background, chat? The problem. He is correct. You remember how I said the things I want to focus on is like putting together a build for Borderlands 3? I'm playing Borderlands 3 in the background while I'm doing this. None of my time's being wasted. I'm playing video games and making content on Twitter. And actually, ironically, I was live on Twitch when I did this.
I did have the citation wrong. It was Nicholas Yi Dushnell, Nicholas Yi, who's a major scholar of this, Yi Dushnell Yao Nelson 2011 in a conference presentation, which is that they found the name of the study is "Do Men Heal More When in Drag? Conflicting Identity Cues Between User and Avatar." And they found, and it was further elaborated upon by people like Mia Consolvo and Dr. Banks, who found that yes, it is a way for trans people in particular, or people who are questioning their gender identity, to express it. But what they found with men in particular is that when men would try, in that study, when they would were embodying a female avatar, they would jump around a whole bunch more and use more emoticons. To, even though they weren't pretending to be a woman, of being like, my avatar is a woman or is a female, so I'm gonna act in a way that is more feminine. So I'll jump around and make smiley faces more.
I mean,
that's very curious.
That is actually very interesting. Because for years of playing a bunch of Korean MMO grinders, where the most common class to play is female, not just because of the cosmetics, but because they usually have the best skills, period. This is true in Dungeon Fighters Online. Every male class has, unless it is a specifically male or a specifically female-only class, the male's damage and their skills are headed towards control and outright damage output. The female skills, they have less output in terms of raw power, but they have more versatility and they have more utility, which if you're a smart player, you can then turn into more damage. And they end up overall in a pure DPS test, turning out more damage. Tie with the fact that the economy of most games would then be styled around the end game, which basically means you now dress up your fighter and dress up your player character in the most expensive or most fashionable shit possible. And you end up becoming, if you're a very good player, and you're well known like I was, both during the Nexon era and also the Neopol era before I decided to just stop playing because I was no longer finding it fun. When you become a person who's known for that, especially amongst PvP players, you can end up changing an entire economy or flipping an entire group of people into being like you. And all of the men that I knew that weren't either gay, trans, gendered in a way that was not normal for the time period, something that we now would say, oh, it's another one of those xenogenders, where men basically cosplaying as women, putting in the actual effort, like going 110 degrees, they became their character. I wanted to know what that number would be, because I don't know what that number would reflect on Korean servers, but amongst US servers, there are so many guys that will roleplay their characters, both male and female. And I found it always interesting because I wanted to know what percentage of those people are directly responsible for some of those biggest things happening around the social circuit of things. Because I think we've all met or even know a guy or a girl who got, propositioned by internet peoples that when they heard it was a girl, they decided to give them free shit.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to know exactly.
Look, it happened to me. Like, even though, it was weird because when I started to play FF11, the main MMO I played, I was 11 years old. And I would say that at that point, I didn't say much to anybody. I probably didn't start actually talking to anyone until I was maybe like 13. But I'm still 13, right? Yeah, you would get that stuff where even back then, that was 2003, right? There would be people who would be like, oh, you're a girl. And there were women around me or people who claim to be women around me. 'Cause this is like, there's no vent. This is all text. Who claim to be women and would totally take advantage of that. Like, oh yeah, oh thank you so much, teehee. I hated that shit. Because I was like, that's so gross. It's disgusting.
That's so wild, but at the same time, it's morbidly interesting because you really want to know exactly how many guys basically fucking put themselves into a cat boy kitten situation on Discord, and how many women, whether they be heel sluts or not, have a boyfriend in the other room that at their console, they hear you flirting with a guy and they just hit the fucking plug button, and now you gotta sit there and be tortured with the butt plug up your butt while you're getting vibrated the hell out of by your fucking dumb boyfriend telling you, alright, cut that shit out. That's enough of that. Get back on task. I need heels, bitch.
Yeah.
It's weird, but I haven't played an MMO that has been public and live since when I quit playing Phantasy Star Online 2, and everybody knows the reason why everybody stopped playing that game.
Yeah.
It makes me upset every time. I keep getting notifications about it because I haven't had it removed from my Steam library. You have to actually manually request them to remove it from your library so it doesn't show up in your feed anymore. And every time I get one of those fucking new premium patch stuff coming out soon, I'm like, it'll never be the same. I can never go back. You've ruined it. You ruined it, bitch. But anyways, let's finish with this shit. So, they're upset at me that I'm choosing to multitask while I play video games and shitpost on the internet. Interesting. His points. You trying to counter his points. And he's just... Matilda? Magla? His name. Because Craig the Creek, I don't know a single person who gives a shit about Craig the Creek. How do we tell him? How do we tell him? How do we tell him that it was renewed? How do I tell you? How do I tell you? How do I tell you that the canceled show on the network is gonna be the reason it's getting sold off by Zaslav? My own nephew doesn't. Are you sure about that? It's most definitely good, but unfortunately, people like you are the reason why it can't be. It can't just do something different. Notice how he sped through that part there, where I said, these shows, in and of themselves, they're fine. They're good. They're great. But they can't be great because of people like you on the internet. And be new and inventive. It needs to be the bestest, most greatest thing ever possible that shuts off all the man babies and online internet shuts. It can't just exist and be good. Like you? Yes. Yes, like me. People like me are the reason why you can't be able to have these shows. Because you give your opinions, and then when we criticize you for them, you then do this petty-ass bullshit. It needs to somehow be part of something. Read, motherfucker! Read, motherfucker, read! Read! While I clip chimpy, read! Anime is bigger. In the places on Twitter where you've personally been, completely separate views, cartoons don't always have to break boundaries in order to be good or great. They just need to be simple fun and have likable characters and enjoyable stories. No! They can't be! This video is a perfect example of exactly that point! You can't just watch the shows and have fun! You need to brag about it on Twitter, you need to make videos trying to call people out, you need to be retarded as shit, you need to make shit up that I didn't say. You need to make arguments out of clip jimping that don't apply when I show the real context in real time for everybody. You gotta do extra shit. You can't just watch the shows and say, finally a show for me, and it not be a meme of JonTron. You actively have to be the person that says, no, you're wrong. You don't know, Mr. Man. Yes, I do. That's why it doesn't matter. Again, this is the man. If you didn't know, everybody, I'll go through it myself, because I know some people don't know that content came from me. That I am the man who sat here and did a 3-hour, 18-minute, and 23-second video about people crying and bitching and whining about art harassment and about them trying to do what eventually became the beginnings of Poe creating Blacktober and Whitevember. I am literally the nigga that reads shit! Do not quote the laws to me. Do not quote the old books to me.
It's not on your level, though.
I was there when it was written.
Yeah.
I can't. And again, because you're hard-headed, none of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. The self-righteous importance that you... Oh, that's a wonderful meme. I'm stealing this, by the way. This is mine now. This is a rule that I'm having for everything that ever has a person make up talking points like this. If you make a video involving me and you talk shit about me, I am going to take your meme and I'm going to use it. Now it no longer has the power that you intended it to have, because if I choose to use it, and you say, well, you're using a meme that mocks you, it's like, yeah, because it's not serious. I don't take you serious. What power does it have now? The only power that it has is what I allow it to have, and it has nothing, because now it's a part of my fandom! You know, I need to black intellectually appropriate your memes. It's part of my culture. It's part of my meme culture. I have to steal your memes, and use them for myself. You can't hate my culture, otherwise you're a racist. Again, because you're hard-headed, none of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters. The self-righteous importance that you have when you believe that you have... What was that what you said? What was it? Right up here. Right up here. You said you had an impact on Twitter?
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Cutting through shit again. That's wild. I'm gonna post this on the timeline. I'm just gonna go ahead and click this, click that, and I'm gonna set out some bait. I'm gonna see if they're gonna be stupid enough to react to that tweet I just sent. That this is the reason why you are part of that meme. Your behavior here of my haters making this meme of me. What was that what you said? What was it? Right up here. Right up here. You said you had an impact on Twitter?
Yeah.
What I'm gonna say that this is the reason why you are part of that meme. The reason I'm part of the meme is because I'm epic? Because you can't handle me spitting? Yes, I can totally not handle you spitting. You are spitting hot yoga fire. Please, please stop it, Dawson. I can't handle your mad skills. I'm overheating, I'm panting, I'm breathing hard, my man. Your behavior here of my haters making this meme of me, which acknowledges my impact. You haven't impacted anything, I can almost promise you. And said you're still acknowledging me in this video. Yes, I have to acknowledge the fact that I stepped in shit. You haven't. 827 followers. Let's dig even deeper. Is insanity. They actually tried to brag about their follower count! Guys, please, do anything on the internet other than brag about your follower count if you're not over, like, maybe 10,000. Technically, even I shouldn't address my follower count, but remember, I had an account where I had 5K and I was moving upwards towards PO numbers. If I didn't lose that account, I would probably have more. I want to say that this is the reason why you are part of that meme. Your behavior here of my haters making this meme of me, which acknowledges my impact. You haven't impacted anything. I can almost promise you. You haven't. 827 followers. Let's dig even deeper. He brags about the fact that he barely gained 50. Is insanity. 683 subs. Your entire... I can almost promise you. You haven't. 827 followers. Yeah?
These people are they're just desperate for your attention. That's all this is.
Insanity. 683. He wants my attention, so I'm giving it to him today. This is the one designated day in which Carl gives a fuck. Subs.
There you go.
It's misappropriated
gracious, gloriously gracious Carl giving this person their supplication, their so desired attendees.
Bequeathed down from above, dripping down my caramel Cajun abs, dripping through the navel, saturated with Cajun sparkle, and into this chalice.
Lap them up from the floor. Thank you, God, King Carl, for your little bit of attendees, your attention tendies. Provides me sustenance.
You're welcome, it's yours. This is my base. I have sweated it out for you.
It is a base, as in it is based, as in BASED, but it's also a base that they can base themselves in, as in BASTE, like a turkey.
Entendre?
Yes.
Perfect.
Saturate yourself in this, my blood and body, and you can become like me. My editors are gonna have a field day with this!
Yes, saturate yourself in Carl's drippings.
Carl's drippings, only $5.99. A new special, partnered only with Popeyes. Love that chickens from the Negro.
How many herbs and spices, Carl? How many secret herbs and spices?
30.
Oh, damn.
The deal's gonna be called the whole kitchen sink. through piece of chicken.
Well,
6 sides.
In the words of Elon Musk, let that sink in.
Just have his fucking profile picture at the top of the fucking bracket with the logo. Stick that right outside. Just stick that on the windows of the restaurant, Popeye. Says, my big ass nigga to the face. You're gonna ring in the dollars. Let's go. Mr. Piece of Money. Let's get it.
Distance. Your entire relevance is this platform. Without Twitter, what do you have? Is he
Answer my YouTube channel that you brought up. Yes, your YouTube channel. You're not performing, no content producing, old video from a month ago, 197 views, YouTube channel.
You know, I know that you're just dunking on this person for the sake of dunking on them, but this person is beyond irrelevant. So, like, I kind of dunk. Like, okay, I know that we're in somewhat different periods, or that's not the right word. Different, like, I get so much dumbass shit videos like this made about me from like people with like 100 subscribers. Like, here's my hour-long dissertation. This one's only fucking 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
And it's still fucking bad. It's still fucking bad. Oh god. I don't think there's any other thing. The only one that we'd have to go over is listening to the Clone Carl hit piece again. And I've already done my breakdown of that, so we would just watch through it in full, and I'd like pause at the parts that still don't make any goddamn sense. Because that video still needs to be made. Oh god. And I don't want to watch that one on this stream because I've given that nigga enough attention. He's gotten enough of my nut sweat. Also, that's what we're calling it now. Nut sweat. Nut sweat by Popeye's chicken. You get a little bit of Carl's zestiness in every bite. Somebody's gonna get like a fucking image picture of me biting into a piece of chicken going, that's zesty. There you go. There's your meme content for the day. Make that content if you will, children. I won't stop you. Alright. That's the end of that video. We learned absolutely nothing of value, and our time was sentimentally wasted. But for everything that happened before that video, priceless. Why is my chat broken? YouTube, please. Here we go. Okay, back on track. Alright. Let us name search myself on Twitter and see what comes up. Let's go back in the past, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take you back to the past, to a time where Carl ate ass. He'd rather talk on Twitter and make fun of dumbass niggas, capping hard, lying a lot, and always talking like they knew about him. They got a whole bunch of niggas never known. They're fucking capping right out of the dome. You capping ass niggas be lying. So, as people know, I had a Twitter account. I had 2 Twitter accounts, technically 3 Twitter accounts. One of them got blocked, or rather banned, because content creator Illusory Wall made a series of tweets where he effectively told his audience to attack me because I criticized the fact that his audience
Did he really? That's against the YouTube terms of service.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And yet I'm the one that got banned because I showed how his audience were sending me death threats.
Do you want me to show it to my YouTube partner?
He probably won't punish them because it's on Twitter, and Twitter doesn't fucking matter.
Oh, it actually does. Like, YouTube has specifically said that things that are happening.
Oh, yes. I know about the cross-platform shit, but I'm making a point. I have more integrity than this content creator. They don't deserve it. I really should fucking ruin them.
You really do, because if you wanted to be a real cocksucker, you'd be like, oh, hey, I'm friends with someone who's got over 100k subs and has a YouTube partner, and you just send it over to them.
True! But I'm the new generation of content creator.
But you chose not to take that. I offered you.
You offered me the. You offered. Hold on. You offered me the cudgel, Aiden. You offered me the cudgel, and I said no. That is beneath me.
I don't know if they would do anything. They don't ever, barely ever help me. But at the same time, like, having a YouTube partner is a way different thing from being on YouTube under 100K subs,
True,
where just
true.
YouTube does not respond to you ever.
True. When I got that treatment from Twitter rather from Twitch, excuse me, when Amy gave me access to a fucking Twitch administrator that's a part of the secret cabal that's in order and in league with trust and safety and is the commander of it, bro, night and day difference. Night and day difference. That nigga got on that shit like that.
I mean, that's the thing. Even like, if I even respond to, if I like tag YouTube on, I didn't even tag them one time. I don't remember what it was about. Something recently, not too long ago, or just something that was going on. YouTube was kind of fucked up, and they found my tweet, and YouTube contacted me out of my tweet because it was getting too much attention. They're like, "Is everything okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just not really happy." It was about, I think it was over Nick Ricada, and I was like, "This is just not cool, guys. Like, this stuff that's happening with Ricada is not cool." I didn't even tag them, and they still found the tweet because obviously it was popping off.
Not applicable,
Now,
says.
Ricada's a huge guy, but still, who has his own YouTube partner, but still.
True.
Which, by the way, I'll tell you this thing about YouTube partners: they don't respond anymore. Now, even people who have partners have to go to YouTube on Twitter.
Wild. Let me bring up my fucking live dashboard because one of my people said something, and they are addressing it to you.
Oh?
Yes. You have,
oh no.
you have people in the chat.
Hello.
Is that Aiden motherfucking Paladin? Yes, it is. Not applicable.
Hello.
I have an evolutionary psychology theory for you to research and do a paper on since I'm too lazy to do it. I think the observation that predators eating the youngest child made the predators stop eating as many people led to child sacrifice in the early tribal societies. You could be famous for researching it. Lowered food shortfall also.
I'll tell you why that's probably not the case. I've not researched this, but I'll tell you why that's an unlikely hypothesis, right? The reason why is because animals that eat their own young are selected species. Humans are K-selected species. It's a typical anthropomorphical way of understanding and studying different species of animal that are on an R to K continuum. So, our selected species are ones that reproduce as fast as possible, as much as possible. On the very, very far end, you have pollen, for example, because it doesn't really, they just produce a huge, huge amount of reproductive DNA, genetics. They go out there and they don't really, a plant can't raise its children, right? That's very R selected. Then you have things like mice or rodents, the ones that usually eat their children. They eat the ones that are defective because they want to reconsume the nutrients so that they can make more of them and have some more that are not deficient, because those species get eaten off by predators and they need to have as many of them as possible. It's a brute force method of reproduction and species maintenance. Then you have on the far side of the farther in the K-selected species, wolves, most of the more advanced mammals. You know, the big cats. Again, like I said, wolves. Humans, we're all K-selected species. The amount of time it takes, or elephants, the amount of time it takes to produce one offspring from an elephant or a human is so long, and then to raise it into maturity is so long, requires so much energy, and I'm talking about physical energy in terms of, like, you know, food consumption, makes it so that humans will not eat their offspring because it is a massive waste of resources. Not just because it takes 9 months to produce and the amount of energy you would consume back is meaningless comparatively, but because it takes so long for humans to be raised into maturity. So K-selected species do not eat their young. That's the TLDR on
Okay.
that. Sorry, like you asked me I think it was an interesting question, but I gave you a really scientific response to it.
All right, so
Nice.
for the people who are interested in the person who I'm talking about that did the attack thread, it is this user here, Illusory Wall. Let me see if this is on the screen. Yes, Illusory Wall. This is the user in question that did it. I don't know why they chose to do it, but they chose to do it. They were very retarded in choosing to do this. It was very fucking dumb.
Let's see the dumb.
Well, unfortunately, they deleted all of their tweets after they realized, oh wait, I could get banned for
no.
this. Yeah, it's weird how you guys do that. However,
that's the shit that happened to me too. When all those people were screaming at me about my fucking tweets, or like the stuff that I can't even, not even give me enough time to put it out. They started calling me a bitch and shit, and then I was like, saying horrible shit to me. Then they delete their own tweets because they realize that it proves my fucking hypothesis that I haven't even shown data for yet.
Here's everybody who was happy about this. Michelle, just like when Poe got sussed like a couple days back because he tweeted out "die" before he was confirmed.
Did Poe get
yeah,
suspended?
Poe lost Living Scribe and now he's on, I think, Undead Lawyer.
What?
Yeah. He said
Really?
die. Yeah, he said die in a tweet because they were testing on whether or not Elon had control of the code, so they wouldn't get banned for saying spicy
I
shit.
see.
Yeah, he spun the wheel of Russian roulette and he got shot in the head. That's why I don't care. I get
Yeah,
attacked
still.
by a fucking nobody YouTuber that doesn't even belong in Soulsbrand. That's the brand of Soulsborne content creators, and nobody says either shit until after the fact, and it's like, what happened to Carl? What did he do? And I'd like to address the fact that the reason this happened is because Alabastard bought me Elden Ring, I played it, I beat niggas' asses online, and amongst those people, one of them recognized my strain name, they sent me death threats, and amongst them, they said, yeah, fuck this guy, he's white supremacist, blah, blah, you know, the same shit they always say. And my reaction to that was, ayo fam, here's a thread of all of these people sending me death threats, and here's what they post on TikTok!
Mm-hmm.
It's even in the thumbnail for the video, but I got sussed because these people got mad at me for being good at the game. Basically.
What a bunch of beta bitches, honestly.
But I'll leave this screen here because we're going to need it to go through the back line of all the shit I've said, but I'll bring it off screen for a second so we can watch the video together. Hello. Hi. I'm Carl. I'm trying to keep the eye shot on me. I'm Carl. For the first time in, like, what? Fucking 7, 8 something years? Whatever. Start from, like, May of 2012 and go from there. However long it's been since then up to this day, I've gone this long without my account ever being suspended or locked for longer than, like, 3 days. And it was suspendederido. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's going to be a really funny tale, okay? To do this, I'm going to need to put this on the screen. I'm going to need this how to be like this, and then this like this, and this like this, and that'll be wonderful. Alright, so, timeline, because I can still be able to access and see the things that I said, even if the account is supposedly suspended. This is a very weird quirk of Twitter. Twitter, y'all should actually fix this, you know? But I'll tell you the story, alright? This is the story of how Carl got locked, basically. So, here's how it starts. I wrote a tweet explaining in detail, probably, this is not going to be useful. This is not even bringing it up. Yeah, it's not even bringing up the image. That's unfortunate. Okay, it's showing it here. That's weird. I'll do it like this. This will be useful. Right? And this tab. Oh, that reminds me. The exact reason why that account's first player Carl got banned is because I used the word retard in the sentence. That is the actual reason why that account got suspended. It wasn't because I did anything hateful. It wasn't for anything at all, other than the fact that they started spam reporting me, and I said the word retard. That's it. Fucking stupid, right?
Extremely.
And this. Alright. It's not even doing that. Hold on. Do it like this. Alright, so. Online user by the name of Illusory Wall. 17k, let's just say 18k followers. They retweeted a post from a woman. I mean, I have better versions of it. But they retweeted a post from a woman who is the kind of shit that becomes the fodder for, you know, internet online discourse and what the fuck not. And them being upset and mad wanted to use their audience to attack me. And so, because they could not retweet and decided to use said tweets to try to justify their actions in being how they are, they sent their entire fan base after me. Now, what happened from there is that they've been doing this for literally since like last night, so the majority of all of today. So I decided, the funniest thing that I could do, hopefully I can do it like this, because I don't think I'll be able to reconnect to it the other way. Let's go to media. Okay, if I do it through media, I do it like this. So what I decided I wanted to do, just to document the kind of voracious shit that I see, and that gets flung at me, from the consequence of being a smaller person on the internet, who doesn't get the ability to say and talk about things as I want to on somebody's sites I have the permission to, I decided to, first, one, blanket block the entire following except for unfollowing Illusory Wall. Then, I used a CVS file to go through all of the usernames and start collating their data and their online identities. And then, after I did that, I just started to go through all of the accounts they linked to their followage, and basically, I decided to put on a show, if you don't mind. A lot of them are still stalking, and I'm sure are cheering that they have my account suspended now. But I was just going through and just posting.
TikTok after TikTok, because of course they were all on TikTok. TikTok after TikTok after TikTok after TikTok after TikTok after TikTok. I still have the videos on my phone. Y'all didn't do shit. TikTok after TikTok after TikTok of them just being the worst kind of internet people. And I feel that the important thing to say about this is two things. One, the entire point that was being made originally from the tweet that Twitter made me delete. I didn't want to delete it. They forced me to delete it. The entire point that I was making in the first place was, especially when it comes to Elden Ring discourse, number one, the supposed gate gaming that people claim happens isn't actually real. Not in the way that they explain it, not in the way that they talk about it. Because they just make shit up. And because I quote tweeted and then put a screen cap of the tweet in the middle from the person that they were talking about and said these kinds of people are the reason why we never have shit never stop, and they never shut up about shit, they've decided that the best way to prove that I was wrong was to prove me right. So there will probably be a thread or some kind of article that'll be made by some Waypoint Kotaku-like artist or writer to talk about it. So congratulations, you fucking idiots. But worse, they didn't suspend the account just because they auto-flagged a word. There's over 1,000 people who were constantly trying to report my account, and when they realized that I was posting their unfiltered takes and opinions from their online accounts, they made sure to get the account banned. It is honestly the funniest shit I have ever witnessed, and it's great because I'm not gonna stop. I hope you're happy because I'm not going anywhere. I'll see y'all in an hour. Goodbye, everyone, and also stay tuned. Come to the streams live, twitch.tv/SinglePlayerCarl and youtube.com/SPCarlLive. Get your fix of the black man.
Based. I still have some of those videos, but it's not worth putting up. These guys literally have nothing to fucking tweet about in their lives. Everything from fat phobia to why won't my boyfriend have sex with me.
Wait, I remember some of those. Oh god.
I know that I reposted, like, the fucking cap that I got for the actual block itself. If you go back enough, you can actually go find it. I'm just lazy and I don't want to, and I'm pretty sure if you do an advanced search for, like, the first posts my account ever tweeted around that time period, this video was put up around April 5th. So if you do, like, a search back to, like, March to, like, April 1st, you'll be able to find the first tweets I've put out on that account, because I know I retweeted this shit immediately as soon as it was down and put back up.
Yeah,
it was just dumb.
I remember those, and I was just like, God, these are ridiculous.
And the worst part of it is that some of the dumbest shit is exactly the same takes that I would apply to Donkey applying to Illusory Wall. Because as you saw there, the person who was retweeting that particular video made by Illusory Wall was Iron Pineapple. If you remember, Iron Pineapple... I used the wrong face. I use this one. The downsides of using multiple screens. Iron Pineapple. I can't spell. Damn you, dyslexia. Iron Pineapple. A 1.24 million subscriber account. Very popular Dark Souls content creator. Illusory Wall. 129K subscriber. Big content creators.
Oh, really?
Yes, big content creators supporting a smaller air quote, content creator as he attacks and harasses an even smaller content creator. And the only reason why they support it is because they're on a podcast together. Because if you go to their fucking About page and you click on their Twitter, it's in their fucking bio. Dark Souls Dissected and co-host of the Retro Game Audio Podcast. All of this
is against the YouTube terms of service.
Mm-hmm.
Every single aspect of this is against the YouTube terms of service. Now, by the way, I do want to put a caveat on that.
Mm-hmm.
If there's somebody who is... Like, I've had smaller creators, you know, like, not just little nobodies, but somebody, like, who has a tiny channel, it's got, like, 500 to 1,000 subs. Just, like, straight up, like, put my mother's address and stuff in a video, and it's like, okay, that's different, right? My mom doesn't live there anymore. By the way, I do feel kind of bad about that. I even feel more bad about it now, is because I still to this day will get doxed, or people will post docs of mine that are so old, where I haven't lived in years, and they'll keep posting them. It's like some regular ass person lives there, and is gonna get harassed. I do feel terrible about that. I mean, like, look, I would like you not to harass me either, but like, it's also disgusting. And so I have filed a couple of, you know, reports in my life on YouTube. I have not filed reports on channels that are just talking shit about me, but I have filed reports when there's actually, like, people's home addresses or phone numbers and stuff in it. So
funny,
that's the only time I think it's cool to hit down, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes, I agree. A funny thing about that, everybody knows about the story that I had to tell about how Renfamous tried to dox my house when I still lived at that old residence, and that guy got killed by my neighbor.
Right, I almost find it, like, I've had a pleasant conversation with Renfamous. I thought she kind of, like, got her act together, but I guess clearly not.
I don't know how recent that conversation is. How recent was it? Like in the last few months?
5 years ago.
Oh yeah, this was around about that time actually. No, that's probably right around this exact time period. So they probably only they probably only had that conversation with you and acted that way because they wanted to try and get into your fan base. But funny story about that, somebody still assumed I lived at that old residence and they rolled up on it. And the family that is living there is military and they are Second Amendment supporters. That's all I'm gonna say. I literally can't say anything else. I literally cannot say anything else or I can be sued.
Another one bites the dust.
Well, welcome to people trying to fuck around and find out. Jesus Christ.
Listen, as the exponential of fucking around continues to rise, the proportion of finding out rises exponentially. It's not linear anymore. There is an exponential dick curve. Like the black man that fucked your girlfriend in high school. It is bending up. It bends up and a little bit to the left, like 96 degrees. You know the dicks I'm talking about. The ones that got that little bending curve in it, like somebody was like bending the shit around an artificial log, just this dick print gonna be magnanimous, nigga. You're gonna love wearing gray sweatpants. God damn!
Hey, Coral.
Yes.
I don't know if you could switch your chat from top chat to live chat because Not Applicable has been trying to make a point for like the last 20 minutes.
On the main screen, it doesn't let me. But I'm just looking at him in live chat. Also, I see that donation. I was about to get into it.
Just heads up. I'm dipping out.
I noticed. I saw. Thank you, madam.
Yeah.
That's one of my new mods.
Awesome.
I'm still running.
Really cool.
I'm still running mod submissions, by the way. If anybody feels like taking on the responsibility of managing chats because it's become actually important, almost to do so, please consider applying. But yeah, please, people on the internet, I am begging you, keep doing dumb shit. What, you thought I was gonna say stop? No, please keep fucking around. I love it when you find out. I'm not responsible. You're doing it yourself. You're hurting yourself! Oh, fucking Christ! Almighty! I have laughed so hard within the last 3 months alone! One person, they fucked around, they had to pay a $600 fine as well as having to surrender their weapon. One person, I can't say any more than that. Then there was another one. And they got up to the door frame, and they expected me to answer, and when they just got a rifle to the face, it's like, excuse me, sir, does this person live here? And it's like, no, they moved out a while ago. Oh, I'm sorry. Have a nice day. Click, click. Yeah. You need to use the bathroom, you shit yourself, son. Listen, guys, I understand you guys want to attack me, but please stop wasting other people's time, okay? My old neighbors will call me and they will tell me about it. You do not want to see, actually maybe, do you want to see that? Do you want to see a supercut of you being embarrassed as they use my old home security system to send me the videos of you guys shitting yourselves at my old doorstep? One of you breaking the old fucking frame that always had the one loose brick on the side? Do you want to see that? Do you want to see you busting your ass in front of my old cherry tree? Because I'd love to watch that back. Anyways, let me get to what Applicable was making. I missed everything because I was being a good wife, lol. Horror, did you do the nasty? You nasty. I'm just playing with her. He's not looking at the live chat. I am looking at the live chat. I'm just not reacting to it in real time. Because people have criticized me for this before. They don't like when I get off topic and we start meandering through things, so I try to keep things more focused. And when I hit specific breakpoints between one piece of content to the next, I start reading the chat and catching back up to the future so that we can address shit. I'm a good wife, Coral. Yes, you are. You're the best wife there is. Unless Aiden wants to be able to try and consider this.
What?
Are you a better wife than my mod?
Waifu Wars!
Waifu Wars!
The waifu wars
I think I'm a decent wife to my husband, although I do have to admit to a wifely failure. We've got fig trees outside, and 2 days ago, his mom gave us a whole bunch of figs, and then literally today, I came downstairs to look at my figs to think I was gonna make a pie, and they were all covered in mold. Like, that's how quickly they went moldy. I'm like, well, I have to throw out all these figs.
Gotta throw out all these figs, man. I gotta throw all these
Phil
figs
says that
in the
God hates
trash.
figs, and that's why.
You said it, not me.
What? Well, that's why they went moldy, obviously. Because God hates them. I don't understand what the problem is.
We are both good wives. I will respect her waifuness from afar. Oh, come on! I wanted.
To be fair, like I was on a stream last night with Paleo-Angloism, and I was late by about 5 minutes because I was sewing my fucking Halloween costume, and I told him, I was like, I think there's only 2 real excuses that women can have for being late: cooking or sewing. I was
True.
Sewing, so it counts.
Technically 3, but that would actually kill you if it did the third one.
Taking care of children would be the third one, yeah.
True. See, I wanted to see some waifu wars. I at least wanted to get like a bikini mud wrestling pit out of this, but now I don't get to have that now. Damn.
Carl.
If you want waifu wars, go to Salty Bed.
That is tasteful. I said bikini, not nude.
Well, wait. What about maid dresses, maid outfits?
See, that's particular because I'm French, and you realize how many people like to use the meme of the French maid outfit as like as a substitution for sexy. Do you think I like watching you guys make fun of my fucking culture of housekeeping?
Yes.
Carl.
Phantasma wasting no time. Yes. 10 out of 10 with none again.
Right.
Okay, let me read a super chat. Check the live chat. I can't get past censorship. It's probably in the mod back channels. I'll double check and see if I can be able to read it. I really wish that YouTube would just let me be able to see all comments instead of having to do a separate chat to read the comments. I feel that's dumb.
YouTube, what do you expect?
Let's see here. Let's see here. We have a message from a user called Jace2323. You are a white supremacist, to be fair. Jace2323, I'm going to have you DM me. I want you to DM my Twitter account. I want you to lay out exactly your argument as to why I am a white supremacist. I want your talking points. I would like to see case examples. I want to see point examples of exactly what I did that made you believe emphatically that I am a white supremacist. I'm going to go ahead and copy paste the link in the chat about 4 times. And I want to see an explanation in the next 5 minutes. If I do not see an explanation, I will be banning you from everything I ever have the ability to manage, including further things in the future, because I did say I was going to start seeking to make a subreddit. Because realistically, even though I hate Reddit like a goddamn cancer, I want everybody to have a place outside of the Discord in which they can then become inside of the Discord and join the audience. I don't like using nasty words like community, because realistically, community makes it sound like it's something more than it actually is. And realistically, people like Jace need to be given the opportunity to recant their sins. He needs to be given the chance to descend from on high and fall to their knees so they can drink in the fill of my nut sweat. They need to be given the chance to redeem themselves and recant their sinful ways and accept the Book of Carl. By the way, Book of Carl, I have not read that in a while. We're gonna read that later on in the stream. Oh, let me get the. Let me even
I don't
get the.
think we've updated in a while though.
Yeah, I want to see some new Carl posts in there. We gotta see him.
Oh, okay.
If you back channel that to him, please use the most recent one. I worded it slightly better here. I am your mod. I do avoid drama and confrontation as much as possible, so I'm tired of that shit. She could also probably take me with follower count alone. Nope, follower count's not an obstacle or goal. It has to be pure woman on woman violence. You prove your waifu effect by the most domineering one, and the one that loses has to get fucked by the footed dick. They gotta get fucked by a footed dick, and you get your choice. It can either be a strap-on. It can either be a strap-on, or we can go full Bible black, and we can get a scientist to help her grow a pussy dick. Okay? You might,
I'm not sure about that.
you might have to dye your hair blonde for this, because it has to be like Bible black.
Oh god.
My hair is dyed blonde.
I've been
Good!
Sorry. I've been talking
Actually, I need
way
to have
too
it
much
like nobody
lately.
here, none of the local like estheticians here will bleach my hair. Whereas I need to go back to the United States to get full on like I don't know why, the bleach here is just not on the level that it is in the United States. Because my hair is naturally damn near it's dark brown, but it's very dark brown, and I need to have a very very strong bleach, and it's hard to get over here to be able to turn it just pure white. It must be pure and white.
You need your hair to be that. You need that Chat Mort hair is what you want. You want to look like Morty.
I started leaving it this way because I was gonna dye it other stupid colors, but I was kind of like, I'm
Yeah, but you got lazy. Yeah, you got lazy, and it's like, well, this is good enough. Yes, I know. I know. Let's see
I
here.
was like, this is. I'm kind of okay with this. I keep thinking about dyeing it gray, just to like accept my fate of being an old lady. But then I'm like, I don't know. I'm too old now to dye it gray. Ironically.
All right, let me read what non-applicable said for this. Since we're there's probably other chats like this that I probably missed that it didn't record. Since we're the only species that perceives the future, allowing our younger, weaker offspring to perish so that the older, more viable offspring survives might be a case-selective strategy in humans. Opinion?
Wait, say it again so I can think about that for a minute.
Hold on. She's sending his full opinion in the DMs.
Okay.
Oh no, that was it. No, that was a sentence. Yeah, that was a sentence.
Could you just repeat
actually-
it so I could... Oh, sorry.
What do you...
I heard it, and I was just gonna give my opinion. I'm like, that's kind of reality because I make the joke about the Titanic, how more women survive than kids because they want to survive, so they took kids off the safe lifeboat.
True.
My brain wasn't totally processing because I was looking at Twitter. So if you wouldn't mind.
The first thing I'd ask is, what do you mean by MD area?
MD area?
The DM you just sent me.
Oh, Maryland.
I live in Georgia.
Oh shoot. I don't know why I thought you grew up in the Maryland area though, yeah?
I did. I grew up in multiple
Okay.
places in the United States, but I
Yeah,
live in the
same.
southeast. But
Oh, I was gonna ask you something because I'm gonna be back in I'm coming to a friend's wedding starting next week, and I'll be in Baltimore, West Virginia, and then Louisiana.
I wish I
So they're
could
like,
fucking
you wanna
travel.
hang out?
I wish I could fucking travel, but not yet.
Like, you know how pissed off I am that I can't travel without Bill? Like, I'm so pissed.
But that was the entirety of what
Very
not
good.
applicable was trying to say. Since we're the only species that perceives the future, allowing our younger, weaker offspring to perish so that the older, more viable offspring might survive, might be a case-selective strategy in humans.
That is possible, but when you've already you're going to want to try to once you put the energy in, you're going to want to try to continue to maintain the energy to make that, but also because there is a lot of death, particularly at any point in a case selected species that takes a long time to produce one offspring, so you're going to want more than one, generally speaking, just in case, right? So, and again, not for any financial reason, but just to secure the progenic line genetically. So, typically speaking, would you give the most resources to the younger one? Maybe not, but you don't want to kill them either, you know. So,
Speak for yourself. Killing kids is fun.
oh god.
And now everybody on your
There's
screen...
a reason why that Skyrim mod was so popular.
And now everybody, I must make you suffer upon a very terrible image. Year 2 Carl! There he is. Right there. That's me. Look at him. Those are floor Carl days, guys. Aiden has no idea what the fuck that means.
No, I don't know. Oh, no, I know a little bit of FloorCarl. I'm a little bit familiar with this lore.
So, the way that I track time periods in my beginning of career basically is either surrounded by what I'm doing when I'm working, if I have a job at all, and what particular year in question that happens to be. So, technically,
around about the time that Renthemus doxed me would be 2017, 2018, about late 2018, 2019. Yeah, she did it just because.
She's never been any decent. Like, everyone's tried to be. People used to be nice to her. Like, Barian tried to, like, play a D&D game with her and stuff. Fuck that. What a cunt.
But
just a nasty person, sorry.
This was July 25th, 2019, because if I look up Personal Jesus, that should be like 2018, right?
Personal Jesus.
Yeah, that's 3 years ago. That was literally the day after my birthday in 2019, so that was right after my friend died. This is around the time period.
Terrible,
Yeah, that guy's responsible for the version of Carl that you deal with now. I was a jackass back then. Take clone Carl, but have all of the skill, but all of also the ego and the fucking pride.
Oh, I think current Carl's a pretty good dude. I must contend.
I would be worse. I would be winning, and it'd be worse. But anyways, July 25th. Yeah, July 25th, 2019. Natalie Casanova, aka the Zombie Unicorn, goes to E3 on that year. She posts a lot of suggestive pictures of her own body after literally a couple of months before having been called out by multiple content creators, including myself, Rags, Siren Cove, and a bunch of other people about her behavior at both that event and also at Bully Hunters, an event that we all know goes down in infamy as the fakest and gayest shit in existence to deal with cyber online harassment. I call her out about this cyber online harassment, and she got mad enough to try and make a personal attack and an attempt to try and cancel me by saying, look, you're just some fucking guy that looks at my tits and you're jealous that I have an audience and you don't. So, at the time period that this is involved in, I had the gall and the numption, and because I had connections to the journalist Nick Monroe, who then put me in contact with Keemstar defended me on my behalf against her, and she ended up blocking over 10,000 people. This is the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 44 second video that I made as a direct response to her, immediately starting that and basically putting the narrative out first so that they had the correct facts, the correct details, and the correct sequence of events as they are currently applied.
Yeah.
Since this bitch has basically deleted almost all of her tweets and that account of mine is banned, we can't look at the original thread itself, but I'm smart enough.
How convenient.
Yeah, I'm smart enough that I made videos of the shit as it was happening.
Oh, big brain Carl.
So we can watch the shit.
Predicting the future.
So
Let's go.
So we can watch the shit back. Because I like having evergreen content.
But before you do, can I ask a question that's going to be totally unrelated, but it is important to me. I'll post it down here in the chat.
Okay.
Because whenever I see that Taco Belmont thing, I fucking left. I clicked the wrong button. I meant to post it in the podcast chat. Okay. Podcast chat relay, is that correct? No, podcast. Which chat should I post this in?
I don't have anything that connects to relay to my YouTube chat, but you just post it directly into the YouTube chat. I will make you a mod, even. I will make you a mod.
Oh no, it's just a picture that I want to show you. I've shown people this image.
Actually, no. It would relay if you post it inside of. If you relay it inside of the non-podcast chat, it would relay, but it would just show the image link. I just took the chat off the screen so I could have more real estate.
Non-podcast chat. I want to ask you a question about this image. I think this is the funniest thing I've potentially ever seen, and I want you to judge me very hard for how for how everything in this makes me laugh so hard that I've actually almost peed my pants before, like laughing at this, and particularly. And as part of the serendipity of that is the one that I find so funny that it almost makes me piss myself is Taco Baco Tinkle outside the Binkle. And so whenever I see the Taco Bell logo, all I can think of is this stupid fucking image anymore. And I just would like some other humans to tell me if these things are as funny to them as they are to me, because I don't know why. I have no idea why this shit makes me laugh so hard that it hurts me, but I really have a hard time with these images.
Okay, the more I look at this, the more it makes me, the more I have an aneurysm of just like, trying to figure this out, and the more I'm trying myself not to laugh, and it's giving me even more of a hard time. Dang it, Aiden.
I'm gonna go through. We have a Dunkin' Donuts dunce, excuse me. America Run No Dun Dun. We got Wheaties, Old Fashioned Hergus Burgus. Berber Kurg, Have It in a Way. It's taken me years to be able to say these things without laughing, by the way. I'm not even joking. Apple Bapples, Neighbor Horror, Grip and Bib.
Aiden?
Yes.
Aiden, you have minion humor.
I know.
It sounds like minions speak in like a cross between somebody having a stroke.
I think that's it. It's a stroke aspect. McNaldo's. I like the it. Spubby, Eve Freef. As I said before, Taco Baco, Tinkle Outside the Pink. Newt, Bub Gear. And then, of course, A&A. That's my only aside, I'm sorry.
Aiden, I don't know how to tell you this, but you have a terminal case of white woman.
Is it not as funny to you guys as it is to me?
Oh no, it's funny. I just have to tell you have a terminal case of white woman.
This is white woman humor.
That's what this is. That's the answer I've been looking for all these years. Is that this is just total white woman humor. It is minion tier. I have to go fucking flagellate myself. I can't help it.
It's okay. We will forgive you. It's up to. It'll be up.
As long. It's just anytime I see that Taco Bell sign, all I can think of is Tinkle Outside the Binkle. I'm just letting you know. It's like all I can think of.
See, the backstory behind that poster is actually one of the most important parts to the evolution of current year Carl.
It's a Castlevania thing, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it is. It was created by the artist and content creator known as the Amazing Brando, otherwise known as Brando. Ow! Shit, my legs. Brandon Lackey, which was one half of the nerdcore music group, the Adventures of Dwayne and Brando.
I remember.
The backstory behind that poster is the same thing that was behind the backstory if you actually watched my channel enough back in the early days when I was just posting Let's Plays while I was in high school. Was I bragged about getting a new PB on both Sonic 1 through Sonic 3 on a Genesis emulator, and they challenged me to play Battletoads and to record myself and to show evidence that I beat the entire game. Not single level IR segments, but I beat the entire game.
Rough as fuck game.
From beginning to end with no breaks. I could not fucking do it. And until around about the time that I graduated, which if I go back, I can actually find out when I last posted that video.
Well, Dwayne and Brando, I've known for a long time. Worked with them for a long time. Not personally, but like I was convention staff at places they were performing a whole bunch.
That's very old. That's a very old timeline of my old history of myself. Back when Brental Floss actually made music and didn't make fucking IO app games.
Didn't they become kind of like weirdly woke, Brental Floss?
Yes, he did. And it was when he got a girlfriend. He got a girlfriend, and then he became very fucking antagonistically woke.
I think the same thing happened to Whitey Cracker, weirdly. Not Whitey Cracker. MC Frontlot. MC Frontlot also became like super woke, I think.
But that was posted on January.
Whitey Cracker is based because he just likes rapping about computers.
True.
And hardware and software.
This last video of mine, I was posted on January 14th of 2013. I graduated high school in May of 2012. So literally it took me the entirety of my high school career plus an additional year to finish playing Battletoads and actually beat it in a single run. The only thing I did is I split all of these into the single videos because I'm just not going to post an entire fucking long play.
4 years younger than me. Bruh.
But I sat there inside of the original Dwayne and Brando chat room, and I admitted that I wasn't able to do it. So I wasn't allowed to talk about video games at all. And that pissed me the fuck off.
We're fucking with you, you know that, right?
Yes! Yes! These niggas led me into a trap, and I fell for it! I was angry at myself, and I was angry at the fact that I couldn't beat this Nintendo hard video game. But over the years, I took time, I practiced, I learned, and I got good enough to beat it inside of a single segment. And I separated that segment into multiple pieces, cut them into multiple videos, and uploaded them. And my reward for doing so is that Brando, I will turn my light on for this and I'll show you. is my reward for completing the game and ultimately making a better choice of myself in my life. Is that Brando personally signed this Taco Bell mock toaster. Back when they first released the Castlevania 3 wrap. He personally signed this poster.
Wait, is your you have to turn your camera on.
To show that I had redeemed myself in the eyes of the Brandon.
Of Dwayne and Brando.
So
I used to like their stuff back in the day. They were never my favorite nerdcore group, but yeah.
Between me, it was Brental Floss and Brando because I played Brental Floss at my prom. And I have the video of doing it too.
And I got all everybody. That was the thing that before in the days before Aiden got into political shit online, I did nerdcore shit online.
Yeah, when I stopped doing nerdcore shit, I just started fucking white women. That's what happened to me.
Hey, yeah.
Based, exactly.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
And remember, children, if the roof is rusted, the basement is flooded.
Ooh. What's that mean? Oh, if she's a ginger.
Yeah, the pussy poppin'.
I see. Understandable.
See? It's not a terminal case of white woman because you were able to understand exactly what I meant with 5 seconds of thought.
Yeah.
This is how we know she's a real bisexual, ladies and gentlemen.
It's only that certain memes like that, like the ones that I showed, that will just get me to sit there and laugh at it for like. It is a minion tier meme now that I think about it. It's like that shit has had me laugh at it so many times. To this day, I was astonished that I was able to keep my composure even reading it. Mm-hmm. And I've seen it. It's a 15-year-old meme and it still gets me.
Memes.
I don't know what it is. It's something about, for me particularly, something about things being spelled wrong.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, is like my personal weakness.
I think it's every woman's weakness, honestly.
Maybe.
It's just inherent to the fact that you see a name and it's like funny as hell.
Funny.
I hope I do not get banned for having to put this bitch's shit on my fucking screen. But here's one of those mini cosplays that she did like 4 to 5 years ago. Where she did creative body paint makeup. Incentivized around her fucking... I remember
her doing this, yeah.
Incentivized around her fucking double D titties.
I mean, she does have nice tickled bitties, to be fair.
They are...
But she's a bitch, so like, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, here, hold on.
She has not posted a single video to this channel for over a year.
Yeah, because she got fucking blown the fuck out for her stupid bullshit. She does have giant tits though, doesn't she? Holy crap. Well.
See, that's the way the world works. God blesses some bitches with some big ass titties for no goddamn reason. And you just have to sit there and watch them.
Listen to their shit. Right, you guys put on.
Carl,
yes.
That is not a good, no good ass reason. That's a survival strategy.
It's a survival strategy, Moon? Really?
Come up with a better reason. Come on, I dare you.
I will say this much. If some white women didn't have large titties, they would not have any kind of relevance in society, period. Find a way that take is wrong. Also, they now go as a they-them person, while also posting in the most antagonistic, annoying way possible. When her shit started fucking breaking down really fucking bad, she started having to resort to things like trying to post her nephew Talvi, Talvi, to try and get likes, and that did not get likes. As you can clearly see on the screen.
That's awful. When you're doing so bad, even cute kids can't save your stuff.
She gets absolutely fucking nothing now. Nothing! Oh god. It hurts. But it's a good hurt, because she deserves it. 81.7k followers. And 1,999 subscribers. Close to 200,000 people. If you take an aggregate of both together, close to over 300,000 people. And this is what amounts of your career. Because you got caught in 4K lying about a nigga on the internet. and then got exposed about it because the person you hated, Keemstar, called it out for him and spotlighted the guy. And I also have the after effect of what happened when that happened too. I just gotta make sure to put this up here so we can have the comparison on screen. I gotta make sure people can find the timestamps for the shit that they're watching. Ironically enough, I don't see many content creators that actually do this. They usually do it after the fact, but I like doing it during the content. It's also because when you have long content, what happens is that when you upload the stream, whatever part of the stream was recorded on the broadcast doesn't fully upload all the way through because it's only processing like the last hour and maybe 30 minutes. So you have to actively give it time to process the entirety of the stream, and then after you do that, it will then start slowly catching up so that it has the full stream content itself. I've had a couple of people who have come by after streams have been done, and they're like, hey, how long was this stream supposed to be? Jack did this when we finished streaming about Validate, and it's kind of annoying. It's one of the things that at least YouTube is at a disadvantage about compared to Twitch, but only for the first 24 hours. For the first 24 hours of a stream, if I want to go back and watch a stream, even if I want to go watch the segments of a stream before the live segment, I can just click on that, go to the old broadcast if it's not been hidden from being published, and I can watch directly from the VOD. For these VODs, you have to either watch them while they're live, and if the VOD is ever taken down, that's it. You can't access it anymore. Whereas if you're able to make clips out of that, you at least have links to the stream, and even if the stream itself is taken off of their servers, you can always be able to have that particular piece of content. And it will always show that it came from that live stream at this time segment from these pieces that it was cut out of. And the entire stream itself, if it's left there. And, like I said earlier before, if you make a highlight of the entire stream, you can actually save the entire stream. Because that's what a lot of people who play card games, video games do. Especially people who have streaks, like the content user Jorbs. People who play a lot of things like Slay the Spire, they like saving their entire runs and re-uploading them to Twitter. And YouTube as well. Because that's how we record world records now. You record the world record by posting the stream VOD. Anyways, this is Kicking Unicorn, Carl versus Casanova, from Year 2 Carl. Take it away, baby!
Hello, it's Salutations. If you do not know my name, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Carl, Johnny Alistair Jean Carlisle, more commonly referred to and known as Mr. Random and SinglePlayerCarl across my social media accounts. The following is going to be a rundown and statement given in replies and in jest to the behaviors of one Natalie Casanova, recognized on the internet through the handle The Zombie Unicorn or Zombie Unicorn on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and all other social media platforms such as Instagram and Snapchat, that chose to lie in the last coming evening and here in the morning of today about an interaction that I had with her on my threads and in jest and written to reply of her tweets made at me, where I accused and then proved that she has been violating both Twitch rules of terms of service and also Twitter terms of service. Let us begin. In the article and thread, where I display all evidence which can be found here and will be linked in the description of this video, all evidence of every interaction and every word that has been said to me by her, and of the reply that I made either to her or to her followers that have been disparaging and spreading false truths about me, and the assumption of the truth of the matter as the fact lie. As it begins, through the start of what brought this attention to me by her, I made a thread calling out the behavior of the Twitch sisterhood, known to the collective community of people, both myself who are streamers and the content producers and the followers who watch them, or know of them as the Thottery Barn, as it exists on Twitch through a circle of very well-popular and kept streamers who receive multiple amounts of donations and have spread multiple amounts of half-truths, lies, or general clout-seeking behavior as to cover up the truth of what it is that they do. I made a tweet at 3:12 p.m. that, quote, then you should probably get a handle on Remedy and the rest of the Twitch system streamers, like the Zombie Unicorn, Amaranth, and the like, who use their bodies as women and lie about their marital status to make children money. They're making near softcore porn. This being said, in reply to the tweet made by Paladin Amber on July 23rd, namely, breaking news, streamers don't want to do the horizontal angle with you. In this thread, I continue to go down to say that this has been happening since 2014, ever since Jeff Bezos bought Twitch, right around the time when Twitch became much more popular and prominent in the viewpoint of content production because of the event of Twitch plays Pokemon. Stating, the game journals protect them from consequences, and only because Validity fucked up and got caught out, that we've now been able to fully detail and expose the double standard. Linking Polygon article, where Polygon defends Amaranth because of the Twitch thought harassment that she's received, otherwise referred to as critique and criticism, that she's received due to the fact that she knowingly lied about her marital status between herself, her husband, and the lie that she promoted and put out there to the public about her status, being recognized as her followers, and being told by her to her followers that she was just a single woman looking and hoping to find a date and find love. as follows in my thread. Found here. In reply.
I love how much year 2 Carl is like on the point, studious, and like just on his shit. I was so punctual back then.
To Zombie Jonathan. Namely, linking the video by It's a Gundam and showing the following content.
Because who doesn't know she's married? Well, I was dead wrong and I owe that to an apology. I did not know there are people actually crazy enough to believe Amaranth wasn't married. How did they not? How could you follow this chick and not realize she's a pathological liar? Then she runs around and says she's accepting boyfriend applications. You gotta be stupid. This is a girl that went to a goddamn gym and told the gym manager who was watching her on Twitch that she didn't have a camera on her.
Damn, it's so bad that in 2019 we already knew that Amaranth had a boyfriend and had a husband. By the way, that Asian husband, he was totally
I told
abusive.
you that whenever.
By the way, that Asian husband who had been in the background the entire time, that guy's so abusive that he just doesn't realize how his wife gets caught out in situations like this.
Is she now? Yeah, she's not saying he's abusive, right?
That
he like forced her to do all this?
The first story is that she was being coerced by him because he was managing things with her and helped her build her platform, that he was basically pushing her to do OnlyFans. And now when the situation is, quote, resolved, she's still doing OnlyFans and all the other shit she claims she was pushed into. But now she's doing it for her.
Are you for real?
I'm dead ass.
I knew it.
I'm dead ass. Google it right now. OnlyFans.com/Amaranth. It's still there.
No, look, I believe you, Carl, 100%. But like, yeah, dude, the whole thing. Look, let's get real about that shit. She wanted more attention for her OnlyFans. Yeah.
Pretty much. There are many pipes on Twitch that leads to OnlyFans. All forms of content on every part of the internet leads to the same place.
She wanted more attention for her OnlyFans. It was probably stagnating, and she was like, "Oh my OnlyFans is stagnating. How will I?" They're probably still fucking together, by the way, too. Just all goddamn stunt. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but that just gives me bad vibes. You know what I mean? I mean, Jesus Christ.
The thing that I hate about it is the fact that people act like this information wasn't accessible. I had access to it back then.
That's why I was also confused by it, because I was like, really? Like, is this...
It's considered news because they don't actually pay attention. And they only pay attention when other content creators make things about Twitch as a whole. And they go like, oh, well, Gundam talked about it. So when Gundam referred to it here, I would have assumed you guys should literally just look it up. But they don't look. The new generation of content creators and the watchers of those content creators don't actually watch the content. They hear other pieces of the content retold if they were to watch something like, say, this VOD example. Like, they won't watch the content. They'll watch a clip that has been edited by editors like Destiny has and like I have of that content instead of actually watching the stream live. That's what they do.
Yeah.
They prefer consuming the content through the omniliberal, because it's not technically Destiny, it's omniliberal, guys.
Hang on. To be fair, I gotta be honest.
Go ahead.
I don't have the fucking time to listen to 9-hour-long streams from people I do not watch at all. So I do appreciate clipping, okay? Because I can't watch that stuff. First of all, I don't care about these people. But anyway, I'll be right back.
I wouldn't even say that the clipping of the content is bad. The problem is that they don't even want to rewatch the clipped content. It gets edited, they put out like a 9-hour, 8-hour stream. It gets clipped down to context for an hour and 10 minutes. They then go to bat on the internet and try to campaign about the issue. But they don't even watch the 1 hour, 10-minute content. They don't even watch it on double time, cutting that time in half. They literally talk about shit that they don't know, and then when you directly refer to the things that happen in the stream, they then say, lol, I didn't even know that happened, bro. I didn't watch it. And you just look at them. Like, are you fucking stupid? And the answer is yes, they are. They are that dumb.
They're like, Amaranth, there's a camera on you. And she's like, no, there isn't. That's not a camera. This is my phone. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. Hell of the day pretty much broke a story that I felt I wasn't going to do. I didn't really want to post any photos of them out anywhere, like private photos. But then again, these photos are on their Facebook pages and whatnot, and even Instagram. But still, I was worried that might be crossing a line for me. But now that it's all out in the open, I can say what I want about this. What's really funny is Amaranth has got a lot of people defending her. There's even like a Reddit about dating Asian people that have come to her defense. They're demanding everyone watch the Hell of the Days video and mass dislike it.
I also was so confused by this whole fucking situation, by the way.
About Amaranth in general?
Yeah, I don't know if I buy it. I even said something about it on Twitter and people got really mad at me. They got really, really angry at me.
I don't buy it.
me not believing victims, and it's like, I'm sorry, I just don't in this case. Like, that she was being forced against her will to do very mild titty streams because of one stream where she calls her husband and he's just like telling her to do this stuff, I guess. I heard parts of it. I didn't watch the whole clip 'cause I don't care. But what I saw of it was like, it sounded like a manager partner.
It sounds,
phone call.
Also, you forgot the porn. She put out fake porn made with some guy with a fake dick.
Yeah.
That's what ended up getting her called Scamrat. It wasn't anything else. It was people who were buying her OnlyFans content. They're like, this is a fake penis. Where's the actual sex?
But it's still real porn. She's still putting something in her vagina and showing you it, right? I didn't see that.
I suppose, but we live in a time and age where niggas are fucking on stream. Like, you remember that girl in question, the one that got banned because she had sex on camera.
And then she came
back got banned, and then she did it again. We live
again.
That's the age we live in. You're just like, do I want to watch Scamrat showing me fake dick, or do I want to see this bitch getting the doonies beaten out of her while she's recording herself on camera?
Amaranth is a very attractive woman. She's got tickled bitties. She's very hot. Okay, I get why people were willing to pay for it, but in that conversation, at least the parts that I heard of the conversation with her and her husband, it sounded like a manager talking to his employee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I guess it's the problem, right? Is that, but it also, has evidence materialized that they were actually married?
The fact that she tried to hide this guy, that the only way he was revealed was in photos that she had taken with her family where he was involved.
Yeah.
Okay. Facebook status updates where she updated herself to being married to him.
Yeah. Okay. I didn't know about that part. Because, like, of course she's gonna hide her marriage because you have to keep the simp dream alive. And then what I said about it on Twitter, like, whenever this broke, like a month and a half ago or something, I said that this woman has profited off of young men's desperation. And the first tweet I said is, I hope she's okay. No one should be abused. That's like how I prefaced it. And I said, but she's also abused other people by taking advantage of this situation by making men think that she's available, by being, oh, no, T, thank you for the super chat. Like, and not telling the truth to people. And I'm not saying that's right either. But then, of course, nobody... I love when this happens. When people just skip over, like, the first thing you said. They skip over, like, the most important shit that you said in the sentence. Of, like, I hope she's okay. This is not all right for this to happen. But, and then just take the rest of the part. Or me saying, like, oh my god, I'm shocked by this research. Doesn't make any sense to me. And then, like, just not listen to the part where I'm giving you my emotional responses. Even though I thought the left is... I mean, the left... Not just thought. The data are that the left only care about emotions and feelings. So, like, why don't you care about my feelings and my emotional responses to things? You just flip out. Oh, because you're an emotional fucking sociopath, that's why. It's just astonishing. Like, I'm sorry I'm not simping for your girl who in my opinion, has been taking advantage of people. Maybe she's been being taken advantage of as well. Just because one person is being taken advantage of doesn't mean it's also okay for them to take advantage of other people as well. Just saying that down the line shit doesn't work for me.
They like to use the example because it gives them the ability to say, she's a victim, why aren't you on her side? And it's like, I am on her side, but I don't listen and believe.
I am on her side, yeah.
I don't listen and believe. I trust and verify.
Right. If she can give some evidence of how this was, like, because she's essentially profiting the...
And that's the thing that makes me...
She's essentially saying that she is sex trafficked. And I just don't see it.
Oh yeah, I don't fucking believe she's been sex trafficked. Because like I said before, when I first gave my original take, when it first came out, I'm like, you're managed by Devin Nash. Are you telling me that all of these people who are also managed by Devin Nash, which is basically the who's who of Twitch, you're saying they all didn't clock this guy as abusive?
everyone knew essentially that you were being sex trafficked, and nobody said anything. I have a hard time believing that.
Because
I think that you were probably in a weird relationship with your husband, and it went south. And now
yeah,
you're trying
it's
to talk
either
about
a
that.
weird BDSM relationship or the news story that came out. I don't want to press charges on him, guys. I love him.
Okay.
Now, I need to
be
go
fair,
eat
Carl,
dinner
that can-
because
that
my
can
mother was
happen.
starting
Hang
to call
on.
my name, which means she wanted me to read a tweet. And what she basically was saying was, son, I'm hungry. I'll be right back.
All right. I think that actually is possible because victims of abuse can absolutely fall in love with their abusers. So we need to be clear on that one too. Is that victims of abuse can absolutely get shit twisted in their heads and then be like, oh, I want to be back with my abuser because I loved him so much, and it has Stockholm syndrome. That being said, though, I have a really hard time glocking all of this as being. It's possible. It's very possible. It
And
seems.
I return. I need to go put it in the microwave. Because when I
Hello.
bring it to her, as hot as it is now, she's going to say, son, you need to heat it up. I don't like cold food.
Aw.
Now, some people are arguing she's the right price. I can agree to that. But on the other hand, you have to keep it in mind that she hit the fact she's married, like super hardcore. She played up being single, and anyone who says anything about her being married now gets banned on the
Yeah, I
chat. She
agree
wants to erase
with
the fact that she's
Gundam
married. She's even
100%.
going as far as going after the L of the Day, trying to get his channel completely taken down.
Following after this, I continue to
Condom.
things that I will have to reference to multiple times.
Hi, Saffronet.
Hello.
Hello. This push talk is very weird on the phone. I never use it.
Are you surprised that I can recognize you by voice alone?
No.
She said with rising tension in her voice as her gaze
It
softened.
did a little bit. No.
The joke here is she's the bottom.
Dude, bottom gang
Don't laugh
gang.
at
No
me.
shame there. Don't be ashamed of being a bottom. It's okay.
I'm not shaming you. You can be the biggest bottom you want to be, just as long as those legs, as long as those legs open. As long as those legs open, I don't. Oh, that's a joke.
Bruh.
Here in the moment. Namely, end quote. And the lineage on uniform are even worse. Weaponizing copyright.
Well, I saw a streaming little icon earlier, and I was like, oh man, how much did I miss?
A lot.
Oh man.
Not that much, but you've at least missed at least 2 topics. Or at least 2 people being angry at me.
Cronyism to gatekeep their industry. You don't like younger.
Why are they upset at you, Carl?
We are watching people who have hated on me in the past, and we are looking actively for hate about me in the future. And in the present. So I can look at it, and I can mock it. Because I don't think niggas tell the truth. And so far, niggas have not told the truth.
Shit whack.
I know what that's like.
Of the harassment.
It feels like wet sweat in the back of your neck, but every time you try to wipe it off, it's still wet.
Sent and done by Zombie Unicorn. Both one during E3, where she spared the bang interview dancers that were present at the event as promotional models and as dancers that were doing shuffling all day, shuffle dancing all day on stage. As well as 2, evidence of verbal abuse, harassment, and general derogatory insults of a disrespectful and rude nature by Zombie Unicorn. Showing and displayed as follows. Within the time period of 2017, as shown here at 4:45 p.m. Following were statements made by Natalie Casanova. I do not, in good faith, read these to direct the same disrespect to the women whom she disparaged. Again, I do not support, advocate, or like these statements, and I'm only reading them for the journalistic purpose of archiving and displaying them. Viewer discretion is advised. Replying to Mischievous Mal and Rockstar Flipper. Typical flimsy cunt trying to fat shame a woman with curves. Ha! So pathetic, dude. I feel bad that you'll never have the boobs you so clearly want. Bye! Replying again, click your profile to mute and saw your pics. On second thought, maybe it's my chin, jawline, and lips you're so jealous of. You're definitely lacking. To which Mallory responds,
I'll still be listening in. I just have to clean up a couple things.
Okay.
2017. They asked to take a link to another streamer, who she makes a tweet about, naming and saying, quote, girl screaming on IRL in Twitch box. Will likely tell her that it's against Twitch terms of service, proceeds to talk shit about me and about Twitch for the next 10 minutes. To which she replies, well, since she's a cunt, I'll say it how it is. No boobs and homeless fucks, you won't care anyways, lol. And featured was the Daily Caller April 15, 2018 article written about Natalie Casanova and her history of calling women cunts. This will be important to note later when we get to the more heavy details of the abuse done by Natalie Casanova to others online and on Twitter and Twitch. To this effect, I then finished by saying that they will lie, and that they always lie because they always know about this. That this is why they do it. Referring to the amounts of donations that they receive from people who the community online have accurately replied and have named paybaits, because they are actively attempting to pay for the privilege and the access to interact with these streamers, such as Amaranth,
and others, who Natalie Casanova defends and actively attempts to run interference for, because of the fact that they receive donations of this kind and of this quality, because these people believe that they have a chance to be able to interact and possibly even talk to or see something that happens on stream from this win, including, but not limited to, seeing them in tight yoga pants, outfits, and scantily clad clothing. 2, being able to interact with them and say suggestive posts in conjecture and into reference to streamers like this, as well as offering incentives, attention, and rewards for donating to their streams in large increment amounts, including 4, as displayed here on screen, the pride to show that they are the top donator and that they are the best donator monthly, weekly, or of all time on their leaderboards, and 5, for the ability to watch the content of said streamer, to be jacked in to all the things that they make, and to be appreciated as a fan of theirs. Most of these things are...
There's a 6th thing in there that I forgot, which is they want to fuck them.
Yeah.
I thought I covered that in like the first 3 ones, but realistically, the last answer there is they want to fuck them. If a guy's giving you close to 13K monthly,
yeah,
that nigga wants to fuck.
Jesus Christ.
That nigga wants to fuck. I would say $100 is pushing it, but let's be honest. A modern woman of this dating environment, she can spend $150, $300, $500, no problem. Easy as fucking pie, especially in a place like the city I live in. If they're sending you enough money that you can pay off, that you can put your bills on auto pay for 5 years,
yeah, jeez,
they want a nut. And because I'm also a dick, there was a music video that was actually made using Amaranth that I think only got featured once, but we're gonna watch it because it's funny.
I'm a big, big baby. I'm obsessed with Stacy. There's nothing else that I can do. I like all the attention I get from you. I'm a big, big baby. I'm obsessed with Stacy. I'm so depressed and so alone. I'm isolated, I never leave my home.
Also, the great context about this, guys, remember, the entire time she's making this kind of content, she's being forced. Remember that detail.
Yes, that's the allegation, yes.
Now, if only we got songs like that inside of fucking Scott Pilgrim. God damn!
are not against his US Twitch. However, they are frowned upon because it is lying to an audience of people who are expecting something that they are paying to get, that they will never receive. For some of these people, they are children, people who currently dominate the demographics of most streams on the website. For others, they are willful payers that pay into this experience, hoping to get just a little bit of love and a little bit of attention from the desperate single waifs that just can't demand. Even when the streamer in question has disclosed the information that they are either married or in a relationship with a partner or even another streamer, they will still accept and receive and have these interactions and this information between themselves and even not just the viewers but also the moderators. To this effect, and in reply to this, Natalie Casanova enters the frame by replying the following, as seen here in my archives, all of which will be, again, linked here with the description below. She says, in reply to what I say, I can't actually remember when, unless I look at the tweet, because she has since recently blocked me and or has deleted this post. I'm not sure which, because I do not care to go back and look. However, it has been archived here, so you can be able to do it for your own information and reference it at your own leisure. Quote, in reply to me, I literally do nothing of the sort and am never sexually engaging whatsoever on my stream. Please wake the fuck up and leave me alone. This is so fucking pathetic and obnoxious at this point. Jesus fucking Christ. In reply to this, I then reply to her. I look forward to the journalist attacking me in an article because I corrected her line with evidence of the thing I have accused and proven you having done. Natalie, either get help or stop lying. In this thread, when I replied to her, I linked to the Dextero article that covers the fact that she has gone viral because she has begun weaponizing and using her body and her sexuality both as a woman, as a popular streamer, and as someone who is obviously and clearly pushing the line of what is laudable, acceptable, and noticeable on the platforms, as a method to get attention for herself, to bring people to her streams, to look at her body, and to then hope to stay around to see other content streams like it. Because
this is also the reason why she got extremely angry at me. I referred to the situation where she got attacked by this and criticized for it by Keemstar. And she got mad by the fact that I was actually on my shit and not just randomly tweeting at her. That she tried to find a way to steer the conversation towards, you're jealous of my titties.
God damn.
I took the liberty of displaying examples of such body painting, which has...
Oh, that was the other thing, too. In this, she's gonna try to make the argument of, you tried looking it up! And it's like, in order to prove my point, I need to show the content you made. Yes, I'm showing it by going through Google search. They're on Google search. So if I actually show the amount of clicks you've gotten on your stream, that came from outside the website. Because at this time, we didn't start using Solinome until around about maybe like 2020, I think. I think they've always been around, but they didn't actively become used because people weren't saying what site they were using in the background to track these stats until Devin Nash started telling people that he's using Solinome. If I was to go back then and give past Carl the information that current Carl has now, he would be able to use Solinome, and he could look up exactly how many people click through the links on the internet to get to your stream. And I think at the time when I did my research, it was about like 55 to 75%. 55 to 75% of traffic to her channel was coming from outside the website, from non-notification sources, meaning it was coming from embeds, it was coming from links, it was coming from tweets, it was coming from comment sections to tweets, it was coming from Reddit posts, it was coming from any place that was not actively contained inside of Twitch itself. That's a telling number. That's a very big number. How bad of a streamer are you? I gotta paint my titties to get people to click on my stream. And how many people stay?
Not that bad. Come on now.
And how many people stay? Not a lot. Damn, bitch.
Yep.
At least do the funny, like be funny or something. Like.
Now, they're not all that bad, but the problem is that if you look at this and say, yes, she's clearly a talented artist. Not really. Not really.
All this is very mediocre. Especially in body paint.
I would be fair enough to say this is average. The Daphne is average. The fucking Bowsette is average. The ice cream cone is kind of average. She's an average artist. That doesn't mean she's bad, ratio, dog shit. It's okay.
Like, here's the thing people will say, like, if you just like, oh, she's average, like, you're supposed to, like, simp. Look, I think she's a good-looking woman, okay? She's in good shape.
It don't look bad,
fine.
but her saying, artists, they struggle with.
Yeah, my struggle and stuff, like, excuse me, Mein Kampf, we should translate that to German, but...
You gotta remember,
like, it's also...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just fucking insane that you can sit there and nude and paint yourself well nude. Your titty are full out. They're just covered with pasties. I mean, it's.
Men could never. We are never going to be allowed to do this. Never. As soon as it gets anywhere near my waist, banned. Banned.
Yeah.
Technically, we don't even get the ability to be shirtless anymore because of people like this. Just instantaneous ban.
Can you ever see? What did she do for her lady area? I don't even know with this stuff, but like, look, let's not fuck around about what the point is of this body painting stuff.
The point was to push the rules. That was the point.
It's the envelope, yeah, to be like, I'm based on a stream nude. God damn, it's so fucking obvious.
I remember the times of 2012 Twitch when I would watch Cobalt Streak, which was a Binding of Isaac player, stream without a shirt while he did non-stop Eden, which basically means randomized runs. I would sit there and watch it back to back between himself and Casper, who is also a big Isaac streamer. This woman and women like her are the reason why they allowed for breastfeeding, but they banned shirtless streams unless it was in the context of the pulls to begin with. She is directly responsible. Remember, guys, every woman in the world can be attractive until she opens her mouth. Then she either becomes more attractive or she's mid.
The Bowsette cosplay, which also comes up in results. And a crosscut of all the streams, and examples of all the streams, and coverage of the content that she produced on stream during these body painting scenes that she has done, and examples that she has done. All which can be found.
You see how in those thumbnails and shots, it's not just ha ha ha. He's just looking up all the different photos. I'm actually looking up news stories because on the side there, second row, all the way on the far right, you see that Joe Rogan was talking about this? Joe Rogan covered this news story. She made herself important enough to be spoken about because the way that she was skirting the YouTube rules to do this shit became important enough for him to pay attention to it. And there were other body painters who were more talented or more well-known than her, who basically were annoyed that she was able to consume the entire news narrative about this around herself and made it about sexism in gaming, when actually it was hypocrisy in action.
By Googling, Binging, or searching in any search engine under the terms zombie, unicorn, body paint, body painting, or any combination as it requires for autocomplete. I continue to go on to say that we are all tired of this game and that it's not a game anymore, and that it hasn't been for the last 5 years. All keep doing this lie, where you accuse people of being upset that you're successful, when what they're really doing is they're actually tired of the collective scumbaggery and games journalist coverage and protection. Please, please, stop. You literally will go to bat and defend anything that happens to your constituent to the point of defending animal abuse, referring to them as throwing a cat on the stream, and also feeding her cat vodka by spitting it into its mouth, by ranting about how such a good vegan you are. It's disgusting, repulsive, and abhorrent, especially since you, as a partner Twitch streamer, have a platform. I say this because being a notable Twitch streamer means that when people hear information about something you've done, they're usually not going to investigate further into anything that goes on, because they're going to see content, they're going to consume content, and they're not going to question the narrative one person creates and builds. This will be important as we continue forward, as you will see that she begins to construct a victim narrative about how I'm just mad that she's popular and that she's a woman, and that somehow I'm a sexist misogynist, as I am quote, that I'm just mad she's popular and that I'm just mad she's using her body in a way that everybody knows exactly what she's doing, as I say here in this tweet. Linked in this tweet is the example of her defending Alinity by taking the vegan argument, as well as screen caps of the very clear hypocrisy that she has when she went to E3 and made the E3 article and the E3 video calling out the Bang energy drink dancers on stage, calling them falsely booth babes, and two, going on to then say that booth babes or any kind of promotional model is not a thing that we do in current year in 2019, and that they need to cut it out because sexualizing women is bad. Quote from Belter at Amertariv T1 on June 27th. Zombie Unicorn. Booth babes are wrong because they're women and being sexualized, and that's why I'm going to try to ban them from places like E3 and I believe that's GDC. I can't remember what GDC stands for. I would think that they were referencing Games Done Quick, but I may be wrong. Do not quote.
It's referring to James Development Convention. It's the big convention that happens every year where the companies meet up together with their development teams and basically talk about the ways that they do shit. This is where famously, Jeremy Lin, probably known better to the internet as former Riot employee Riot Light, famous for the Riot Smite, for the Light Smite, where he would mock people by using their chat logs to explain why they don't deserve to play the game. Now convicted wife beater, by the way. He's the guy who came up with the formulation and the mindset behind toxicity and has made that word constantly endemic within gaming as a concept to be a never-ending talking point about why they should be allowed to deplatform people they don't like.
Yeah, be toxic. Stop being toxic. Who's toxic in my game?
It's annoying.
How many people look in the mirror before they say stuff like that?
To bring attention to herself and to do it simply so that she can get the clout and get the buzz and get the free publicity from people talking about her either positively or negatively, and going out and doing what is normally done by streamers like herself, which is attacking people and using her platform to attack people, attack industries, and gatekeep those industries, while stymieing and protecting herself in an inoculated sense of superiority, of entitlement, and of general female entitlement. Following after it is the screen caps of what I said from the already aforementioned and displayed stream and article, as well as the screen cap of the tweet that she replied to that she has since either deleted or I cannot see, as this account is banned. Or excuse me, is blocked by her. It continues down, where I link the video of one zombie unicorn, whose coverage of this instance I use as my main point of argument, that she is using this as a form of protection for herself and for her brand, accusing that any person who attacks her, that is male, is just a sexist misogynist pig who cannot take sexy women. And also, by the same degree, when it's a woman who critiques her, either the dancer displayed on screen or Siren Code herself, that she will be Digital Millennium Copyright Act struck, referred to henceforth as DMCA, by either places like Machinima or by Natalie herself, for the intent of deplatforming information and ensuring that nobody hears or sees what comes to light. I go on to say, you have all of this influence and all of this power, and you weaponize it and you use it to control and get special treatment for yourself and every other streamer you want to support and boost. You know what you're doing, everyone knows what you're doing. Which I then go on and proceed to show the words of Mary Grace O'Connor, one of those dancers who she disparaged in her E3 video, whom she attacked.
One of the things I forgot to mention here, because I didn't say it properly, because I had mostly nerves, Mary Grace O'Connor at this time during this situation, she's not just one of the dancers, she was the head coordinator and one of the head promotional models that were hired by Bang Energy. She was the one that choreographed the dances in question. The girls had to do 16-hour regimens of training and practice to get the shuffle dance steps down correctly, and then while the convention was live, they had to perform on stage in their outfits that they chose out for themselves to promote the brand. The girls would dance on the stage, new shuffle dancing, and they had to answer the same question that all the male handlers around them that were there specifically to keep people from trying to lure them or touch them to say the shit that they want to know, and they had to be just as well rehearsed in the information that they were going to be asked by women as well as men equally. So they didn't just have to be pretty faces; they also had to be intellectual. And this was the woman who planned all of that, and she tried to dismiss her. And because she bullied Siren Cove the same time she tried to bully me, Siren Cove basically deleted almost every video that she had on her channel at the time and just started posting different content. Now she posts.
Curious.
Now she posts different things entirely. If she even still has a YouTube account, I think the last thing I remember she posted was her showing off her black boyfriend, which isn't really that surprising. But basically, now she just posts on her Twitter account, Blue Eyes White Pussy, Siren Cove, 18+, fansly.com, throne.me.use, Siren Cove, and then all of her Linktree shit, Twitch, Wishlist, Instagram, YouTube. Her YouTube channel is on hiatus. And her YouTube account, she also sells nudes, by the way, on Fansly, if that wasn't already obvious.
It was obvious.
Okay. Her YouTube account, I think, is just been inactive for maybe, I don't even know. I haven't seen it since this situation happened, because the last time I noticed it, I saw that she took down all of her videos, but basically, I think the only ones that remain now are the ones that are innocuous. Yeah, this is the only video she has posted live. All of these other ones are basically streams that are unlisted. So let's see here. 4 years, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years. 2 years, 2 years, 2 years, 2 years. Animal Crossing, 2 years. Yes, close the player, please. Popular uploads. Just take me to the popular uploads, please. Thank you. Nope. Yeah, she basically took down everything, and the only things that remain is her live streams. And she only has live streams up as of 2 years ago. So she was playing Animal Crossing New Horizon. And she took down everything because she was tired of being harassed and attacked by her. And if you look at the Instagram, I hope I don't get banned. I'm not scrolling down even further than that, because that's a bare butt. This is what she posted now. She was already posting it to begin with.
I'm not shocked.
It's
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
This isn't shocking. She never hid this shit, okay?
No. This is a lane that she was looking for in the first place. And, like, her videos, even I saw from some of the titles, like, oh, heavily tattooed girl. Oh, heavily tattooed girl does this. Tatted girl does that. Yeah, like, she's clearly going for sex. Okay, from the beginning, just saying. Even the stuff is still up.
So, in the long and short of things, Siren Cove has been honest about who she is and what she does in the beginning. She's just an e-girl. She is your regular run-of-the-mill e-girl. She does not attack people. She's just out here doing shit. Yeah, well, Natalie hates her because she is half her age. She's half her age with twice her hotness.
Bruh.
Ah, fucking Christ.
On screen is the following pictures she directs towards Natalie. These have either since been censored, deleted, or the replies from Zombie Unicorn censored.
Oh, and that's where I got these pictures from. Siren Cove did her own recap of this event in her own video, but because of her being attacked by Natalie Casanova, she hid everything. So we can't access that content because I don't even have that link anymore.
Archives can be found online if you were to look for these tweets, posted at 6/16/19. If you wish to view them for yourself, the archive, again, will be posted in the description box of this video. I continue to show the full interaction between herself and Zombie Unicorn, as well as examples of the interactions and of the rundown that Siren Cove gives about this information. I will not play all of these videos, but I will play the last video in the line that I chose to excerpt from this, because the information itself comes from the section in between where she begins reading this and where she then finishes reading it with a screen caps, which is as follows.
a stance on something that you don't 100% understand, and that's all. I like this girl. I like her a lot. This is what feminist girls like Zombie Unicorn need to hear, because they stand on their platform and talk down to women that are in positions that make them uncomfortable. They talk down to them, and that is one of the reasons I left feminism in the first place, because I got tired of people saying that they were here for me, and that they supported me, and that they wanted to protect me, when really it was just them talking crap, them degrading me, them saying horrible things that aren't true because you don't understand the industry, because you aren't in that industry. Obviously, I didn't do dancing, but you get what I'm getting to. It's just like you don't have experience in these fields. You don't know what's going on. You just blindly say things because it makes you uncomfortable that these young, attractive women are doing something that you'll never be able to do. I am so over women like this. I'm so over it. And Zombie Unicorn is a prime example of women who are insecure, unhappy with themselves, who put out this energy on a platform that they care about other women when they do not. You don't care about other women. You don't. You don't care about anyone but yourself and your ability to make money off your sexuality, and telling other women that they're in the wrong and being exploited. And you brainwash other people into thinking that these women are exploited and are being hurt and used and they're being forced to be in shit, when they're not. They're just being paid to do something that they enjoy doing. If they weren't being paid and they weren't having a good time, do you really think they would be doing that? Do you really think that they would just be on stage dancing for hours if they didn't enjoy their job and weren't being paid for it? I don't need some girl that paints her boobs on stream to tell me how to be respected by men. I don't need some girl that paints her boobs on streams to sit around and tell other people how women should be treated. I don't have much more to say.
I follow up by saying to Natalie, you disappoint me, Casanova. I have nieces that want to be streamers and content creators, and they are demotivated to do so. And it is because of people like you. You dismiss things, you delete posts, and you waltz to the tune of your female privileges. You're adding lying in public too? I shake my head at you. What's next? Claiming that I harassed you? That I lied? Because every bit of what I just said, supplied, and showed is 100% accurate, public, and true. Going to send your followers into my feed to berate and harass me, and lie in the press? Get me banned, even? Because I'd never suggest that. Below, underneath, is displayed my self-preservation disclaimer, which can be found inside of my pinned tweet, where I say, and remember, please be good folks. I know the upset aggregation lists get to us all, but don't be lacking out here in the Twitter streets. Always use precaution, and always investigate your sources, even me. We gamers are the most depressed of all. Goodbye, have a good time. I continue to say, do everyone and me a solid. Stop getting triggered because you don't like the consequences of your actions. Thank you, and have a nice night. At the time, when I wrote this, I believed that that would settle the matter, that she wouldn't say anything else. She would then go on to make other statements, and also do the thing that led me to have to make this thread. And also to make this statement, this video, and cover the details in the way that I am, not only to defend myself from the constant attacks of her followers who have been in my mentions, not only to deal with the half-truths, lies, or outright fabrications or misrepresentations of what I have said to her, and what she has done and said about me, in her subtweets about me, and in her followers' subtweets about me, and also the repercussions of the actions that she has chosen to take in lying in such fashion. All of it I will display right now. Following this thread, she chooses to reply to me the following, namely something that I have to screen cap that I will now show you here because of the fact that I'm blocked and can't show it easily. If I can go down here and find it. Just gonna have to go and do it the hard way, I guess. So, following that exchange and that interaction, comes the following that had been said to her, that I said in jest of her comments. Here we go, this one. She says, in reply to me, showing the evidence of the exact things that I said about her specifically, that was not a lie. She says, clear cookies before you try to prove something, bro. Purple means you search for body painting pics of me, and also body painting isn't sexual unless you're a sexist, sheltered, ignorant little person who gets triggered by women having body parts. This argument is dead, which it is not. The point being that if I can find examples of you using your body in a sexual manner, and also using it to get yourself attention and clout, by doing what would be seen as skirting the lines of Twitch enforcement and Twitch rules, can be described as softcore porn. Because body painting on a service with a broadcasted audience of what is mainly children on a website, due to the uprise of such content as Fortnite, is obvious that you're looking and searching for attention. Any kind of attention, both positive and negative, even with the occasional creep.
So I'm about to make a Destiny take. Everybody in the audience, and also everybody here on the voice cast.
Alright.
Raise your hand. Do you think that there is anything wrong with a woman who is of age choosing to broadcast herself doing anything of any type of sexual suggestivity if she feels and is 100% acceptable with doing the same? So, if
she's down to do it, then whatever, let her do it. That's my opinion.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, let her do it. It's.
I mean, as long as it's allowed on the website that you're talking about, then go.
Yeah, no problem as long as it's allowed. As long as everybody consenting.
All right, keep your hand up. Would you allow the same thing to happen if one of the young women in her audience then decided to do the same thing and started broadcasting right next to them the same content on Twitch? Let's say this person in question is 13.
No, not 13.
All right.
No, absolutely not.
There's the problem. The reason why her argument doesn't fucking work is she's sitting there saying, look, there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I'm completely legal. Yes, sure you are. And what about the people who are watching you do this? Those young, suggestive little boys that have no idea what the fuck sex is, but they know that their dick gets hard when they look at you. And yes, there's the caveat here.
I do agree.
There's a caveat there. There's a caveat. Go ahead. There's a caveat there. Go ahead.
Just real quick, it would be one thing if like 13-year-old girls can't do that. It's against the rules. It's illegal, across the world for the most part, with the exception of a couple of countries.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree. I understand where you're coming from, and I do agree because the age to have a Twitch account is 13.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
So it means that you're gonna have 13-year-old boys who might not have, they might not know necessarily how to, go Google. Although I know young boys are capable of doing that. Let's not get totally twisted.
Mm-hmm.
How to find pornography, but can just be on Twitch as a one-stop shop to get both pornography and video games, which is what a 13-year-old boy is interested in, just statistically. I do think that that is something that's never brought up, right? Is that who is consuming this content? Children, young males, underage males are the ones who are consuming this content. We're always asking about like who's producing it, and that is the people who have to be held accountable for it legally. Okay, that's because you can't do it the other way around. But who is this content designed for? Who is going to go to Twitch first for pornographic content rather than, I don't know, anywhere else on the internet for pornographic content? 13-year-olds. If that's what you were saying, Carl, then I agree with that.
Yes.
That's
my
If
point.
their parents are smart enough to block anything pornographic, then yeah, I understand why they would do that.
Because the argument I keep seeing when people say this, because this is why I said I'm going to make a Destiny take, because Destiny said this exact same phrasing of question to other people on a live stream around all of those Orbiters while he was still dealing with the Orbiter arc with Max and Lav and all those other people. He said the exact same thing to them, and I've been saying that for years, and that's what people have been throwing out as a reason for why they do not support this for years. People could care less about what the fuck you choose to do on your stream. Everybody remembered watching Invader V wear all those fucking suggestive fucking sundresses with the low cut shoulder top barely covering up the top of her fucking breasts while she has it glued and pinned with double-sided tape specifically so it gives the allure that, oh no, if she just bounces a little bit too much, it might have an insult. And yet...
Well, I'll tell you about the immediate... The obvious answer to this question is to have Twitch 18+. But Twitch will never do that because they want all their shit to be advertiser friendly. So they want to be able to allow, and that's the thing. Do you know what the most desired advertising group is on the earth?
Mm-hmm.
Like, who do advertisers want to target more than anybody else?
Women between the ages of 15 to 32.
It's like, yeah, young women and children. It's why we have all these laws against advertising to children, because guess what? Children are very easily deceived by advertising or anything. Children get involved in it because they haven't developed enough brain matter. Their brains haven't developed enough to be able to make cogent decisions, so they'll just sit there with mommy's credit card and just pump money into the Amaranth system or whomever. So that's
First of all, I don't know how these kids get access to mommy's credit card, do they?
I can tell you how.
Yeah.
They either steal it
I need money to give to my favorite Minecraft streamer.
Yes.
I need money so I can play Minecraft. It's so like they get that money through, or they get the access to the cards by saying, I need money in my phone game. Or to play Minecraft or something, and then the next thing you know, it's happened. There have been a couple of lawsuits about this now because there were a couple instances where kids spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars racking them up on their parents' credit cards to give to Twitch streamers.
Mm-hmm. The way that they usually get the credit card.
That's the.
Go ahead.
That's the extreme instance, but no, it's just that it's extreme. But go ahead. Sorry, Carl.
But yeah, there's two ways that they do it. The first way is that they basically steal the credit card. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. There are three ways. They either steal the credit card, They ask their parent for the permission to do it, but then they never tell them what they're subscribing it to. Or
What do you? Yeah.
they
play my video game.
there is a feature that some websites have that when you go to a payment field, it will auto save your credit card information. So let's say I bought something on Amazon, and then I go to my Jagex account to re-authenticate my account to pay for another month of my RuneScape subscription. If I then go to another website that has a similar payout system, the same AWS backend that almost all shipping websites use, because they all use AWS as a way to transfer and deliver their products. This is how Etsy people get their money, basically. As I have a mutual who makes dildos and shit that lives in New Zealand. You might know him. Rubber Fist Fight.
Yeah.
His dildo business that he started with Olivia Lamhammer. He sends his shit through that, and they use the back end of AWS to send their products to an Amazon warehouse, and then they ship it to wherever it needs to go in the world. It will save your data, so that if you don't clear your cookies, and you don't clear your browsing history, and at least clear the cookies that save that information, the kids can go to any website, put in that information, and they don't have to even put in the security number. Yeah, exactly.
That's how it does all these tablets. It automatically saves shit on this. If you have an iPad or whatever, it saves all your credit card information. So the parent might be like, "Oh, I'll get this tablet. I'll go in. Okay, I'll buy you Minecraft and Roblox stuff, and you can here's your birthday, $20 in Robux or whatever." With the credit card information saved on the fucking iPad or the tablet, so then they can just go in and unless it's a huge amount of money. This is the way all this stuff works. The parent doesn't notice. $20, even at a time, the parent might not notice that it's happening.
Actually, I know about a certain story that is about the subjects you're talking about. It was an iPad game that's designed specifically to deceive kids because it was like an aquarium game. So it had fish in it, and the fish, you can buy more fish with money. So basically, some of these fish were severely expensive. In like a day, since their parents had their info connected, this isn't malicious because these kids are toddlers. They're like 5. And then they're just like, oh, I want another fish. Spends thousands of dollars in a matter of couple hours.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild, bro.
Yeah, and again, remember that the legal age to sign up for Twitch is 13. What do you think is the actual average age of people watching Twitch? I'm just gonna say.
If I had to be serious and honest, I would say the average user would depend on the particular category. Because if you were just to say the entire aggregate of the entire website, you'd probably end up with an age that's like 15. They're like 2 years above 13, but they're not old enough because they're probably in the new Zoomer generation. But if I said the particular game, like if I said Fortnite, dead ass, those kids could be as young as 5. They could be fucking 5, 8, 10.
Yeah, they're little babies.
And then
like on YouTube, it's a little bit different because your YouTube account has to be linked up to the money, and so the parent has to be like, okay, you can I'll link it to my credit card to give super chats, which is bizarre, which you shouldn't do to a 5-year-old. But
like I'll be like,
which is how it goes through to Twitch. Because they're gonna go. They need to watch their Roblox. I mean, look. Okay, this is
working on YouTube. We don't pay for shit. What's wrong with you?
Well, I know this is well. You don't have to pay for shit on Twitch either. But it is crazy to me. Like my mom is a preschool teacher, right? And over the last 10 years, really, what she's told me about like the way that she sees is that because she also babysits after school for extra money. She's just trying to get a little bit extra cash, and because the people she babysits for give her a lot of money to do it, because these are like rich people. And she just says that when these kids, the second they come home, they're agitated during school, and the second they come home from school, they are on their tablets. They don't get off. They don't even get off to eat. While they're eating, they're still on the tablet, and they're just sitting there playing games, and they're watching streams, and they're watching YouTube, and the parents are totally fine with it. The parents have that's how they've raised the child. Just like, here's your tablet. Mommy and daddy have other things to do. And they just walk away and just think that YouTube and Twitch will raise their children, which is the most insane thing. When I hear shit like that, I think that's like some kind of conservative conspiracy shit that like.
I mean, didn't they say the same thing about like TV and like video?
Yeah, no. Like you also have to realize that this isn't new. Remember Latchkey Kids?
Yes.
Exactly. This is the new latchkey kids, but instead of latchkey kids, I think it's starting even earlier because you've got now it's starting with literal 3-4-year-olds, toddlers, even younger maybe. They make tablets for babies, and but the tablet. Here's the thing: a lot of them are still connected to the internet, so like there can still be weird shit that can happen even for like a 2 or 3-year-old with those little baby tablets that are legitimately meant for infants. Like they can still have internet access attached to them, and it's I don't like to do that whole like satanic panic. Oh, it's gonna fuck with the kids, but I think this is fucking with kids because again, parents put their money in there to buy them an app, and the next thing you know, they're giving $100 to Amaranth. Not 4-year-olds, I'm saying, but 8-year-olds.
We get it.
Yeah.
No, but the whole thing about this is that in Aiden, don't ever downplay the seriousness of like issues. Just because some crazies go crazy with it doesn't mean that there's issues there. Because like when the satanic panic happened, like the finders and the CIA were funding cults that were doing human trafficking and other stuff. Like you can't say
CIA
that
is always doing that. To be fair,
doing it.
True, but when you realize that all that stuff happens and everything, it's just the fact that people are just paranoid and afraid. It's kind of just like real. There's these issues and people just don't acknowledge it.
Sometimes the paranoia is legitimate, and I think that I just when I hear my mom talk about it, she says that so many kids that she's taught over the last couple of years, they can't make eye contact at all. They literally go through like withdrawal symptoms when they don't have their tablets, and it's to me it's really, this is my personal crusade, I guess, or was my crusade. Is that I spent my entire Carl, I think I've told you this too to a certain degree. I spent my entire academic career trying to evidence that the internet wasn't a universally bad thing for society, because I thought, oh, there's pro-social stuff. People like myself who have severe social anxiety or autism, it was a way that I learned how to break out of my shell and be able to talk to people back when I was a kid. Of just being able to say hello. On my MMO back in the day on Final Fantasy 11, it would be a huge thing for me to literally just be able to type hello without having like a mild panic attack because of social anxiety and autism. And I could see how there were all these positive benefits for people who have social anxiety issues or who have problems with interaction, stuff that I've dealt with and gotten over largely over the course of my long life at this point. But now it's just like
to eat chicken. Okay. I'm trying to sneak and feed my mother at the same time, but she's starting to do her Jewish thing.
What does that mean? No,
I've explained this before. No. As my mother continues getting older, she becomes more and more Jewish.
What does that mean?
It means every time that I go out with my friends, she's like, "Who are you going out with, sweetie?"
Oh, Bubby, where are you going?
Exactly. Bubby? See? It's not racism. I'm not Kanye.
That's not that's just called being a mom, Carl.
Whoa.
Now, hold on now. There's black parents, and then there's black Jewish parents. Okay?
All right.
Moon, go ahead and speak on it.
I don't have this issue because one of my parents were party people, and then I was raised partially by my grandparents. They were too old to give a fuck.
Based. But basically, whenever there's something that needs to be done and I hand her something, like if somebody hands you a plate of chicken with utensils, it's like, oh man, let me dig in. For her, no, she needs garnish.
I need garnish on mine. Okay, it depends. It depends on the kind
of
chicken.
To eat chicken? Fried chicken?
Oh, never mind. Fried chicken. Never mind. If it was like grilled chicken or like boiled chicken, yeah, I want boiled chicken. I need something to go on it. Okay.
No, it's just churches. God, it's just churches.
Here's all I ate today. I ate boiling like a instant pot mac and cheese, and I was like, why did I do that to myself? I did it though. It was awful, but I had to pour a shit ton of Red Hot in it, and all of a sudden I was okay with it. I was like, the Red Hot has made it acceptable.
Franks.
See the reason why she needs to use onions is because she already spent through her bottle of crystals, but mine's right here.
I was about to ask you that question. What is your hot sauce? I've probably asked you this before.
You have. You like to prefer Louisiana. Usually, that's the brand that she gets to like.
I like Texas
buy.
Pete.
But she just basically buys whatever's cheap on the shelf.
Crystal is legit. Crystal's great. I like Texas Pete. I think Red Hot's my go-to just because it's available everywhere. Tabasco is also good. But yeah, Crystal's the shit. Anywho, about the
Louisiana
gang thing.
He was about to tell
Louisiana.
you. Not applicable was about to tell you to try Tabasco.
I love Tabasco.
Okay.
Tabasco is actually what I grew up with. My dad my dad used to smoke like 5 packs of cigarettes a day when I grew up. He was a severe smoker. And when you get to that kind of severe cigarette addiction, you have no more taste buds. So he would just basically drink Tabasco. And when I was a little kid, I wanted to be like my dad. So I'd watch him just like eat a piece of pizza and he'd just pour out like one of those tiny bottles of Tabasco. The whole thing on like 2 slices. I'd be like, I want to be like my dad because I love my dad. And then my mouth would be on fire because children have very sensitive taste buds.
Indeed.
And then I destroyed my own taste buds just to be like my dad. And now I'm a spice head. Is that the right word for it?
Yeah.
And now I like hot sauces so much and because of my dad. But well, and I go back to that children and the iPads thing. I think that is a huge issue. I really do.
Fair.
That shit I think is totally fucked up. And I think that's why you get, because again, Twitch doesn't in any way require you, of course, just like none of these sites require you to actually prove that you're the age that you say you are, obviously. So
I would say, it's dependable. I would say as soon as a person starts leaking credit card information, I would say making them prove that it's a credit card to begin with is proof enough, because a person who is a child shouldn't have the intelligence to know how to access a credit or a debit card. But the moment that they become broadcasters, they need to supply proof of personhood. Go ahead.
No, but it's like Saffronet was saying though, is that it gets saved into your iPad.
Yes.
So it's just it doesn't matter all that if you're giving money, if you're spending money, it's just automatically saved. If you're gonna set up an account, because I think that for Twitch it's both to watch and to start streaming. It's 13, which is in my opinion also an insanely low age. But again, it's because Twitch was designed as a video game platform. Twitch is trying to play both sides of it though. They want to pretend to be a video game platform that is just for kids because it's just video games, and then also have this whole just chatting section that is nothing but softcore pornography.
Yes. They're trying to ride the lines of trying to be a lifestyle brand, while at the same time trying to take the best parts that come with Justin TV and the old 2014 era Twitch, which was gamers having gamer culture. And as has been said multiple times by myself and other people as well, including Devin Ash, the thing that destroyed Twitch is that because they kept trying to chase the influencer brand and lifestyle of people like Nicole and all of these other content streamers, while at the same time trying to cater to the just chatting section to create the justification to allow these kinds of titty streamers to exist, they ended up destroying the culture and the soul of the website, and now it's mined out and it's a walking zombie. You can always be able to mine further down, but it's dead necrotized skin in terms of like
yeah, maybe you're hitting bedrock, to use the Minecraft terminology. I had to ask a question though. I also fundamentally don't understand. Now maybe this is just because I'm a boomer at this point, but I cannot comprehend what is entertaining about Twitch content. And by that I mean like mainstream Twitch content, which is just somebody sitting there like, okay, hang on, let me put some caveats on this. Are they doing a craft? I can find that very fun. They're crafting, they're making something, and then
there is an art channel.
There are art channels, there are building channels, there are creation channels, and probably one of the most popular channels that went viral because of people doing that is like Justin Minx, now named excuse me, that was the wrong creator's name. Excuse me. Bad Bunny, now labeled Kira Chats, who officially banned me from her chat because I cover the news that happens to cover her poorly. her clip of streaming about $5 being put up against this Maui-based Hawaiian, I think, if he's not Polynesian, designer who was crafting hand-whittled boats and carved heritage designs, saying, listen, guys, you don't have to sub. You don't need to give me money. You didn't have to do that. Like, that's probably the most referred to clip that happens when people think of why do we watch Twitch shit, because sometimes you can find a person who's like in their flow state playing a video game, playing really well, or somebody like me having fun playing video games, or even making a kind of hard click back react content where I then make streams of shit like this. But most of the time what we end up seeing as content, because I made a tweet about this last night actually. Also, by the way, Charza is running a poll that is asking you guys to vote for your favorite flavor of Po. Liquid Po or solid Po? Go here and vote now. You still have 3 hours to turn the tide. Vote correctly. Carl is the only answer.
Correctly, guys. But what I again, like, okay, video game content, I totally get that. Those are long streams. You're playing a long video game. I totally get that. And I used to love Let's Plays, and it's the same thing where it is fun to watch someone else play a video game. That's the point. That was the original point of Twitch, right? I can see watching someone build or make or create something. But like the Twitch streamers who are the biggest earners just sit there and watch random shit and react to the chat.
Yes.
And I just find that to look, I mean, clearly it's what people want, but I mean, I just find it to be the laziest form of.
I assume it's because most of those people are pretty. Like I swear to God, it's literally because most of those people are pretty.
They're pretty. That's
Some
what it
of
is.
them.
I mean, even Hassan Piker. Hassan, like, look, Hassan is I think objectively he doesn't do anything for me at all. But I think he's probably like an objectively attractive young man, right?
Mm-hmm.
That he's like in good shape and stuff. So it's like, oh, you know, he gets women and gay men who are interested in him, and he yells at things and haha, isn't that funny? He gets mad. I get that, I guess, but. I mean, also, like, I'm sure you knew about the Hassan with JXC kind of drama, right?
I do. Everybody's aware of that shit now.
Yeah. Because that shit really pissed me off. As I think it pissed everybody off. But it wasn't, it was just one example of an endemic issue on Twitch, where people on Twitch will just go sit there and put on a YouTube video and just kind of watch it and and be like, ha. There's so many people. Who's that one YouTuber that everybody does that with?
Asmongold Gold is a good one. He's probably the most common person. It's become a meme now that people will react to his reacts of his reacts, and then watch him back on the stream. And like, there's
one YouTuber whose name I can't remember whose videos I watch.
Voice Critical?
No, not Critical, but it's a guy who does like short, relatively short, like 15-minute micro documentaries on like internet crap. And everybody watches his videos
Turkey Tom?
and just reacts. No.
Nicholas Diorio?
No.
It's not the right
Not
opinion.
That kind of internet drama.
Okay.
It's oh, his name's escaping me. Oompaville reacts to his stuff all the time, constantly on Twitch, and I like Oompaville, but still, like, I already watched the guy's video. I know that this is sounding so ridiculous because I can't remember the guy's name, but he's got like a picture of Mozart, I think, as his or something like that.
Chud Logic?
Nah. I'll know if you come across it, but like just they're really highly well animated or edited. They're about like 15 to 20 minutes long, and certain people react to it. It's not
Internet Historian?
No, he does way too long videos to be something to react. Actually, no, there are plenty of people who do react to his shit as well, but I think I know who it is. It's not. You say it's animated. Is it happen to be animated using Wojaks?
No, there's no animation. It's just well edited. I said animated, but I meant edited. They're just the guy's got like a Mozart or some classical artist as an avatar, and I just can't think of his name. Oompaville reacts to him all the time, but it doesn't matter. That part's irrelevant.
Okay.
What is relevant is that Twitch is a content stealing farm. It appears to be like in terms of the vast majority of people who do stuff on Twitch. I love watching people do like watching someone make a boat. Like, that's awesome.
that I would totally just sit there and like that's very comforting to have in the background. Just like say something every once in a while, but you're just working. That's cool. That's relaxing. I can see that. It's also very boring. You know what's more entertaining? Watching the work that somebody else put dozens of hours into and spent a lot of time and energy and work, and then you just sit there as your favorite streamer that you're parasocially involved with goes, ha ha ha, yeah, true.
Mm-hmm.
To it.
True!
I hate that shit. Look, dude, I'm totally biased as a YouTuber who makes long form content that I have to spend weeks or months working on than to see some fucking Twitch stream. And I don't get my videos usually, stream sniped. And also, by the way, if someone wants to react to my video, great. The thing that I find quite curious and cute is that people who hate me and my political views so much have never responded to my actual videos. They just take like a stream.
They take a clip from it from somebody else's channel. Let's say, for example, Hassan reacts to it. He doesn't listen to the entire video. He's basically eating his food. He gets up and leaves the room halfway through. He doesn't pause. He doesn't wait. He's claiming that he's watching on. He's claiming that he's watching on his phone. He's only dipping in when he has something interesting to say, which is barely ever at all. He comes in. He basically has to be filled in by his moderators and his most ardent tier 3 subs in the chat about what's going on. Then he gives a dog shit opinion. Then that dog shit opinion gets reposted on Livestream Fails, which is the place that most of these clips get found. It gets put on Livestream Fails. Then it gets put into the greater ecosystem, and you end up with something like this of what I have on screen. Basically, this is a screen cap that I took about Ultrakill.
Oh, yeah? Let me see.
Yeah, this is a screen cap that I took when I was searching on YouTube about Ultrakill. I wanted to see if there were people who did a lore recap about the first section. The first 2 videos in this results next to the filter button is basically 2 different channels that make 2 different types of content. One is basically doing a inaccurate summary and retelling of Ultrakill to make a bunch of memes about it. The other one is an actual retelling and review of the entire game of Act 1 for Infinite Hyperdepth. Yeah. And then every single one of those pictures, because I put the link in chat, every single one of those pictures afterward is somebody making a lazy fucking copy paste of that first thumbnail with their own self put up next to it.
Yo, I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Look, I know again. As a YouTuber, and I've been a YouTuber and never really done Twitch. And I've been told this, or I've heard this from Twitch streamers, like, oh, you're just jealous. No, I'm not jealous. I'm irritated that you feel comfortable taking my work that takes dozens and dozens of hours. I'm not saying mine particularly, but like people like me, people like JXC particularly, who, for example, who spends dozens and dozens of hours making something. And it's not just, you don't just sit there and record, you have to write a script, you have to do research, you have to then have all the edited visuals, you have to have all the edited audio, and not just you talking, but also the music tracks, the sound effects. There is so much work that goes into making a video versus sitting there on fucking Twitch and eating your burrito and be like, bah, fuck you, dude. I know that sounds...
It sounds mean, and it's fair, because it's a visceral reaction to watching someone commit theft, when you know if we were to do anything close to that, we would not only be called out for it,
it's
but those very same...
on YouTube after the Jinx shit.
Yes, they would literally sit there and say, how dare you? And it's like, bitch, how the fuck dare you? That's why I'm here. Also, recap, just because it's also come up, the dumbass more than likely took the bait, because I saw a quote tweet to this. Hold on. Let's see.
Carl, on the opposite, someone was bitching at me on on Twitter for like 3 days, and then it ended up with us both making smiley faces, and I said, I hope you enjoy my video, and they said, thanks, I hope I do too. That's how you come up at the end of a Twitter conversation. That is such a rarity, by the way, of, oh, you wrote a 40 tweet thread about how I'm a fascist, and then now we're like, it'll be okay, just check it out. That is the goal. Very rare.
Also, they did indeed take the bait. For a long message. Took you long enough. It's like, I'm sorry, I have a day job, I do actual shit, I'm streaming as I'm making this. I don't know, Sanity Izzy, maybe try not changing your name to hide the tweets that you got roasted in, and maybe don't lie about 5 minutes worth of video by making a 3-minute and 11-second edit of that video while clip chimping about the very same points you got your ass spanked about. Maybe don't make Twitter shit your real life. You stupid fucking nerd. Now, excuse me, I have a broadcast to get back to doing. Continuing grins, baby! See you in the funny papers!
Look, here's the thing about Twitter, which is that, oh my god.
It's just it only needs to be used to shit things out, honestly.
Some of the earliest research on computer media communication, like this is like Walther 1996, comes out and finds that there's high and low media richness. And well, actually, he didn't come up with that. Walther is basing that on earlier stuff. High media richness is face-to-face communication. You're next to somebody, you can look at them, you can see their body language happening instantaneously, you can smell them, you can, and by that I mean like if they stink, you've got to. This is an additional non-verbal cue about the conversation, right?
True.
With the low media richness, which is part of what leads into Walther's hyperpersonal model, is that it's all curated. It's that you can do it whenever you want. It's slow. It's not. It's it's extemporaneous.
Mhm.
Or no, not extemporaneous. Is the word. It's concurrently temporal. So it happens whenever people feel like it. And the other thing that occurs with that is that people invent inside their own heads what they think you are, because of the cues that are filtered out from the conversation, because you're not talking to them face to face. So they have to invent your stink, in their head.
Mm-hmm.
Because the human brain did not evolve in this context to understand this kind of internet communication. So people just go do fucking stupid shit and act like
they make their own strawmans in their head.
Mm-hmm.
Precisely. They make up who they think you are in their own head, and then they shadow box with their own straw man. It's every goddamn day.
That factor is probably one of the most important, if not one of the sole driving reasons behind why I choose to make video replies and reply with those when I choose to reply on something I think is important enough to deserve a response on Twitter. Because you're not going to understand the tone and context, but what if I have the tone, the context, and the actual phrase of what we're talking about on screen, and when you say that's not what I said, I can just repost the context because it's right there in the video and say, hey nigga, why you lying? And move on about my day. The hard work is just setting it up.
Lying.
Yes, but it's like the hard work's already done. So now I know you're stupid.
I mean, it's, like this person who was getting mad at me, it was like, I went through your studies and I couldn't read 4 out of the 6 of them because they were behind a paywall. But out of the 6 that I read, meaning out of the 2 that I read, meaning out of actually the 1 that I was actually able to find, it had nothing to do with the subject matter you were talking about. Like, and they're like, checkmate, you're destroyed. What are you doing? Like, what? Maybe if I had been able to, if I did do like a video response to that, it would be able to get through to them. I got through them eventually with text far enough to being like, you don't probably have, and I mean this in my brother in Christ, I mean this all the love in the world, you probably don't have the capacity to read this research. And I say that again with all the love in the world. I'm not disparaging you. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm saying that it takes a certain skill set that I had to learn. I had to go to doctoral school to learn how to do to read this research.
Mm-hmm.
You reading an article about the research that you found is not going to help you. Like and then that's why you're like, oh, this is all bullshit, because you don't understand what you're reading. You don't understand how to read a literature review. You just don't have this background.
Mm-hmm.
That shit drives me nuts. It drives me up the goddamn wall, dude.
I feel the same way when it comes to video games takes, especially when it comes to game development takes, because it's like, oh, did you take the CPSC class too? No, you didn't. Did you graduate? No, you didn't. You just read a journalist hit piece on Totaku and took it as as concrete evidence. Damn, nigga. I guess I might as well just get all those 5 to 10 years of my life back.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, for me at least, a main focus of my channel is trying to help people learn how to read, empirical data, right? And that's why I show you the data on the screen and go like, here's what I just said, and here it is highlighted so you can see the data. And this motherfucker was like, it wasn't published in literally Science.
It hurts.
Science is a journal. Science is a scientific journal, obviously. But this was published in a journal that wasn't Science. It was published in Communication Research. Communication Research, by the way, is the top journal in my entire field. It is the top journal, and they're like, that's not a real scientific journal. Oh, because you haven't heard of it, it's not a real scientific journal. It's the top journal in my entire field of scholarship. But just go off, Queen, and tell me about how I fucking can't stand this shit. It drives me insane. Ugh. But like, I know, but again, my purpose here, if I have any purpose on the internet, is to help people understand how to read scientific studies. Makes it a little bit difficult when people are like that, but you know, that is the way that it is.
Some people do not have the mental fortitude to read anything.
No.
No, never. Never.
And even when I gave this guy's like, he's like, I can't get that. That's behind a paywall. You're hiding behind a paywall. Wait a minute. What the fuck is that? So if I'm paying money to look at data that I'm going to then screenshot and provide for everybody else outside of the paywall, I'm the bad guy?
Yeah, you have to give them.
I'm the one hiding information.
You have to give them everything. That way, when you have done all of the things that they have demanded of you, they will continue to not listen.
I mean, again, if I just gave them the full study, which I could do, that's illegal. I sent them to the website that has the whole study on it. But some of those studies I do have to pay for, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I do put money into my videos in terms of, like, I have to go pay for these studies because they're not going to be publicly available yet. And I have to go pay for them. That's how it works. Like, and just demanding instantaneous answers from me and shit like that. It's so infuriating.
True.
Oh, it's too bad you're not still in Baltimore, Carl, because I would have liked to have hung out or some shit, man. God damn it.
Don't worry, I'll eventually make the trip across the pond. Eventually. And there'll always be other times.
Well, no, it's gonna be a minute for me.
True.
Unless you want to come up to Baltimore or come down to Louisiana for a couple. But don't go to Louisiana. I'll be there for like 4 days, man.
Right now, it would be difficult too because I have to earn the money to be able to make those trips. I've got I have an entire itinerary list that's on this wall that you can't see on frame that has all the places and all the people who I want to go visit in order. And yes, at the top of this list, Michelle is at the top of this list. And then immediately after that is my 2 girlfriends. Or technically, I should be accurate.
Well, where's Michelle at?
She lives in a state that's like north away from me. And when I say 2 girlfriends, I should be accurate. A friend I have not seen in a very long time, and also the person I am dating.
I know who one of them is.
Yeah.
But I think so. But like, yeah, like, dude, I thought you're still in that area. I only thought of it because when I was setting up this whole thing, I was like, oh, I forgot that I had an open invitation to Timcast. And I was like, I should take that up. So it's like, oh, well, I'm in the US for a few days, for like 3 weeks. I should try to hang out with anybody I can who's around the region, right?
Mm-hmm. It's not that far away, I don't think.
It's for someone who's not going to have a car and is going to be flying around.
Yeah, actually, that's expensive then. Then you would have to take a plane ticket to
I gotta fly
Atlanta.
Around everywhere.
That sucks.
Oh, did I already tell you, like, the way that I got to get to the United States? To the wedding?
You didn't. How? Train?
Oh, okay.
Bus?
So I have
Boat?
to. Oh my god! Just listen to this dumb shit move I gotta take. So the wedding, right? This is like two of our very good. So, just to be clear, also, these 2 people who are getting married on the 4th met through our D&D group. The same D&D group I met my husband through. So it is originally there were people coming from all over the world. My husband was supposed to come. I had friends from Norway, Sweden, people from Germany. Well, there are some people coming from Germany, but people were going to come from all over the world for this wedding. And then now, because of the fucking COVID shit, which was easing up, has now gotten worse. And these people are vaccinated. I'm not. Can now no longer come. My one friend from Finland is out nearly 1,000 euros. Even though he's vaccinated, but not vaccinated enough, right? So, so here's what so tomorrow, or excuse me, so on Tuesday, on the 1st, I leave at 10 in the morning. I will then arrive in London at like noon. There is no flight that leaves from London to America that day, to the East Coast, I should say. Because well, I don't know. It's a 13-hour flight, so there's no flight that leaves afternoon. So then I have to stay overnight in London, which means I got to do something in London for 24 hours, essentially. which is probably just gonna go sit at a bar and get drunk and, well, I'll work probably most of the time. And then when I get back to DC on Wednesday, the first flight I'm able to get into will get there at like 7 o'clock at night in DC. I'm gonna spend the night I'm gonna spend the night in Dulles at the airport. Again, I'm gonna spend another night in an airport so I can leave for Louisiana the next morning. It's gonna take me 3 goddamn days to get to the United States to Louisiana.
Pain.
And that is the best shit I could work out. I spent days trying to figure that stuff out.
That's painful.
That's the best. Fucked off. God damn it.
That sucks, man. Now, let's get back to the content, folks.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry about my bitching.
It's okay. Let's see here. Yeah, this is good. Okay.
As I continued on the thread, and as I replied to her, that wrong. Googlebot doesn't log my account tracker when I use the Googlebot user agent, and you come up in any search, including Google.
I'll read all that in a second, not applicable.
And to demonstrate, I showed the exact following of the searches that I had, without clearing my cache whatsoever, and by turning off the Googlebot spoofer that you can see here in the upper right corner, which I will display for you on screen. As you can see, I have the default, which shows you the current default form of Twitter, as well as my default settings that I normally use, being for old Twitter and for the ability to search without my information being cached by Googlebot, because I was not logged in when I searched it. Shown here below, with the search results for DuckDuckGo, Google, and Bing. Note that I'm not signed in. And also note that not only while being not signed in, it covers each of the 2 things that I referenced when I brought it to her attention. On DuckDuckGo, I have to type in zombie unicorn body painting, but it auto-completes and goes to zombie unicorn body painting, body paint colors, and body paint color and body paint reviews. While on Google, I don't even have to type to paint in order to get returns on body paint. Reddit, Twitter, Twitch, her age, her Bowsette, body painting, her Instagram, her E3 comments, and the fact that people have been calling her a hypocrite. And on Bing, Zombie Unicorn, not even getting to the NI this time, before it pulls up Zombie Unicorn Age, Zombie Unicorn Twitch, Zombie Unicorn Daphne, Zombie Wiki, Zombie Trailer, and Zombie UBC, and Zombie Unicorn Discord. The Daphne and the Bowsette are the things that I searched before, which actually means when I made that tweet, searching the body painting itself to make the screen grab of all of the examples, because the clips of them no longer function, that she has indeed done exactly what I accused her of doing. This is where I asked her why she would lie about this. Because I've been using this crawler ever since the updates that have been made to the website on Twitter, which I will demonstrate for you now. Note the current layout of the website. Note that I have now turned on the spoofer. And now, see that I can be able to surf the website using my spoofer to be able not only to access the old form of Twitter, which I've already written the thread on, but also that this allows me to search on Google and any other Google site, as well as being able to search on the internet in general, and have websites recognize me as a Google kernel, namely the Googlebot crawler.
Isn't it based when somebody actually uses their Fed training to basically demonstrate how they can abuse your website like it's nothing? I find it based and also terrifying. You can't do this anymore with the website, though. Which sucks. I miss being able to look at old Twitter. It functioned a lot better than this. Especially Moments. Remember Moments where you could be able to, like, write a thread and, like, publish, like, an activist article or publish, like, an opinion? Where now you would just have to use Substack for that? Moments were designed for that, and that kind of functionality still works on the website, but is completely unaddressed in any form possible. The only way that you could ever get it acknowledged is basically to try and crawl through the fucking drop-down sidebar, which made it even less accessible. When before, it was right there at the top of the bar along with your tweet count, your follower count, following, your likes, your lists, actual lists that you made yourself, and then your moments. And I wrote a lot of fucking articles about bullshit that's now lost to time. I can't go back and get them. I had to be archived before my account got banned. Such a shame.
Following that thread, I reply and continue to say, the more that you choose to insert falsehoods, the deeper this hole gets. Do yourself the favor of stopping, taking a breath, and doing anything else. For once, be responsible. Tell the truth. That's all anyone's been asking for. And also, that's not how the Google Spoofer works, where I then go on to tell her how it works, demonstrating how it does what it does. That I have multiples of these, which are the default search engine types for the engines, and showing here my Googlebot extension that allows me to search the way that I do, both between the old version that I used and the new technique that I use. Showing here that this is indeed the Googlebot 2.1 crawler. Where I tell her, also, that's not how that works. When using a spoof, excuse me a moment. I'll find it later. Also, that's not how that works. When using a spoof, it cannot and doesn't read my information. It reads my data as I set it, and it supersedes and goes beyond ever seeing my cookies or my caches on the rate. Because that's how user agents work, Natty. Please research the text before making false statements. For all intents and purposes of query lookup, every single search engine assumes and is thinking that my workstation is a Google terminal. And that, here's a curious question. Why, oh why, out of all the accounts that have been dragging you, why of all of them did you...
Also, an important detail, because not a lot of people know these things. When I say it recognizes me as a Google kernel, remember when the Google system would say that it was going to start actively hiding search results from you to try and cut down on things like anti-Semitism, Muslim hatred, blah, 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 insert talking point here? What they did is they basically made two versions of the search engine. They made a version that's read by user agents, active users, people, and then versions that are read by kernels, which are user-programmed bots. The bots are basically surfing the unfiltered data, and they're serving back to you the filtered data. I use a bot that, I use a bot script rather, that tells the kernel service that I'm not a accessing user, I am a bot that is doing something like aggregating. This came up inside of Destiny's Keffel's manifesto, that they started logging the behavior that was being done with website requests instead of actively trying to archive a site, so they were archiving their archives to show that the archives were being fucked with. That's what that is. I'm basically using a program that is telling it that I'm something that I'm not for the purposes of tracking information that's coming in and out of a server. So I'm looking at versions of Twitter and using those versions of Twitter and seeing information that would only be shown to engineers to effectively be a better content user and a content poster. It's like looking at the back end of tech code. Which isn't illegal, by the way. You just need to know how to actually write the script for a crawler, but most people are tech illiterate and they don't know how to do that. Just not exactly all that important that I tell people, but I think it's important because, you know, that's my skill.
Choose to respond not once, not twice, but respond in an attempt this weak sauce defense that only a fanatic would believe was plausible. Because I have a theory, and my theory, as Andy Signor will put it, is thus.
That's the problem with Twitter mobs and social media justice. Malicious intent can be applied by one or two people who may not be telling the truth, but followers don't do diligent research, and instead merely share the headline of the seemingly justifiable action.
I quote that because what Natalie Casanova attempts here is narrative. She attempts to paint me as a misogynist right out of the gate, just the same as she did to Keemstar when he covered his news, as is here and covered in the Dextro article on that tweet. He calls her out in the same way for the things that she said. And as to the degree of what she does being accepted and allowed on Twitch, here is a quote from the article of the terms of service that exists on the website, as was released in the update on March 2018, because of her stream. What about activities such as body painting and dancing? Body painting, dancing, and other creative activities that do not violate our policies on welcome on Twitch. If flagged as potentially sexually suggestive content, we will consider the context and intent to determine what the reported content violates our policies. This is important to note for reasons that I will reference later. Now let us continue. I go on to say that notice how she's not attempting to deny or refute that she has indeed used her sexuality as a marketing tool to bring attention to herself, or that she has produced what a common person would recognize as lewd, risque material, otherwise referred to as softcore pornography. She is instead arguing about data caches. Swear to God, you cannot make this up! And I then go on to note it and to show. Oh, and thanks for proving my entire point about the reason why I brought this up. You belittle women and you call them horrible misogynistic names. You call and do the same to men while projecting the attitude of superiority and entitlement that you have. So tell me, who's the sexist again? Thanks, you're Pete, sweetie. I go on to show how she slanders me by calling me someone who, if they are upset by body painting, is because I have to be a sexist, sheltered, ignorant little person who gets triggered by women having body parts. I then go on to show the examples I showed earlier of Natalie Casanova disparaging women on Twitter.com. And not only disparaging them on Twitter.com, but this information having been brought to light by the Daily Caller on April 13, 2018. This then prompts her to block me. And as such, I archive all the correspondence between the two of us and publicize it, while also telling her, and telling my followers, and telling her followers, and telling my followers, and anyone who has seen the article, and to see my tweets and my thread, and now my moment on this, that you should not harass her about this. You should not talk to her about this. And that she's going through a trying time of being held responsible for her actions. Something that she has done before, and that we will see that she has done, commonly, anytime she gets held responsible and held accountable for the abuse and for the harassment that she does, both on Twitch, on Twitter, on Instagram, and other social media platforms, when attempting to cover up the evidence of what she's done. While also showing and telling her, because she's subtweeting about me after having blocked me, the white knights have come in defense of Milady. And this is why we take articles and archives, everyone. Blocking me does not stop me from seeing what you're doing by Casanova, in which you can see in the screen cap that she is currently attempting to stymie herself and the attitude of the things that she's saying to her followers. Quote, in reply to Jay Eckert, yeah, that was really weird and cringy. And like, bitch, you don't even fucking know me. That's Miss Casanova to you, you fucking weirdo. And, lol, he's already blocked. I just think it's hilarious. They tried to use a screen cap of them searching my name and pretending that that was the first result when it was clearly the last thing he searched about me. Lol. This, of course, not only not being true, but not even being close to the point that I was making. This continues from here, as she continues to go on to subtweet about me, and direct attention not only at the situation with a falsehood and a narrative claiming that it is simply because I am mad at her, but also for other reasons which I find abhorrent, and also the reason I again said and made this video and this reply to her actions. They continue in the thread by the following. Namely, the display capture of the media, which I showed, and this. The subtweet, which was made about me by Natalie, later, 2 hours after I had blocked her. Or rather, she had blocked me, and then I had been blocked her in return. Namely, this here. This is a screen cap from what I will go on cover in another thread that I made, commenting and detailing things that I brought to light between someone who asked me about Natalie, having attempted to use a media takedown notice on the video content that I used to call her out on her behavior, as well as the video media of any...
Oh yeah, I forgot! When this started happening and this started all amassing to her, she tried to DMCA every single video in the threads that was exposing her. I forgot she tried to do that! I forgot! Because usually the only thing that I usually remember about this situation is this this tweet that I ended up archiving that she immediately tried to delete. Which was, it's the "Hey guys" tweet. Hey guys, it's not cute to be upset at women on Twitch for literally just having boobs because your own streams are just actually sucky. This is what I remember in my head. I forgot she tried to fucking take it all down to try and say, lol, no, this was just a simp who I had banned from my stream. Oh, that was funny. That was really good. I like the fact that she thought that I would give money to her. I would sooner give money directly from my hands, $20 to a porn star like Vanessa Blue, or even worse, Mia Khalifa, than I would ever pay a woman like you. At least she gets fucked. At least she gets fucked by a real dick.
That I disclosed in journal, covering these truths that I explained and that I exposed. That she would then go on to say the following. Hey guys, it's not cute to be upset at women on Twitch for literally just having boobs, all because your own stream actually just sucks. Boobs don't sustain viewers, personality does. And if you can't compete with a pair of boobs, what does that say about your personality?
I don't know, Casanova, what does that say about you, What does that say about you, Oh, I feel like Richard Lewis after niggas kept trying to talk shit about him. I don't know if you've seen it, hold on. Oh, shit. Where's that tweet? I know a journalist put it out here. I'm gonna have to look up Richard Lewis dickhead. Hold on. Latest videos. Please, where is it? I need that tweet. God damn it. Esports, maybe? God damn it. I'm trying to find the goddamn... Because somebody had a perfectly edited version of all of this to, about a particular thing that happened to do with leakage about, really, really bad game players in, a particular league's, scene. I'm just gonna have to fucking look up the thing originally. Fuck. Richard Lewis dickhead. That'll probably fucking bring up something I don't want to be seen, so I'm taking on the screen for a second. Because I swear, you have to see shit like this, because this is what makes fucking things like esports actually worth watching. I'm just gonna have to go to the last video because it's not pulling it up automatically. Fuck. Hopefully he retweeted it. If anybody does not know who I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the comedian Richard Lewis. I'm talking about Richard Lewis of esports. He is the editor at Lodge for Dexterio. He is a well-known figure in esports. He is probably one of the biggest names out there, next to Monte Crisco, who people probably know from League of Legends, and most importantly, the person he often is seen making content with, which is Dusty #Thorin Shields, who is one of the other minifigures. Between him and Thorin, both of them are basically individuals who are known for basically telling the flat-out truth, and because he's an English talent, the way that he gives insults to people who are fucking retarded is great. Oh, good. Somebody found it. Watch this shit.
And then, on the day they went out, what about today, dickhead? Did it age badly today, dickhead? Was it bad today, dickhead? Oh, this video aged like milk. Well, what about today, dickhead? How's my fucking milk taste today, dickhead? Oh, what about today, dickhead? You're the only one of the major dickhead. What about today, dickhead? How's the data today, dickhead? How's the data taste today? How's the data look? Dickhead. Pull up your screen, put the numbers in your little spreadsheet, dickhead. Are you at the major, dickhead? Or did you play shit and lose the tier 3 teams, dickhead? Yeah, dickhead's in shambles. And then they go to
shambles.
Check in with the dickhead. They beat Navi and FaZe, you clown. What do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about today, dickhead? What do you have to say about not being at the major, dickhead? Yeah, nothing. You're not saying anything. You're gonna watch real with fucking tears in your eyes, dickhead. Oh, this guy. Hi, Richard. Just want to follow up on your hoopsie take. Hi, dickhead. Just want to follow up on your comment, dickhead. Because you're not at the major, are you, dickhead? You're not at the major, dickhead. Your team was bad. I was right about it being bad. The reason it's bad are the players I said were not good enough to be in your team, dickhead. Like, maybe wait. Like, imagine if you'd just gone to the major and won the major, then you drop that age badly. Then I'm the dickhead. You've made me the dickhead. But you didn't make me the dickhead, did you, dickhead? You made you the dickhead because you were the dickhead.
Comedy gold! Fucking comedy gold! Truly, honestly, a bald man who I need to try to aspire to be more like. Not even joking. One of the best journalists in the scene. Blacklisted from kinds of events because
That
people
was
like
fucking funny though.
because people
Fuck.
like
Hell yeah.
because people like Riot Games use him as a questionnaire question about whether or not you can join their company. If you ever say you like his reporting and that you find him funny, you can't work for them.
Oh, fuck them then. Suck my dick.
Oh God, it is so great. Oh, people like him, people like Nick Monroe, they were responsible for me becoming a better fucking writer and a better fucking reviewer.
Thank God for people like Nick Monroe who came out and actually were like, you know, screw the games industry. I'm gonna tell the truth about this stuff and actually no.
True.
I'm gonna let people know what the hell's going on over here. You know?
Mm-hmm. Like, there's a video where he already has gone over the newest development, which is one of his more recent releases. This is about the fact that Navi, a team with very shady ownership that was not disclosed publicly, is effectively having ties to a betting company. And that betting company is owned by a person who is in ties with the mob and with other such notorious groups. The kind of people that will put a gun on your player. The kind of person that will put a gun on a player and tell them, you're going to lose the match, you're going to throw it. Do what I say. Those kinds of players. It's ridiculous, but unfortunately, that's what esports has become. That's what happens on the actual side of shit that needs to be discussed about. Not bullshit about, oh my god, I can't believe this streamer at Twitch Rivals said that this guy tried to rape her. That shit can be important if it's important, because that happened like months back. I broke a story about that. That's also a video on my channel. But the thing that actually makes it fucking disgusting is that this kind of shit, and this is happening inside of CSGO. The fucking esports scene. Bought and sold and paid for it. They sold their souls. They're guzzling Chinese cum out of goblets, labeled with their names and their Twitter handles.
Oh my god, they took the cum chalice?
Yes, they took the cum chalice. They took the cum chalice. They're drinking Chinese semen out of cum goblets. They are willing to double speak and say, it's unacceptable for you to hate Chinese people, but fuck you for not siding on the right side of this particular issue because I think you're an incel. Because you dare like sexualize women, but at the same time, dear my god, Bayonetta mommy, step on me! It's all the shit.
But she's not a lesbian icon no more. She's straight. Ew.
How dare you fuck a man? How dare you fuck a man, goddammit? You're supposed to be
Her whole thing is that she's like a dominatrix and like whips men to death, I guess.
And demons. Don't forget the demons.
Yes.
And angels.
Yes. I mean, in my mind, I thought she was more bisexual, you know.
But they want her. But they want her all for herself.
Well, I think there's like the amount of people, a lot of people who are like that, who are like, ew, straight men. They also don't like bisexuals very much either.
No, they don't.
You know,
fucking hate them.
They see them as traitors.
But anywho, I just wanted to show that off because it's funny.
to this in the thread that I will reference soon. So truly, honestly, please lie more. I would never want to silence your truth, when the truth is that you're salty that you were beat the fuck out by a black queer streamer using nothing more than archives and a spoof bot. Pick another idol to worship, my friend. Not one that's not always mad. This being in reply to one of the orders that had been in my mentions and who had been on the thread after they started commenting and attempting to circle jerk around her. As I show here, in the archive thread, I display this caption and I cover this when I talk about what she's done. Here on the following. Namely, in quote, that she would later go on to delete this tweet, as well as deleting other tweets made in reply or in response or in comment to me to cover up what she had done. Shown here on the archive from my web reporter account, and the screen cap in question, that she had made this up to 45 minutes, so around 10:55 to 10:50 to 10:55, in the late night going into the early morning of the next day, 45 minutes after, and this after being when she had blocked me. As you can see, this had gotten comments, this had gotten retweets, and this had gotten favorites. Clearly making a jest in the past to continue to bolster the narrative that she was attacked unfairly by someone who was just mad online. When in truth, by both making this thread and doing the subtweeting that you've done, that you've deleted, and also deleting this post in question, as was archived here, that you attempted to tell a lie. And that you attempted to tell a lie to save yourself from the consequences of your actions when you realized that everything that you had done, everything that you had said, and everything that you had communicated would be used as an example and would be used as evidence of the privilege, of the environment, and of the abusive, bully behavior done by a mean girl such as herself. I go on to note, following this, after that reply, here, in this tweet, targeted and replying to one of the people to whom which I addressed amongst all of the subtweeting, from their message as follows. Here, excuse me, wrong one. The archives existing here because the tweet itself was split in half, either because of a mistake of Twitter or because of Twitter attempting to take the tweet down and then re-enabling it. It reads as follows. Quote, at DN. Oh my god, you paint requests. What will he find next? Maybe pictures from Pride Parade where a guy is topless waving the pride flag and he'll complain about abs. It's paint. There's no nipple or skin showing. I believe it's out of the boundary for porn, which is not what I said. I did not call it pornography, I called it softcore porn, meaning it is skirting the line of what is acceptable and what is laudable. To him, I reply, how about the historic accounts of Casanova calling women a derogatory word and calling them flat-chested and uninteresting? How about the fact that she lied and said that she's doing nothing sexual while streaming to a massive audience of mainly children and mainly males? How about the article in question, which shows the history that she has aggressively dismissing and attacking women? How about Siren Co's video on it? How about the archives and screen grabs of one of the dancers that she disparaged during E3, confronting her after wrongly calling them booth babes and talking shit about their profession? The threads in the articles detailing her actions and behaviors before, during, and after the Bully Hunters initiative tanked, and the evidence of her harassing creators with false DMCAs. Do you normally lick Blade's toes this much, or do you like poking cheeks on her low high heels? In the thread, and seen here in the media, is the article from the Daily Parlor, which I referenced, the testimonial from the dancer, the videos that I extracted from Siren Co's content, and seen here, a post from Belcher, displaying the hypocrisy that she showed during E3, using her body to promote herself and to get views, and also posting material of herself, making suggestive photographs, as was linked across her Twitch and across her Twitter and across her Instagram, from where the video that she made was taken. The hypocrisy of calling out the promotional models and by calling out the dancers and claiming that it's not acceptable and should not be allowed in the at the E3 Expo, that this kind of model and this kind of promotion be done, while at the same time using this on stream to make pity streams and also sexualizing herself in public at E3, while also having stymied hypocrisy to attack people who critique her for her actions, as well as having the audacity to attack other people who are working in an industry that they choose to be in, claiming that they are victims when they are not. Or, and including the attacks and the actions of Natalie done, directing it towards content creators such as Mr. Medicare, and the likes of people like myself, and the likes of others, and the likes of Siren Co, that if they rebroadcast the likeness and the information that they display, that they will be hit with copyright strike, and that she will shut down their channels to silence YouTubers who cover the topic in question, and that they should just, quote, have their own discussions and make their own content, claiming that it is a means of harassing her for calling out her behavior. This being in reference, and being applied to Mr. Medicare, and those talking about this content during the wind-up of the Bully Hunters Initiative. Quote, now since Steel Series is so anti-bullying, what is her stance on her own spokeswoman for the Bully Hunter Initiative calling people faggots on stream? This, of course, being taken from the streams where she disparaged other people by calling them, quote, faggots, while playing Counter-Strike, or whatever war game it was that she was playing. Included in this is the screen caps and all of the archives of the disparagement that she had done before, namely, that she had decided to harass people, calling them cunts, insulting their appearances, and generally disparaging them on a regular behavior. Included with this is the screen cap in question, taken from that tweet by Medicare, where they talk about how she is bullying people off of YouTube, as well as using an extension to bully them off of Twitch and off of Twitter and off of Instagram by accusing them of harassing her. And because this thread was split in half, is the other half of that thread, continuing onwards, where I say, according to the worldview of the beta owners, the people who are supporting her in her threads, her subtweets to me, and in general, believing her narrative, believing women, that according to the worldview of those people who support her during these trying times, all of these women critiquing her don't exist. And even if they did exist, that they are also, all of them are not women, and that they're trolls. And that I am a troll, because I used evidence, archives, and facts to prove what she claimed that I accused and lied about her about. And that she's having a normal one. Following the links of the threads themselves, of the things I accused her of. The post that she made in defense of Alinity, part of her Twitch sisterhood, where she says that people are just outraged for no reason because they're mad and upset about Alinity throwing her cat when they still eat meat. Note the ratio on the post! And the comments from the dancer, the exchange that she had with the dancer, and the exchange that the dancer finished off with, and the video evidence is from Siren Cove, all rights reserved. I go on to say, pass the message along to the rest of your followers. Try not to cry too loudly. Referencing that the thread now has more people commenting on it, for which this comment was the one that I am replying to in this thread, and that here, in this thread, they go on to attempt to pat themselves on the back and poo-poo about what I brought to her attention. I go on to say, accurately, that Natalie did not want to block me, because she chose to comment because she was looking to stagnate and create a narrative. She was looking to get me to comment and attack her. Quote, she chose to comment because she thought she'd be able to get me to attack her personally, and then use that to cry wolf. She didn't get what she wanted, so she hid, she ran, and she tried to delete tweets. Referencing the tweet where I call her out and she attempts to sidestep the fact that the evidence not only is true, but is also correct, and that she is attempting to claim that it was the way that she claimed it was, and attempting to use her attitude and her privilege, as well as her ego, to claim how I should speak and how I should address her. I go on to say that this, of course, is predictable. I go on to make more statements, referencing the fact that she had done the subtweet, and the other subtweets that she's deleted, and the other subtweets that her followers have that listen and believe her narrative have done and subtweeted, as well as all the comments that I've received, as well as the harassment that has come from this, quoting and saying that it's never going to cease to be funny how the big power feminist Suprema wants to pretend that she was manhandled and brought to her knees by the big bad black man. All of these women calling you out, but it's me that you wanted to personally reply to and come for. I see through you. Hugs and kisses. Clown world. Coming back to this, I say to her, based on this action that she took, so truly, honestly, please lie more. I would never want to silence your truth, and the truth is that you're salty that you were beat the fuck out.
I think I repeated myself here as a mistake because I was tired and exhausted, but it's close to almost over.
A black queer streamer using nothing more than archives and fluff. And I say, to the order who I am replying to here, pick another idol to worship, my friend. One that's not always mad. I then remind my following, and also remind her, since she was using the account information at the time, looking at me through the block that she put up, to look at me and see what I said, and her followers doing the same likeness, that do not harass or reply and target the people who are screen capped and screen grabbed, because they are liable to gank your accounts if you do. While here, linking the thread and showing where it is that it was disconnected. Cutting back to her talking here, in this thread, I would like to display a couple of things, namely shown here. That, from a user like Unganagi, normally I don't get into this stuff, but it's really odd that the fact that you would call out someone whose career is dancing for being sexualized when they aren't, and you do that yourself naked on stream though, and you just dismissed it because of an irrelevant observation. And then, bruh, you were calling people cunts and faggots, and you're still an anti-harassment figure? Shaking my head. From here, continuing on to the archive thread itself. It continues all the way down to where I get my final statements on the matter of the thread, and in whole. Namely, and quote, final note, this isn't the first time she's done this, lol, they're just mad and using me for attention excuse. She attacks men and women, and she insults the bodies of men and women. Natalie Casanova doesn't care about anyone but herself and her money. Her attempt to subtweet me is proof. And that these are the stats, my Twitch page, my Twitter page, my YouTube page, and the actual growth of my channels, that she was attempting to shade and mock. Let me say aloud, I don't fucking care about my fucking stats. I care about the community of people who support me, and supporting the people who I like who deserve it. No amount of clout will ever fill the empty hole in you, Casanova. And that considering
Except Nick!
I started from, with where I am, and where I came from, and how long I've been doing it.
And not even then.
And the new threads and growth that I had along the way, that I am literally in the embodiment of the line that she attempted to shame me.
I think I had like maybe 200 followers when this happened. Yeah.
And that it really puts into perspective how petty she is when you think about it. I say this because in reference to what she says to Keemstar, she says here, quote, I can find it, right here. I've said it before, and I say it again. I can respect the grind to be successful, but I don't agree with the way of you going about it. Clickbait and outrage, pseudo-journalism, and trying to ruin people's lives or instigate drama with fake retort on slow news days is a dislike in my book. This would continue the harassment comments from her followers, both either directed at me in my threads, or in her own threads, subtweeting about me, and the lies that she put out there, covering this topic because she did not want to watch her face what she had said to me, and the things that I accused her of, and the things I had proven in the affirmative. But it would go on that I would immediately find it necessary to tag other people about who this was also targeted and important for, namely in the fact that she, Natalie, had said this in defense of Alinity, the statements that she had made in defense of Alinity, and that the only reason that all of this was possible was because of Alinity being put under the iron because of the tweets that had been made by Stillgray, Ian Miles Strong, when he called out Alinity for her behavior and her actions on the platform. Both the platform of Twitter, as well as the platform of Twitch, which I will show to you here. Namely, that she was an animal abuser. This tweet having been set at 10:42 a.m. July 19th, 2019. And again, another follow post here at 10:47 a.m. on the same date.
Vodka kiss. See? It is vodka.
Because of the fact that that it was entirely possible for me to be able to make the information, to do the research, to cover the topic, and to then expose that information to the public for their knowledge and their viewing, it is that same reason why I tagged Ian Miles Strong, the news desk of BitChute, as operated by one Nick Monroe, And one of the employees, who is an affiliate of Hydrape, the publication which Still Ray is an editor of, on the tag for the post that was made, showing her the truth that I had to give her. Quote, written by Nick, please never tag me in a thread about zombie unicorn foods ever again. Thanks. And that he follows up and shows that, yes, he indeed sees what's happening, and that he's witnessing it, and that he's documenting it as well, because as I say there on the thread itself, that I needed witnesses in case I disappear due to a sudden gay ops on my account, referring to the fact that when streamers usually get caught in a behavior, they will signal, dog whistle, or direct their followers and direct their viewers and direct people in general to go dogpile and harass and mass flag accounts, as had been done to me in the past before, and has been done on the platform before, when dealing with people who will lie about information and delete tweets and posts, if not outright get protected by Twitter, if you report them for doing violations of the Twitter rules and terms of service, as well as the Twitch rules and terms of service, or the fact that on the terms of cross-platforming, that the actions one takes off-platform, such as the ones taken on Twitch, can be used against you if found on a place like Twitter, as a method and as an example of how one must be platformed and would be banned from the service for violation of their terms of service. It is because of this, and all of the information that I have to offer to you, the public, and because of the actions of Natalie Casanova, that I must issue the following statement. I, Johnny Carlisle, do not recant or refuse, I do not recant and I will not take down the tweets, the videos, or any other directed tweet at Natalie Casanova, because Natalie Casanova attempted to use her platform to deplatform another streamer. She claims that she is a protector of the abused and harassed. She claims that she is a protector of the community. She acts high and mighty in public, and she touts herself as being anti-harassment and an advocate of positivity on the platforms, both on Twitter and on Twitch. When the evidence, as shown here, proves to the contrary that she's not. She is a bully. She is a bully that uses her platform, she is a bully that uses her voice, she is a bully that uses her reach, and uses her influence both over the public narrative and over the narrative of believing women in such movements such as #MeToo and #BelieveWomen. That when she says something, it's true, and that when she puts something out there, that it is her opinion, and that it is her privilege, and it is her allowment, that she can make statements of harassing equality to women and men, and claim that the reason she is attacked and that she is lauded against and that she is popular is because she is a popular streamer with a vibrant personality, and to press the vote. When in truth, the reason Natalie Casanova, the truth of why Amaranth, the truth of why ST Peach, the truth of why Casey Drawn, the truth of why Linity, the truth of even in the case of Pokimane, or any other streamer noted and referred to in consort and in inclusion as the thought reborn, as is referred to the kind of girls on Twitch who are streamers who get away with severe levels of egregious violations of the terms of service, are given passes. They are defended by the mainstream media. They are defended by publications such as Kotaku, Polygon, Destructoid, Rock Paper Shotgun, and websites of community forums such as Reset Era and Neo Game Forums, as being a victim of circumstances and the victim of harassative dude bros that call them out of line and have nothing more to offer but outrage and anger. When in the contrary, as can be shown with the examples I have here on the thread and in the moment, that in actuality, the way that things tend to work out is a person of clout and information and behavior constantly can be able to get away with the worst kind of offenses and the worst kind of gross offenses.
Also, I like that definition I made there. I thought of that shit on the fly. POC, person of clout. I like it at least.
Namely, if you're a person like Linity, who on record admitted that she claims that she too is against harassing behavior across and on platforms, a person who will issue copyright strikes just as Zombie Unicorn has and has threatened in the past and has continued to threaten to myself, to Siren Code, to Skillgray, and others like us who critique her actions and her opinions and her statements and her behavior, both historically and in current year on the platforms. If you're a person like them who makes that good money, you can commit actions of violation and you'll be considered acceptable content. Because they either A, as Keemstar has reported recently, which I will show you, where Keemstar will ask Linity and say that she knows that she and other girls like her have dirt on Twitch staff that she'd like to not display and would like to bring up and hold over them so that she could be able to get special and useful peripheral treatment on the platform where a man...
Man, how did that fucking information age? I certainly hated seeing that news story come up and seeing that shit confirmed before my eyes, but the fact that they had fucking engineers simping inside of their inboxes giving them those Christmas bonuses, that hit different.
Well, these game companies are always fucking full of bullshit, you know? In the journalism industry around it, all this stuff is fucking bullshit. I don't believe any of it.
Niggas be too horny for their own goddamn good. The way they act is like they've been told, these women are goddesses reborn. You need to drink their piss, and you too can gain immortality. They really do act like that.
It's so fucking gross. Like, okay, so like, talking about the game industry stuff, do you mind if I go off on that for a minute?
Go ahead.
Just the game industry stuff. I went over this, here I'll find it. I have a Tumblr, oh, whoops, it's the wrong tab. I have a Tumblr post that I made back forever ago. It should be from, because I made it as part of my research that I was doing when I was finishing my graduate degree. This is not working out very quickly, but I'll just tell you what it was, essentially.
Okay.
Is that, oh, there, it finally came up.
I don't know why internet's being. Oh, Bill's probably downloading something. But basically, what happened is that like this whole Gamergate idea that it was all of a sudden that these game companies were doing this shit and were fucking around with hoes and all kinds of stuff. No, that wasn't new at all. It was old as fuck. I mean, I found shit that went back to. I was even talking to someone about this the other day. They're using this exact same citation of being like, or more citation, my old article. This is part of. I got my degree based on this article, so or this paper. So one of my degrees, my undergraduate, not a graduate. That would be insane. Graduate degree is way more difficult. But like they were sending motherfuckers. Like a Kotaku writer, Steve Totio. He got sent a flag from Assassin's Creed 2 that was valued at like over $1,000. There was a whole campaign from EA where they just sent journalists a $200 check for Dante's Inferno. I mean, and of course, I don't think you need any more evidence other than Jeff Keighley sitting in front of his Dorito fucking throne to understand that all these motherfuckers are bought and paid for, and they always have been.
The part that always
They don't give a shit about anything other than money.
The part that always gets me is that when it became more obvious that streamers, and pretty much Vine stars as well, are only being bought and paid for the fact that they have access to a young audience that will basically buy whatever the fuck they sell. Liza Koshy is a good example. If you have TikTok and you scroll long enough, you'll find examples with people like Rezi Cuz, Rezi Cuz Comedy, the one that did all the fucking, skits with him with the fucking fake mustache and the singing choir in the background. Yeah, all of those content creators effectively just basically said, no, I don't want to make content. I don't actually want to be on shows. I don't want to be on SNL. I want to sell products. I want to make ad content and sell products. Let me make an ad for Old Spice. Let me make an ad for Dr. Scholl's. Let me make an ad for Dunkin' Donuts. Let me make an ad for random... Let me make an ad for a random credit card company. And then the fucking YouTubers that get involved into celebrity boxing. Let me tell you about Barclays. Any person who knows what Barclay is, you already know where the fuck I'm going with this. If you don't know what Barclay is, Barclay is a credit card. It is a credit card company. If you watch boxing events, if you watch MMA events, you've seen this logo in the background of a lot of fucking things.
I mean, I don't really notice because I don't really watch that.
It's if you watch it. You recognize it if you watch it because you're like, who are those sponsors that they're always being sponsored by? They're probably one of the biggest multi-trillion, you heard that correctly, dollar companies that make money hand over fist. When I was still working at TSIS, we would be cutting over millions of their cards, giant cages with giant boxes that need to be filled, stacked, and then sent back with the credit card information of all the people who bought it. And they would be buying it based on things like those celebrity events. Those content creators are getting cuts of that money. I get like maybe upwards of maybe close to $800, $1,000 for what's basically 7 days a week, nearly 10 hours a day work. They're getting paid 500 times that money to make a 2-minute ad. Now you could say, well, Carl, that's what they were paid for. That's not the problem. The problem is that you then have those same people turn around and moralize to the audience, like Indiana Black tried to, Frosk herself tried to, saying that they were given the permission to do that. They were told that they were allowed. They can do it. You can't. Well, bitch, you killed the company. Congratulations. Now you don't get to have that money.
Oh, but they keep. Oh my god, do you love this part where they're like, "Oh no, Frosk didn't kill the company."
I saw that.
I laughed.
I laughed.
It's just like,
I laughed, and I was like, "Ha, suffer."
Dude, I can't. What I don't know. Like it's also fucking pathetic. Oh, we swear Frosk isn't the one who killed the company.
Who killed it? Was it the ghost that looked like Frosk that was talking on the screen?
I don't know. Okay, to be fair, you're in the first place. The company was only being puppeted up, right, by existing sponsorships.
Yes.
Due to it being an existing brand, right? They were getting like 1,000
a couple hundred viewers on Twitch, like 300. I mean, it's astonishing. Like, if I went live on YouTube right now, I'd get more viewers than what G4 was getting. It's fucking crazy, right? But not on Twitch, but you know, on YouTube for sure. But not on my main channel, you know. But still, even on my sub channel, I think that like they were getting often fewer than 100 viewers. This channel is not doing well for the amount of money that's going into it. If you just got two people who are sitting at their computers, or one person sitting at their computer doing it, yeah, that's good. That's fine. That's good money. That's a good income, you know. If you've got a lot of user engagement, people are interested, which I don't think they had either, by the way. Because the business model is based on a 20-year-old business model, 30-year-old business model. It doesn't exist anymore. And they just thought they could take that business model and reapply it, which obviously wasn't working.
Ultimately, it's just another open and shut case example of how far that mouth will run your ass into a brick fucking wall.
But yeah, the thing with Frost, as it says, they kept going like, no, it wasn't Frost, it wasn't Frost. They were gonna fall apart no matter what. I think that I'm kind of shocked that they didn't just throw her under the bus, because she has. Where did she come from?
To be fair, it's not. She came for a woman under the bus.
Came from Riot Games, ironically enough.
Oh really? Oh my God! Why would you hire her?
So what happened? So what happened was, because ironically enough, Richard Lewis also wrote a story about this because he covered this as well, and I also knew about this because I had been involved in the college scene of esports. My state college.
I've been wondering for a year where this dumb bitch came from.
So basically, the breakdown is that, as we all know now, Riot Games are extremely bad when it comes to handling the management of dealing with problems and claims made by their employees, especially if it's women. The HR team had a very bad habit of telling women in their beachside property town, no, you're not allowed to do things like wear bikinis around the area where the office is.
Really?
Not, you can't wear these things at the office. You, in your own private time, on your own personal time, when you're out on your days off, can't do things like wear bikinis. By the way, how many skins in this game are made with swimsuit wear?
Okay, this is insane. I had never heard this, because that is actual, like, weird sexism. I don't know if it's... Were the men not allowed to wear Speedos?
They did not make the rules for the men.
So there's no rule... Okay, wow.
Hypocritical hatred towards your female...
That the left-leaning organization is fucking sexist and hypocritical as shit. I'm not even... I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Well, not that shocked, but you know.
So, they had an engineer who happened to be a part of the team that worked on the Lil Nas X crossover for the World's Anthem this year, Star Walkin'.
Yeah.
He was throwing a pissy fit on Twitter about it because people didn't like the song because it wasn't a very energetic song. They didn't really like it. And you had already gone all in on KDA and K-pop. So is it really going to be special when you guys keep using the same shit over and over again? Oh, look, we had K-pop idols help us. Then we got those same K-pop idols back. Now we're getting Montero. You guys like gay men, right?
This is just totally trying to cash in on the weird Fortnite live...
Yes, it is.
The live concert shit. A live, not live concert. So bizarre.
Now, ultimately, with her particular personal issue, she was basically getting the worst kind of treatment, not just from people playing the game, which, haha, after the experience in the stream that we showed, guys, yes, I very much do believe that she was harassed by the very same kind of people who tried to harass me.
Well, guess what, homie? People do that on fucking MOBAs, and it's not cool no matter who it happens to, but if you're going to try and take some kind of community-based, approach to dealing with harassment and bullshit that happens on these games, it has to be unilateral. It can't be based on prioritization of somebody because of any factor, whether they're a woman or based on the color of their skin or anything. If someone is saying some fucked up shit, then get rid of them. And Riot used to do that, but they don't anymore.
They can't. I realize they can't do it because these guys that are that toxic are also their whales.
Exactly.
Thousands of dollars.
Yeah, these motherfuckers. So they're not going to do anything. I mean, if it's like some rando who calls you the N-word or who calls me a cunt or a bitch or some shit, then yeah, they might take, which I don't really care about that stuff personally, but like I can understand, like, from this, I saw the shit that you showed me, Carl. That stuff was unbelievable. It wasn't just being like, fuck you, N-word. It was like, I mean, it was
intense next level racism, right? Like, you know, get back on your cotton farm and stuff like that kind of shit. Like, what whole? I can't even believe people would say shit like that. You know, and yet. That's okay, because I guarantee they give Riot a whole bunch of money to buy a whole bunch of skins of their favorite fucking female champions. Or is it heroes or champions? I forget.
It's champions. It's champions.
Right, champions.
They don't even have that. That's the wildest part. Too. Well, that's not one of the wildest parts, just to me, in terms of how long that game has existed and how many times they've destroyed their own continuity so they can justify the ability to make new areas of Runeterra in this new version of the League lore.
And she's going to be even more skimpily clad, but it's empowering. By the way, women like to cosplay as that shit, so don't get that part twisted. But it's
they assume that they don't, and then there's a whole like weird thing about like that. It's like cosplay is not consent.
Oh my! Like I haven't cosplayed in a minute, but like that stuff always. I've cosplayed as Riven, and that's not a League character I cosplayed as, wasn't it? Was it only Dota?
It was Riven, and then you had one that was Dota. Yes,
yeah,
but
everything else is from Dota.
In her particular situation, she wasn't just getting harassment from normal players. She was also getting harassment from coworkers that were signed in to anonymous accounts to just throw dirt on her name, as well as from journalists because she wasn't pushing the narrative that they wanted at the time. But
look at how evil these people are.
Yes,
like,
they
just don't. They don't give a shit about women, and that should be evident. They don't.
What ended up happening is that they ended up not listening to her in time, so she became basically as jaded as any person who gets annoyed like that would, and decided to throw that rant towards sexism in gaming. But she's also a person who ascribes to the philosophy that was presented by Anita Sarkeesian, which is, it's all dude bros. It's dude bros that are responsible.
Men.
So
well, maybe it's Riot. Maybe Riot's the one. Look, okay.
Basically, the villain of the story is Riot, yes.
Yeah, right. Look, okay.
No, I think the best way to summarize this is that you have people who are simps and in a certain culture, and they need the toxic element of the culture to keep the culture going, to provide finances for it. But they also want to simp and project to the women and all these special groups and everything. But they're also the creeps that they're bitching about. So they're never going to be fair, and it's like they're just projecting. They're not good people. It's a weird game of social currency pickup where they can't actually pick up enough because they're shitty people.
Moon's actually correct. The people who are basically responsible for making her lose her mind and go insane with power are the same people who harassed her back then and are the same people who harassed me literally the other week. But these people who back in the time of 2013, 2012, 2014 would have been right there on the player behavior moderation forum, the PBM forums, where rioters went as a fun activity to do on slow weekends to basically go mock users that had been banned from games because of the auto-detect system or the tribunal, and were supposed to go there to argue their case about whether or not they could be unbanned, and they all engaged in their own version of the light smite. She witnessed the toxicity of those users go unhinged because they would get banned. They would go to the forums. They would say, I didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes they actually did type out, you should hang yourself, you actual limp-dicked loser. And sometimes it was literally just somebody throwing a fit that just reported them and had somebody spam report them on one of these fucking hard-stuck silver or bronze streams, where they would send those people to go harass them. And then they would go send a ticket to Riot. So not make a report after the match is over. They would go to the Riot support page and they would send a personal ticket, and they would send your user information, they would send your Twitter account, and they would send the shit that you say online, and they would say, hey, this user's a toxic piece of shit. Look at the things he says on this website, and they would get you banned for it because any rioter.
Offsite shit's retarded.
Oh, but that's the fun thing. That's the thing that he tried to interview me about, by the way. They use that example. That's why they did it to IShowSpeed. That's why they tried to do it back then when they banned Tyler. They are the ones that set it up.
That's the bullshit thing. Like, IShowSpeed is fucking funny as fuck. Everyone thinks he's hilarious because he is funny as fuck. And they had to, like, just... Oh my god, fuck Riot. Like, the things that happen in your games, let them have... If someone's doing something horrible in your game, then deal with that. But the second it goes off platform, fuck off with that horseshit. Not just Riot, but any company that wants to do that of somebody did something rude on another social media and I need to make them punished for that. Go fuck yourself, man.
They basically didn't help her when she asked them to do that, claiming that, and then they got Chinese cum, and now they are doing that all the time. And she thought, well, I should get to do that here, because I didn't get justice then, so I'm going to get justice now. And this is the cope part about that that's really dumb, because any person who's been looking at any of the threads that I've commented on, especially the last one, it's all up in my video message as I started going through her argument and dismantling it. The biggest of those lies being the last lie she told, which was the one that was part of her goodbye message, that they all stood behind me and they were supportive and they were with us from the start to make that message. The way that message that she gave, the sexism gaming rant on that broadcast that was unplanned. None of them knew that she was going to do that. They were either aware of it, which is why Gerard was the one that said, oh, I didn't know we were going there. As though, oh, I didn't know we were going to do that bit on air. And then her saying, no, they knew about it the entire time. They supported it. So it's like, okay, cool. So they supported you destroying their company. Got it. You're retarded. And if they didn't, it's like, congratulations. You don't have your finger on the pulse.
Well,
You're retarded.
It was what Frosk said, which was not just that, like, I didn't know about that League of Legends stuff at all. But she said, Morgan Webb was not there to be sexually attractive for you. Actually, yes. Did you ever watch Old G4? Morgan Webb and
Olivia Munn.
Who's the other lady?
Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn, and I'm forgetting one of them.
Olivia Munn. Yeah, sorry. There was literally just like apparently Olivia Munn just had her titties out constantly and was bouncing around.
You see, they don't like women who are attractive and like actually adept at games or know about them.
That is true. That is. That's it. They don't want women who are sexually attractive who are also interested in video games, because then that screws up other people, I guess. I don't know.
They also don't want women who are also competent in video games. It's just weird where you kind of realize that how much they need to be a unicorn in this space, and they don't have much else. Especially when you realize that any woman who's actually excessively talented in these spaces tends to get a lot more respect than them. And then it's one of those things where it's the respect that you can't buy, because it's respect of ability.
100%. Because that's the shit that I always dealt with, for years and years. And I don't know if Saffronet, if you've experienced any of this, but like, if you can show to men that you're good at the game just because you want to be good at the game, like, this is the thing that's so bizarre, is that like these women who are obsessed with like, I gotta show that I'm a gamer girl, they get obsessed with like proving it, but they don't actually care about learning the games and stuff because they don't actually enjoy the games. It's about
it's a lot of that, because I think it goes back to the whole like, them thinking like gaming is boys club when it wasn't, and the tides were already changing in in the 90s, where it started to become more available, and you had like girls asking for game consoles. Like I knew people who, like my cousins that I grew up with, they had PlayStations, they had like Nintendo 64s and GameCubes and stuff. They actually knew about what games that they wanted. They were good at the games that they played. It wasn't, they weren't doing it for attention. And I learned how to, and I got into gaming because of my grandmother.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, my grandmother, she was good at playing like Pac-Man, like Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah.
And I would watch her play, and I was like, oh wow, that's amazing. I was like, I want to do stuff like that.
That's awesome.
I got into gaming because of my sister.
I was just a nerd. I was just, my dad had a pinball machine. He traded it for a SNES, which is like, wow, what a dumb move. But whatever, he traded it for an SNES, and and all these games. And one of the games that he got along with it, well, not then, it was later. He made another trade over something, which one of the things that came with that was Earthbound. I was like 6. A game that, and people were like, "Whoa, I was 20 when that game came out, and I knew about it and stuff." So I got very lucky. I got to play Earthbound as a kid. I wanted an N64. I wanted a PS1. I was into video games from a very, very young age, personally, right? That's me personally, and I would never have held that against somebody else. But I've been a big turbo nerd my entire life. And something that has been frustrating to me as a female turbo nerd has been not so much anymore because I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just like done with it. Is to, but it must be difficult, I guess, is to watch just fake nerds everywhere who are just, oh yeah, I love the thing. Please give me attention now. And I got accused of that shit all my life too.
Now I get accused of like being fake about liking what I like because like one thing that I noticed that when I started getting older and going into high school is that guys would come up to me and they would ask me about video games, and I was like, yeah, I played this and I played such and such, and you know, like, and I had a little moment with like a couple of guys that I went to at my anime club when I told them that I like this game called Einhander, and they were like, "We are not worthy." they had that, and that was funny.
If you don't mind, Saffron, how old are you? You don't have to give me an exact number, but
how old was I? I had to be in like.
No, I mean, like, how old are you now? I'm trying to like figure.
I'm 30 now.
Okay, so we're about the same age. That's interesting then, because. Oh, fuck you. But true, to be honest, though. But yeah, I was always super welcome. What you said there, then, yeah. I was just wondering because shit's changed. I actually feel
a lot of stuff has changed, but I think it has to do with region as well because I come from Houston, where a lot of like gaming stuff was pretty popular here. Like I remember seeing like GameStops like opening up like in the late 90s and just like, oh wow, there's like actual game stores. That's amazing because I never seen that before.
Yeah, I think what I asked about the ages is only because I think things are changing for younger people, and I think that women are being less accepted now into nerdy groups because there's a perception that it must be. Because I did get a little bit of that, 15 years ago. Most specifically was I went into a comic shop, and it's not the only time. I had a couple times where I would go into like a nerdy environment, and there'd be some big fat fuck. It's always some big fat fuck who would like want to quiz me on like my knowledge of something. Well, that guy's a loser, and he's gonna exist no matter what. Okay, like whatever. But I feel like now that's going to become more normative because people are going to want to quiz and to gatekeep nerdy hobbies in a way that was not the case when we were growing up. At least for you and I, Saffron, who are around the same age. For me, I was pretty much welcomed in any nerdy community I ever went into. They were like, "Oh shit, a girl," and so it might be a little bit like, "Oh shit, a girl," but then it was cool. You're just one of us now, and that's how most of my experiences were. I don't know.
As somebody who's a couple years younger, I'm 25. I think, and I have younger siblings, so I also have perspective with dealing with them. And the thing I've come to realize, it has to do more with the current area, media is in, because or era, better way to put it. Because it's about social media, cloud, and aesthetics. Yeah. There's a reason why so much of like especially YouTube content is just explaining stuff. People want to be a part of a culture without actually being a part of it. Because like fighting games is one of those things that I think is the perfect example of what gaming culture is.
Oh my god, let's go.
Because it has the perfect barrier entry to keep people the fuck out, because it has enough toxicity and skill sets to be like, you know what, you just can't be in here. And it's also one of those things.
There is no way that women can kawaii themselves into the FGC. Like you can stand there and be hot while we're playing a game, but it's like
if you're like, oh wow, congratulations,
Bitch, you
and then
grabbed
like
more dragon
shaking my titties,
punches.
it's like, okay, cool, bitch, but like I have another fucking game to go. You know what I mean?
Like, do you know
It's
what
like that
edge
thing,
guarding
it's
is? Do you know how to keep distance from people? Do you know how to zone?
We play some footsies. Like that is true. FGC.
It's hilarious because the FGC
That's why I love the
has,
FGC.
like, the FGC is also part of the reason why it's one of those communities that's also deeply related to like the infrastructure of gaming. Because what, like, I think a previous conversation I had with Carl and somebody else, we were bringing up the no, I don't. Was it you, Carl? Well, I was bringing up Gutex and the PogChamp, PogFace, and everything like that.
Yeah, I was there.
And you realize, yeah, and it's this whole thing about how that culture is like so iconic because like it was the very big. It's community based because people don't understand this. Like as 25, I'm at the tail end of like gaming pinballs and gaming cabinets and everything. When you realize people came to stores and everything and just gathered around, talk shit, put quarters onto the side of stuff, and we're like, "Come on, bitch!
Let's drop
like
some
you
quarters." That's the thing that's so funny. You know, I think did they remove the Gutex emoji from Twitter?
Yes,
they did.
But you can't add it back with like plugins, from what I heard.
But like, dude,
they
like,
replaced it with
they said
BTS
it was like,
stuff.
why'd they say that the Gutex emoji was fucked up or something?
No, it's because
comment about like the January 6th.
Yeah.
Oh, right, because other people were using it. Oh, fuck you! It's Gutex. Come on, like Gutex had not.
It wasn't even bad. He asked a question.
Yeah, I know. He asked
the question.
He'd be asking questions, making statements.
Dude, I look like I love SGC or the FGC. I kill the way I play on a fucking pad or on a not on a pad, on a stick. I full on kill that shit, and I have no compunctions about doing it at all. Bill's coming upstairs. He's gonna go sleep. I'll be to sleep in a few minutes, Bill.
Okay.
But you goddamn love you. It was, I think, the first time I ever entered a fighting game tournament at a convention, where I came in, had my stick, and I do my so you know how Seth Killian holds a stick, right? No?
You're asking us? I thought you were asking Bill.
I'm asking you guys.
Yes.
Okay. It's hands crossed. It's a really dumb way of doing things, but that's whatever reason is what feels nice to me for playing it. And I remember it was my first actual like tournament in a proper tourney, and I was playing Street Fighter 4, and I rolled up. I had my, had my stick, killing it. I'm in a wheelchair because I'd broken my foot, and I'm dressed as Cammy, and I'm just like, this is not good. Oh no, I wasn't dressed as Cammy. I was dressed as the Scout from TF2, and the guy I was playing against thought, this bitch has no idea what the fuck she is doing. And he must have felt really bad of being like, she's in a wheelchair, so she's crippled, and I don't want to be mean to her. And then I win one match, and then it's like looking really bad for him, and he's like, holy shit, wait a minute. I came in like 3rd place in the tourney, and I swear to God, it's only because I showed up and confused people. But I love the FGC because the FGC will talk shit about you, and you have to get over that shit or you have to shit or get off the pot. And I miss that of being like, now it's all emotional bullshit of, oh, that hurt my feelings.
Even the FGC is dealing with this, but it's one of those things where it can't maintain it because it has way too much personality in it because people still talk mad shit because like
you got it. It's part of it. I don't think it's not the FGC if you're not shit talking.
They want to do, basically it's what happened before when I covered the event and how Joey Claire getting removed from EVO resulted directly in it being purchased by Sony, and Sony trying to do it they always did with the PlayStation to censor all of what we would consider the fan wink or just fan service games. Everything from your standard run-of-the-mill like princess sex simulators like the ones that exist out there like Princess Maker to things like Princess and Conquest, which you can buy on Steam, and then like every other fucking game that would be a JRPG or like not even I'm gonna blink at this and be like confused what's happening. Just normal run-of-the-mill like idle game. These guys throw a fucking fit about and say this is the worst thing since ever. But it's really not. It's basically the fallout of that. They're going through the growing pains where it's like, okay, now we have to sanitize our space, and it's like, but you can't sanitize it. You literally can't.
Sanitize.
They are hard to trying to sanitize Smash.
You gotta sanitize you gotta sanitize all these spaces from normies. I know they're trying to do it with Smash, yeah. But you gotta sanitize.
Guys, you can't wear your hangout hoodies because there's kids here. It's like, don't invite these kids here. Don't do
I don't
that.
know. Just like it happened. The other thing too is it happened to me too with comics, where it's like you just gotta like they came into every hobby I've ever had. These weirdo SJW freakoids, and are like, actually, you need to make it accessible to me. No, fuck off. Leave me alone. I just want to do my autistic thing in a corner. Go away.
The thing is, those women exist and those people exist in every medium. The issue is the fact that it's same problem with like social media and all these companies. These niggas are simps. That some woman touches their penis, then all of a sudden this hobby needs to be a lot more feminine.
Yeah, they don't even touch their penis through the ether of the internet. That's the most fucked up part. She ain't even gonna really touch your penis. And she never will. That's what I can't. Again, like, you know, D&D is one of those things that has gotten totally fucked. I remember when it happened to Magic, like Magic the Gathering, which I'm big into, and Dungeons and Dragons. All this shit. Now Dungeons and Dragons needs to have fucking wheelchairs and stuff in it, because if you don't have a wheelchair...
That would make no sense. Why can't they just have, like, mounts or something? That would make more sense.
That's the thing.
JoJo did that. We had a paraplegic, like
it already
MC.
existed.
And
it already
he rode
existed.
a horse.
The wheelchair shit was written into D&D like 20 years ago, so you could have like you could have like a fucking like war wheelchair, and then they fucked it up. It's like, no, could we rewrite it in so you're actually crippled? It's like, well, okay, but
because
you have war wheelchair can't be like Mr. X. Can't do that.
I want like the whole point of this whole game is to be cool. And you're trying to make it.
But there's people there's people who are like, I want my character to be like me. This is a copy of me.
My husband's a DM. You could say it like, you're the most fucked up mutant on earth, and he could tell you how to make yourself in D&D. But why would you want to do that?
I find it weird always that these people who have the ability to name a character Leficius Thundercock would not take the opportunity to look at those rulebooks and say, show me how I can get a wizard enchantment on a warhammer so I can attach it to a dongle on my crotch, just so I can constantly spam chain lightning around the room at 5th level.
I gotta tell you, Carl, Bill who has been running D&D campaigns for 10 years, loves your character ideas so much that he's like, he's like, I wish everyone could be like Carl in terms of coming up with characters.
See, I think he just likes me because I read the rulebook.
That's it. That's why, because you read the rules. If you didn't hear him say it, he just wishes people read the rules. That's it. He wishes people would read the fucking rules, and you did, and he was astonished, because no one ever does.
And now I'm going to be able to live inside of a bed.
You know what's hilarious about this? Is like, I don't play D&D in my friend's server, but I just read the rules for the fun of it, so I know how it works.
Yeah. It's fun. The thing that happened, and I think it really happened about 10 years ago now, is that all the nerd hobbies, all of them, basically collectively, all got taken over by these.
Yeah, they got co-opted by people who aren't even fans. They just was like, oh, I'm totally a nerd. I like this thing and I like that thing, and it's like, no, you don't. And you already have to deal with like this fucking scourge of filth in the anime community. And it's like as worse as it's ever been, because you have people coming in like, I can't believe you watch this anime. It has like weird sexualization of little girls.
There's rape in it or something.
It's like, bitch, shut up. You watch Monogatari unironically. Shut up.
Yeah.
Anime is the worst
100%.
thing because it's getting co-opted on the top and on the bottom.
The top and the bottom were getting like double penetrated.
Yes.
Actually, the one good thing about anime on that sense is that the Japanese don't care. They don't care. They don't care how many Westerners screech and ree and cry and seethe and shit and piss and maybe come about the stuff. They don't care. The Japanese are just going to keep making their stuff the way they are. But the problem is with the Western media, with Dungeons and Dragons, with Magic the Gathering, with Western cartoons, with Western video games. Everything has on the Western side has to capitulate to this stupid bullshit. That's why anime is better at this point, because just anime doesn't care.
Parts of it's better, but there's like weird stuff affecting things in Japan.
It's basically
Yeah.
it's basically the problem that has been presented by Funimation being absorbed with Crunchyroll into Sony Studios as a whole.
Yeah.
Like the entirety of what happened with the Dragon Ball movie, what happened to Vic Monona, all of it is related.
Yeah.
It's all part of the same problem. It's just different. It's different intersected factions of the same issue, demonstrating how far down the line we are.
Further back than that. Before like the movie came out, there was like some shit going down with ANN, and they had
Anime News Network.
Yes, they had a predator on the loose, and they didn't want anybody knowing about it. But then they tried to say like, "Oh, where's Vic Mignogna? He's like the worst, guys.
Dude.
He's like touching all his fans, guys."
This is the shit.
I used to love Anime News Network.
Me too. Back in the day, I'll tell you my personal story about Vic, right? That I feel actually really bad about. I actually do feel bad about this story. Is that many years ago, like back, I was 14. Okay, am I allowed to do something cringy when I'm 14? I think
guess.
so, right? Yeah, I guess. So when I was 14, my friend and I didn't like that Vic had made some statements about how he wasn't comfortable with gay characters. This is 2004. Yeah, 2004. And we were like, oh, that's kind of lame. So my friend drew a picture, and I helped her draw a picture of all of Vic's characters, or a whole bunch of Vic's most popular characters at that time, in 2004, in a train on each other. And we thought, we're going to bring this up to him. We waited in line for like an hour and a half to get Vic's autograph. And so I said like, oh, sorry guys, I don't feel comfortable signing this. And at the time I was kind of like, fuck you, man. But I was a teenager. And I was doing something intentionally to antagonize him. And then I realized when I'm not a teenager that he's allowed to do that kind of stuff. And we were the huge fucking assholes. But
nobody wants to take accountability for doing like weird stuff when they were teenagers. Like,
well, people now are full grown ass adults and can't take accountability for the dumb shit they do.
Of course, yeah. Like, because I never really had a problem with Vic at all, but when I would hear people say like, "Oh, he's like an asshole, and he doesn't respect women," and I was like,
he gave both of us a hug. He gave both of us a hug, and like not in like a weird, creepy way, but it was just like, I can't sign this. I don't feel comfortable signing this. But he's like, it's okay, come here. And he's like, is this okay? And not like in a creepy way. He was clearly upset that he did not feel comfortable signing our stupid thing that we did to troll him with. And then I felt like a complete piece of shit afterwards. Vic is a good guy. And after that, I felt like such a cocksucker, such a piece of garbage after doing that. Even as a teenager. I was like, Vic's a good dude. Fuck off. You know?
The thing is, I think a reason why accountability has culturally been, I would say, removed from like common practice is partially because our culture has indoctrinated, I would say, communist sentiments. This isn't me going more right wing, but communism, no, it's literally we've started doing struggle sessions as like culturally okay. You're not 100%. Supposed to do that.
Yep.
Like that's not okay. Like, and the thing about this is that you could see the writing on the wall years ago, but then now we're just like the chickens have come home to roost, and like we're starting to see the issues.
Mm-hmm. You're completely correct. I think it is. It's
it is the struggle sessions that people have been forced to go through of like, oh, you don't like this, then you're a bad person. What?
I mean,
You don't like
yeah.
Captain Marvel? You're a bad person.
I've gotten that with like people giving me shit because I like, you know, sexy like fan service in games or anime. And it's like you're contributing to like the bad thing against women. It's like I am a woman. What's wrong with you?
Oh my gosh, that stuff's so fucking weird, right? When they'll be like,
we can see your emails.
Oh
Yeah, we
no,
see your email, we see your personal info.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the most bizarre stuff of like you like certain sexy things as a woman. Well, that's only something a man would have invented, and only a man would like. Well, you're kind of erasing my identity now from your perspective, aren't you? Like they claim to care so much about. Yeah, just Carl, just show all your emails, I guess.
Yeah,
The only people who are seeing it are people inside the server, so that doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well,
Still,
yeah,
okay.
it's like it's why I found that like that Bayonetta like quote unquote controversy so strange to me because I remember like the game coming out and I didn't really know too much about it until like 2010, and I saw gameplay of it. I was like, oh wow, this actually looks pretty good. I mean, you know, Bayonetta is an interesting character. I would like to see more stuff like this. But, you know, it was coming around the end of that era where that stuff was, quote unquote, not okay anymore.
That was basically the end of it. Yeah, I think Bayonetta is kind of like around the end. Because, like, I think Bayonetta, at least for me, as a woman, is a very empowering character. You know, I wouldn't. But I've never had that experience where just because a woman was sexy or dressed sexily that it made me feel uncomfortable. I mean, I guess unless she's actually like just. But even if she is a like a literal whore, I mean, it would be like why what's happening in the narrative as to why the character is a prostitute? You know, like why is this happening? I'd be interested in that. And basically now it's just that all women have to be perfect. I mean, look, as Carl has
I wouldn't say perfect. They have to be like pure and like like not not trying to, you know, get the attention of men, but getting the attention of women is kind of cool now, I guess.
Right.
Super
But then
epic,
you have
cool, and
the
based.
antithesis with, as I was saying, with what Carl's been doing, which is the She-Hulk reviews. Because the She-Hulk stuff is also part of it. Of also, it's cool to be a big whore and sleep with any man that you want. And it's just like, look, first of all, I think it's fine. Sleep with who you want to have sex with. That's fine. But this weird stuff of making the character all about sex and all about sexual appeal while also acting like sexual appeal is evil is such a bizarre. I can't imagine what it's like to grow up as a young woman today. Being told at one point that being sexually attractive towards men is the worst thing you can do, and also being told that being sexually attracted towards
It's
men
just like this weird like feedback loop of like sex negativity that's like not helping anybody in the end. And like a lot of people that I come across who are like, I'm against degeneracy. Like it's clear to me that these people are very repressed and they don't have a proper outlet to, you know, relieve themselves. Now, like, you know, I've had people, you know, like say they have like a porn addiction and they have like a terabyte of porn in their computer and like, oh, I defeated my porn addiction. I deleted all of it. And I'm like,
a terabyte? Goddamn.
It's like, I don't even have that much.
Collecting old shit.
Yeah, but this guy who's saying this is like, apparently he's a virgin. He hasn't been in any relationship at all. He has some very interesting views on women. And I don't think that's, even if you take the porn out of the equation, I don't think that's gonna really help him, you know, going forward. There's a lot of stuff going on deeper than that.
Right.
It's just like how people like, you know, view sex in general, because a lot of people were like, oh, well, people are going too far with their sexuality these days. Like, are you kidding me? Back then, people didn't have laws against like, you know, sleeping with minors or, you know, sex with animals. They didn't have laws against that. They didn't even tell me that we didn't have like rules and restrictions.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're in a much better place than what we used to be. Like now we have better access to sex education, but the amount of
Sexual
people.
health. I mean, like you
Yeah,
can get,
sexual health.
You know,
But the amount of people trying to undermine that and go and make us go backward and say like, oh, women should wait until they're married. Yeah, guess how old women are getting married now at 40.
I mean, I am a conservative, so I by the way, I don't think women should necessarily wait till they're married or anything like that. But I do think that like finding someone and trying to like look, finding somebody to settle down with is a good thing. I think it is. But at the same time, I'm not gonna tell people what the fuck to do. I'm a libertarian. Do what you want to do, as long as it's not hurting anybody else. But we find ourselves in such a precarious situation where I suppose myself as a libertarian is as usual stuck in the middle with fucking nothing.
Stuck in the middle with dudes.
Stuck in the middle with dudes. Yeah, right. Like just trying to find the middle ground here of like, hey, maybe rampant, just let's have unfettered sex with everybody. And
I mean, I say like, you know, if you're gonna do that, just do it responsibly. Like, you know,
right.
get yourself checked out, make sure you get to know a person a little bit.
Then did you see all the stuff that happened last year though, where they were like the gay community was getting angry that they had to like basically be asked to get tested for stuff? It was like
everybody needs to get tested. It doesn't matter what sexuality or orientation you are.
The whole thing about that is that people didn't realize what the core issue was. We were going about sex this, fatphobia this, everything about this. It's the fact that people haven't had constructive lives or how to move without like have healthy receptions of dopamine. Because I think that's what it is. Because when No Nut November happened and people would get violently angry at the idea of you telling them not to coom. Like, and this is the thing I understand. Like, it was a two-way street with some people being really creepy about it, but some people got like really uncomfortable with the idea of not like coming to the point. They got really upset about it. And I'm like, it shows that not only from that point, with self-pleasuring to how people approach relationships, that they can't not do self-destructive things because they're chasing dopamine, and you're fundamentally telling them something evil or self-destructive by telling them to show restraint or be responsible. Either or, that can affect their dopamine chasing.
Yes, you're completely correct. So many people now are just dopamine chasers. They are not looking for anything else but the next dopamine hit. And the dopaminergic sense, by the way, the dopaminergic center of the brain can be overstimulated into the point where if you keep pressing the dopamine, but in particular, I'll give you this study. They let rats, they put a electrode into their brain, right into the dopaminergic center of the rat's brain. And they gave them a button that let them push the button to give them a dopaminergic response. Eventually, the rats just kind of died. They stopped doing anything but sitting there and pushing the button. And they stopped eating. They stopped. This is also the case that happened in the Rat Utopia experiment. They stopped eating. They stopped drinking water. They stopped having sex. They just sat there and pushed the button over and over again until they fucking died. So, not great research. We're not rats, but not great research to have in comparison to humans, right?
Right.
That if you can just push the dopamine button, that maybe things will be really, really bad.
Just for time, 5:56:25. Okay. Because I know you're gonna need to go to bed soon, but and do your wifely duties. But I do want to make sure to go through this last bit before you leave. So let's talk about Twitter dumbasses that have tried to entangle themselves with me.
Okay.
So, everybody should know, and if you don't know, thank God you're blessed to not have to deal with it. There was a particular user who, out of sheer common courtesy, I'm not going to say his last name, but I will say his first name, which is Eric, but probably be more recognized by the handle I Am Griffineer, which has been banned now, and now is posting under the new name of One Radical Cheetah, because he was called out for, in the very video that we're about to watch, stealing people's art to use it so that he can be an online internet LARPist. That is what we call him.
What a loser.
The internet
All right.
revolutionary activist
What
LARPer.
about this guy?
This
Yeah.
guy, for some reason, as you can see here on the screen, had the gumption to fucking email me and say to me, look, you're a bunch of elite hackers, couldn't even find out my name when I had it in my bio for some time. Maybe you should try finding out something else, to claim that this was a get to try and have people on Kiwi Farms, which, remember, Kiwi Farms does not like me, because they had an actual fed asset.
Kiwi Farms doesn't like anybody.
No, they don't
Also,
like
Kiwi
anyone.
Farms is down.
What? They're actually back up again now. They're back on the
No,
ClearNet.
it's all.
Oh, is it down? Is
It's
it back
on the
down?
ClearNet?
Yes. Last I checked, they were back on the ClearNet. Let me check.
It's been up on Tor the entire time. For me, it's still down. But I just go here to Tor, and let's see what happens.
Okay, I guess it's back down again. Wow. I know for a fact it was back up again literally last week, but whatever. That's not important.
It's kind of funny. I looked at my thread, but you're never supposed to do it, but I did recently. And they were like, fucking Aiden's gonna go back on her support of Kiwi Farms any second. I'm like, nah, guys. I don't actually care.
Anyway.
No, I'm
I get it.
consistent
I know,
in
I
support
know.
of your website that hates me, man. But like, that's the whole point.
He claims he did this gambit to try and get people that he knew he can confirm to get them to look into it, which I don't direct their attention. Good job, dumbass. I then show him that not only do I have access to the very threads in question, because he actually doesn't have the ability to know that they would have this information, I just simply show him this part of the fucking email, because there's a couple more where I just start listing his information to him without even needing to have asset contacts. I just start listing the information of him that I find on the internet within like 5 minutes of actually actively searching. And then I show him the archive that I made of the very tweet where I saw he used his name on the internet, because somebody's used their real name at some point on their online profiles. It just happens. And I show the fact that even though he tried to block my account, I always had his tweets muted, so I never had to look at the dumb shit he said. And my reply to him was, "You're not that important a priority on my list, son. Calm down." After this video here, a sad story told in 4 parts of This Is a Fishing Pole, probably one of the first edited things I did. Also, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me, non-applicable. He's typed a lot of other things in the chat as well. After he sees this video that I posted here of him having a fucking breakdown, which was right in the middle of the beginning of the COOF in 2020, he ends up transitioning to this account, Rowan Radical Cheetah, using more stolen art from another fucking user. And I think, ironically enough, he's using the exact... Yep! He's even using still the exact same banner that he used on his old account. So literally, he just got banned on one account, and just made another one to keep doing the same shit. Now, let me catch up to where...
I remember, like, not too long ago, people, quote-unquote, exposed him for being into lollies, which is, like...
Yes, he is. Absolutely, 100%. And
he's one of those, like, reply guys who's like, you anime fans are all pedos, you're all freaks, you shouldn't be watching this shit, you should be on a list. I'm like, okay, alright, dude. You're a furry and you're saying this. Maybe you should shut your mouth.
Okay, dude, 13K, couldn't you find literally anyone who wanted somewhere for him? Why would a guy just find someone in his area? Because the hot singles in his area are single moms. And they have trash coochie. That's why their husbands left. I'm an asshole. And let me pick up my cannon.
A lot of these hot singles have 11 kids and 8 baby daddies.
True. Let me log myself out so that I don't get killed. Because I have been playing RuneScape in the background. Okay. Now I have my undivided attention. My opinion is it's not positive or good long-term strategy, but she should be allowed to do this. This is back with our conversation during the Casanova video. Invader V was hot as fuck. Actually, no, not her, thinking of someone else. Damn! At least give her the big ass. That's what Destiny gave her the compliment of. He liked her fat ass. I think white women are allowed to say I have a fat ass and have another Gusano. I can't believe Hassan tried to fucking pass this shit off as though it wasn't gonna fucking come out, but okay. I think she's allowed to have a Cuban say, listen, Holmes, listen, ese. That ass is boggers. I think she's allowed to have that. I'll give her a +1.
See, the way that men call themselves nice is the same way that women give themselves a +1 to say that I have a fat ass. You just gotta let them have it. You just gotta let them have it. Good stuff. See you taking care of your family. Call them booze. I'm not kidding. I do not call anyone that. Tell Aiden to try Tabasco. Same story here. My grandfather used to put it on his fish every Friday. The fried fish place. I tried it and I've been hooked. Ride the line is the exact right way of putting it.
Love it.
She says, VTubers, I might actually ask you to have me on. A lot of it's like personal loneliness. It's like the noise of having friends without actually having friends. I'm sad to know that Liquid Poe, this is somebody else reading. I'm sad to know that you're Liquid Poe. I know it's a Metal Gear reference too, but it's too close to poo. Liquid poo. I get it.
Be right back. 1 sec. Sorry.
Asynchronous is the term, by the way. Asynchronous. My side bias is being found to be the most powerful form of bias more and more these days. Also plays into it. I have another theory about positive representations of groups in media sets unrealistic expectations that are dashed when people go on to have a negative interaction with them later on. Strong possibility that representation actually has the opposite effect than what is intended over time. I'm just going to copy paste this part to her so that she can read it.
Aiden says she...
I know. That's why I'm copying and pasting it.
Okay.
I'm just catching up to make sure I didn't miss anything else from the chat. And also, thank you again for the second super chat. I have mentioned it to her. It is known. There's a lots of no women attitudes in a lot of spaces like this because of the Me Too stuff. That's absolutely correct. The biggest issue and reason with a lot of this shit coming out is that many people don't want to be near it because they don't want their name associated with it, but then a lot of people try to invoke the power that Me Too would have been given them during this time period, to where many people said, fuck off, we want nothing to do with it. Because what do you actually say to a person who's basically going to threaten you with a giant nuclear bomb unless you give them what they want? But what they want is time and attention that they haven't deserved or earned. But they also have a giant angry mob standing behind them while they're handling a nuclear bomb. It's like being threatened with a dirty bomb while someone's also pointing a gun at your head. Like, I'm gonna die either way, but which one do I want to die by? Do I want to die to the gun, or do I want to be potentially unrecognizable to the members of my family as they are now trying to figure out if they can recognize which blob of ash is me so that they can continue finishing cremating my remains? Do I get dirty bombed or do I get shot? Dirty bomb, shot. Dirty bomb, shot. You can't make a choice like that. So they would rather say, no, I'm not even going to make the choice. I'm just going to tell you to fuck off. And that was the correct choice. It's also bad marketing data. They think the core audience is locked in, so they try to appeal to new customers, which is just conventional wisdom, but doesn't work with a lot of things. This is effectively what happened to things like Phantasy Star Online 2. They wanted to try and cater to a new audience that basically were too busy playing between multiple different versions of other games, and they decided to try and bring them over to the Western version. Then when they were on the Western version, they pulled the fucking shenanigans they pulled, and a lot of those people who came from the Japanese server because they were already Westerners playing over the Arkslayer connection just basically fucked back off to the Japanese version. Because you can't save your data across the two versions. The two separate different versions of the games on two different things that require two different accounts. We didn't put in all that effort to make our Sega Japan accounts just for you to fucking waste our time and potentially make them removed and deleted. That I spent time over there. I made friends over there. So I'm going back over there. And they did. And now that game is nice and safe and spacious and dead in the West. Nobody plays New Genesis because of them. And they did it on purpose. Yeah, anime is starting to get made for Netflix, and they're getting stuff injected with some of this stuff. Hopefully it doesn't take into Japan's culture. Realistically, the way that Japan looks at a lot of things, they're more than happy to see things get adapted, because they're excited to see what would happen. Like, they go out and they ask their boyfriends and their husbands and their wives, do they want to go watch shit?
I gotta tell you, Japanese have no interest in watching Western stuff.
Yeah.
They will watch like big Western movies, but they don't have any interest in watching Western adaptations of things.
I know that there is
Japanese people are
discourse.
extremely racist in a way that people in the West probably don't understand. I know that like it's an old meme, but it's not just a meme; it's the reality. Japanese people are very, very racist. They just don't care to like. That's why they didn't watch like Black Panther and stuff. They just don't want to watch it. They're not going to watch Black Panther 2. Same with the Chinese people. They're not going to watch it. So, generally speaking, Japanese people are cool with Americans adapting their shit as long as you pay them.
Yes.
But they don't want to watch it back.
It's basically how Toei handled all of their fucking adaptations of shit being used in the 90s. They're like, pay us money, and if you don't pay us money, we're gonna block it all internationally, which is what they do to people still to this day. And I'm pretty sure it's gonna be their stance moving forward, with things like Toei no longer partnering with Hasbro in concerns to things like Power Rangers, so they can make use of their Sentai footage.
Yeah.
I think the people...
oh my god, watch this Sentai shit's gonna get abused by the West in about 3, 2, 1. Where is the announcement of your new stupid fucking Power Rangers series?
Are you talking about
my Black Power Ranger is a black man.
Are you talking about Cosmic Fury?
No, I'm just expecting.
Oh,
the
just
West
in
to
general?
announce a new, announce a new Power Rangers thing. I watched Kikaider, not Hikaider.
Kikaider?
Not
Hakaider. Kikaider.
Hakaider. Yeah, Bill. We watched Hakaider the other day, which is excellent. I really enjoyed that film. Have you seen it, Carl? It was great.
Yes, I forget the Japanese title pronunciation, but Extreme Violator Hakaider. Yes.
Yes, Extreme Violator Hakaider. It turned out that one of the people who worked on it was heavily involved also in the development of Final Fantasy VII.
Mm-hmm.
Now rethink about that movie. The main villain is just Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm.
The main cast before they get killed, besides it's so good. Hakaider, it was excellent, but yeah.
Yes, I sent you a DM of all the things that he wanted to say to you, so that you weren't left out. And he did not know that you referred to yourself as a conservative, and he is happy.
Who does?
Not applicable. He had another thing that he wanted to show you, and I didn't want you to miss out on it when you had to go. Let's see here.
Look, in terms of referring to myself as a conservative, I consider myself a libertarian, monarchist, neo-reactionary, which I don't know if that helps, but I am a conservative also. Look, here's a bunch of other stupid terms that you can throw onto my descriptor.
Okay.
Look, I think if you throw those other things onto it, it makes it worse, honestly.
All right, and now let us watch A Sad Story in 4 parts.
A Sad Story in 4 parts.
Really like that you baby is like a
Basically, he was responsible for that version of New Guy that was supposed to be a member in a Nazi rally.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried to do it for attention and then tried to play it off saying, nah, I just wanted to see if you guys would react. I'm only going to watch Owl House. And he basically sat no mentions and replies coping and seething for the next week. He kept lying about it, so I decided to make a slideshow of all the takes that we all had collectively together.
This is a fishing pole.
He just threw it right into the water. Excellent.
First, Emily Maw.
Goddamn.
Less than a month ago, that one lefty furry that nobody likes made a predictable response to my New Guy edit. Today, not being able to leave anything alone, he finally came out with a sick own with a wall of text included. It was so awful that he claims it was only bait. Sad.
I see.
Demon Trist. Haha, they took the bait. Goes back to sobbing horribly in the corner as his views are never taken seriously. Mexican Sun Bro. He's the type of person that relishes in that kind of attention but to onlookers, but he's just really pathetic. True! And yes, the image in the background is it's the Garfield face picture. Nobody except for Charza figured out that I'm basically doing the Garfield face from the "You are not immune to propaganda" meme. So, for the longest time, for at least 4 years, everybody just assumed and called this that one Carl face. This is the comic in question that he drew to get people's attention. The relevant people have taken the bait. Good. Time to mute and catch up on the Owl House. Was that the magic door between worlds in Ida's dream? That would imply the person who cursed her comes from the human world. And then he tagged
Yeah, those are the
PewDiePie.
people he cited.
He
Oh
tagged
my
Shoe on Head. He tagged Gregory. He tagged Lilith Lovett.
Why
And
would anyone bother tagging Gregory at this point?
I don't fucking know.
Whatever.
And then, of course, he
Lilith
also
Lovett.
tagged Sophia Nortz.
Van Norwitz, yeah.
Oh no. What's wrong with him?
Tweet from Trillizard. I miss Trill so much. He had an exit plan to relieve Twitter and executed it, but every single day that he's not there, I miss him. He was probably one of the few other people who basically taught me how to be a better fucking poster on the internet. Who's gonna tell him that it's not bait if you have to shove the hook directly into the fish's mouth, Mal? Fleetwire Art comes in and adds the information that we then follow up on, that I immediately find out. It hurts knowing that his avatar is taken from one of my best friend's art. Wait, what? The Kung Fu Man, an associate that I no longer associate with because he was one of the people involved with Samagoroko. That leads to them saying, you know what, fuck it, and him, I'm not going to spread that shit. He can wallow in his own filth. My take. But you can't ignore me. I'm ignoring you. I said I'm ignoring you. Stop ignoring me. Ignoring you. Blaming cringe build from Lilith. Ryan Williams, that one nerd. I can't imagine having that little self-awareness. Sophia shows the comment. Sophia shows the comments, and he says she showed it to fucking Christ, I can't speak. She showed it to 3.4 people at the time I took the screenshot, but she had at least maybe over 100,000 at that point on that particular account during this time period. But that account's gone now. She had to make a new one. He never commented a single thing after that, and just basically tried to hide from her after making this post here.
What is it about Sophia that makes these people cower in terror?
They know that she has a large audience, and she's supposedly one of the bad trans people, unlike Anna Valens, who's one of the good trans people. That's why. And she has a large audience, the same way that we all technically do, but she has the kind of reach where if you go to her account, you can't say, look at your follower count, because she definitely has more than you.
The thing is, here's what it is that, and this is the really fucked up thing. Sophia Norwitz is a totally cool fucking person, but these people are actually in their own heads terrified of trans people because they're like, oh, you can't say a word to a trans person. They disagree. I'll be destroyed. It's like, you treat trans people like they're like weird aliens. It's so goddamn bizarre. Yeah.
They treat them like they're enemy stand users.
Yeah, like just
the enemy stand.
Just another person, dude. But they freak out and they treat trans people like they're aliens who. Like,
why don't we just treat them like actual people? If they say some dumb shit, just tell them.
Because if you treated them like people, then they wouldn't be able to use them as weapons.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I should be a life coach. Also, keep in mind on that screen cap for that first tweet, she screen caps the fact that he posted this and then tagged them. Yeah. It wasn't he tagged them after it blew up. He always intended to link those people to get attention. I feel like you could find a more lucrative chase to chase clout. Did you hear about the furry who froze his hands off as a means of engaging in his fetish? He's quite very internet famous over it. Maybe you should give it a try. You have Jess, the Zetsubo nigga. New guy is already dead in the meme cycle. How is he still upset about it? This is the same guy that keeps unblocking me whenever he wants to try and get a dig directly at me, who's been stalking a few friends of mine for over a year. That's his entire personality. Getting upset over shit that isn't online for 25 hours a day gives a shit about. Griff really is the most pointless account. This is Archon of, if anybody knows Archon. Y'all should. Y'all probably look at the majority of his porn if you're not looking at the porn that I retweet.
Oh, I follow him.
Griff really is the most pointless account to exist on this site. What purpose is there behind making a month-old meme into something that it never was? Every single time he talks about baiting people, it sounds like he's desperate for attention, because he is. Like all breadtube slash breadtube and dumpster left-leaning dirtbag content creators, they pander exclusively to people who believe that fecal alchemy should apply to everything, because otherwise they are nothing without the same old stale owning the gamers time and time again.
That's amazing. I should use that.
And then, of course, the last person I think I had on this was Christina. Christina Tasty now, but originally for Etchy Tasty on her biggest account, saying that he didn't even try.
I don't think he even tried at all with the gray star over it.
Christina's often... I like Christina, usually.
And then the last fucking image was this being a low-quality bait, as this gets closer and closer to my eyebrows.
Beep.
That's great. I love it.
And then... I always like this part, when I was editing it, when it fades out to my eyes, and it just brings up this image. It just brings up this image of Trevor in the background.
Look, Bill just went to bed. The
Okay,
Carl. I
go ahead.
To bed with my husband. Thanks for hanging out though. And take care, and we'll talk to you soon.
Remember to swallow.
I'm gonna see y'all hoes Tuesday. You just tell her to swallow?
No.
Oh, don't forget to swallow. She won't forget.
Oh god.
My god.
That was funny though. Funny video.
You're incorrigible. My god. Okay, this is a sad fishing pole and the fucking emails, but I'll just leave this in here.
Like every time I see that Griffineer guy, he's always like whining about like anime like fans being creeps. And it's like please shut up.
Projection. It's such hard projection.
The guy does not have anything to do with his life.
Yeah, but like my thing is like furries, they won't do anything about the creeps, you know, in their fandoms. Like what the anime community is dealing with, they're dealing with like weird, shitty people that are trying to like take the blame off of actual people, but putting them onto like weird characters and concepts in anime. Saying like, oh, these characters grabbing each other's boobs, that's gonna lead to like sexual harassment. It's like, nobody says that! Nobody's doing that!
Try to find the actual account I'm looking for. Is this the Ashley Lynch? Yes, it is. There we go. Wonderful.
It's the Ashley Lynch? No!
Okay, so, you know who that is, but the other people don't. So,
no.
Ashley Lynch. Oh, Ashley Lynch. She is probably the first. Actually, no. In the current chronological order, this was the first edit I made in my old editing software for Shotcut. But it is probably the most satisfying ratio that I did on Twitter, because it is of a woman who could not handle the fact that she couldn't shut the fuck up and refused to shut the fuck up because this person was so wrong that she ended up getting mocked about it endlessly on the timeline for about 7 days straight, leading to her then blocking my account then. She's probably grown and gotten more followers now, only because they're like doing other shit with platforms like offline TV. But this user has this many followers, and I don't think they have a Twitter account, or I don't think they have a YouTube account. I'd be surprised if they did. This is the kind of shit that this person likes to tweet about. Literally. This kind of person is the kind of person who just types about this because, you know, this is how she feels about things that she's unhappy about when she gets very fucking upset. I say she. This person is transgender, but they're also a jackass. They're also a very well-known jackass. So keep that in mind, and you're gonna see it in the video as I get to it, but I'm trying to find their YouTube account. That is definitely not her. I don't think that's her. Actually, no, I think this is it. Short documentary by Ashley Lynch dealing with the injuries caused by a drunk driver 7 years later. Okay, yes, this is Unfortunately, this is Ashley Lynch. This is Ashley Lynch.
Ah!
Yeah, she has a case of pro Jared neck.
Don't leave my man's alone. Can't help it.
Christ almighty. So, I don't know if this is their original account or this is just a person that saved copies of what they made. But, this is Ashley Lynch. I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna have to look for it, because I swear if I put this in and I pulls up, I'm just gonna be upset. Because I know they had their thing linked in their shit, but over the years, they've basically tried to remove everything about them as much as they fucking could. I think that might actually be their one... I think that might be their one channel. Yeah, I think this might just be their channel, because here's another video with this, and it's just titled Ashley Lynch.
I'm the Suicide Squad. I didn't like that movie. Oh, God.
It would suck if this was the very same car crash that they got into, that they had to survive and come back for that interview for. Damn, did you get into a car crash because you fucking went to go watch Suicide Squad? That would suck. I would actually feel bad about that. Okay, I guess I'm documenting it. Alright. Ashley Lynch. And in this, another piece that I made, Ho's Mad. This is not art. This will make a lot more sense as you watch the meme. I don't want to talk over this one, explain it to you. I would rather you all watch it in real time and just simply see if you can spot yourself if you were a part of my following back then.
I don't think I followed you back then. I actually didn't really follow you until like after I saw you in replies with a J Longbone.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm gonna have to share the screen on this one, or am I already sharing? Okay, yes, I am already sharing the screen. Alright, let this baby rip. I will read this part, though. A reply from Archon of the Undying. I can garner a political message and themes from all art, thus all art is political. No, you simply can't view art without political lens, silly. Tell me the politics behind this piece, then. Is he pretty? Why is he pretty? What does that say about modern shifting beauty standards? What does it say about male sexuality? This image is loaded with political commentary.
Shut your mouth.
And y'all know how I feel about short stacks. Especially Linda. No, Carl, don't do it. I'ma do it. I did it. I did it. I think the person who drew this is called Buster Magnum. If you want to, actually, you can probably take a screen cap of this. I'm going to leave a screen cap of this inside of the Loot Coomer Hell, and somebody can go behind and figure out if they can image search that and find it. Because I know somebody told me about it once before, but I cannot remember for the life of me what the name was, because it's been so long.
It's been 2 years.
One of my personal friends were contacting me just now. And let's continue.
I be having these hoes mad. Come here, sis. Let's get it. Hoes mad. Hoes mad.
Two things were done. One was one for men, and then one was one for women, and there were a lot more women than men. But I needed to find a way to transition to, like, the new ones and the old ones. So there will be 2 lines here, and then another line after the mid-break of the bridge.
Hoes mad. 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 I pull up in that OJ.
god, this is Bowser. Is this a lemon tree from like lemon stealing hoes?
Yes! I thought it was hilarious. So then, here we have people attempting to tell me that I'm not doing what I thought I was doing. The attempt of trying to mock the original post was making commentary by showing how images that you think have no commentary are actually creating commentary on the image where you think there is none. Though, the problem with saying everything is political is that everything is not political. Because when you say everything's political, that means you must assume that every single action, every single discourse, every single conversation, every thread of a conversation can somehow be ironed down, steamed, electro-diffused, and then dissearched into fecal alchemy. That's where that word comes from. Into fecal alchemy, basically called that because you're just shitting on a plate and saying that it's real. To try and extract through this fecal alchemy some base level understanding that can be assumed is the main core idea behind an argument. And the problem with the argument of everything is political is that actions that are not political in nature being ascribed as political because they're apolitical, which means they're not supporting a politic position, which means they are truly political, is not a real argument. It's not a real argument because, Carl, why did you choose Pepsi over Coke? The Pepsi was cheaper. Wow, does that mean you support them because they're actually a part of the lower class? No, it's because it was a business decision. Ah, so you're saying that they were implying you had business ties and you were simply going with the lowest common denominator. So you no longer care about the product. It's only about whether or not you can be able to get something for a deal. You're the reason why they outpost our work and business to other countries. You're the reason why globalism happens. That is fecal alchemy. It's fucking retarded. Because fecal alchemy doesn't explain the fact that a US businessman, and let's take, for example, a Taiwanese businessman, or if Taiwan is not a country you'd like to acknowledge, let's use Venezuela. A US businessman and a Venezuelan businessman shake hands and say, I'm going to sell you the work of my company and the work of my country and export to you our business, and you in trade will abuse them to the highest degree of what is legal in the law. And the Venezuelan man says, yes, I will make this business deal with you, my friend, and then I will also give to you the finest pleasures of our countries, something that only you as a Democrat and as a diplomat will be able to enjoy. Republicans can do this as well too, but guess who does this most often? That's right. I will be able to give you these privileges as often as possible, and like watching a celebrity politician like that of the leader of Venezuela go to the restaurant of a celebrity cook like Salt Bae. Remember Salt Bae, guys? Remember that Middle Eastern man who looks ironically like he belongs to be cosplayed or at least played as a character by Avon Yoga? Remember that guy? Remember that guy that salted meats like he was dripping it in nut and butter? Remember that guy doing this emoji? That guy served a diplomat that keeps fucking over his national people while he wears the merchandise that he supposedly doesn't like ideologically. Remember that shit?
Slay, queen, slay.
When you get to a point where you're basically telling me that you don't understand real world politics and how it actually applies to things, where that kind of statement would be important. Where if somebody says, this video game isn't political, but it's not political in the nature that I can actually tell the difference between this, and a picture of Adolf Hitler standing next and in between Peter, and a picture of Donald J. Trump, you're fucking retarded. There's no way I can have a conversation with you. You're fucking dumb. What's happening here is Ashley didn't like the fact that she literally gave me the permission to make a meme out of her and her dumbass logic. Because she thought, haha, there's no way that I could ever be wrong. But she can be wrong. And she is wrong. Because she's super fucking dumb about it. To the point that she basically, I think at this point from what I'm seeing here, she abandoned her YouTube channel to instead focus on a career on Twitch. And
how's that going?
Not good. And she has nothing to show for it except for the memories. And the memories is a shit poster making fun of her because she was fucking stupid. That's all you have to show for this. And of course, they did simp and cope about it, but as you can see, I didn't give a damn.
Smoking dope till I get hiccups. I think I need a pickup. So wanna pick me up, cause he still got me.
This sum up that I had from people doing this for me was really fucking easy. So, me, paints a bowl of fruit. Dumbasses. This is political. All art is political. Nah, it's just a bowl of fruit. How's this? I draw a picture of a rock. This is clearly a political statement. No, dude, it's just a rock. Get help. That's the reason why the picture I used of this was the tragedy of lies. This is not a pipe. It's a picture of a pipe. You can't smoke this pipe, but it's the picture of a pipe. Maybe there's even a little bit of smoke coming out of the pipe. But this picture is not a pipe. Anything that could be used to criticize anything else does not transmutate into something that represents that thing. It is not an object that stands in for the argument. It's not a thing that stands in for the person. It's not a thing that stands in for the logic train that takes you to the argument that you would then argue. It doesn't stand in as a straw man or as a steel man or as a diamond man or any alloy of your choice until you actually address the argument that you're trying to make to ascribe it to the thing upon which you are acting upon. You need verb, action, noun, helper verb, and complete article statement. You need to make a full action. Saying all art is political is stupid, because if all art is political, that means every single time I make a shit post, that should be accepted as the most diverse shit possible. And honestly, I really would, because you see, this right here, this shit post of mine, this is political. What was the political statement point behind that scene that I clearly edited from Interspecies Reviewer? That was clearly made to be a joke in itself referenced by the show that was a joke about the opening of Digimon 1 and Digimon 2. Digimon Adventure 1 and 2. That's Season 1 and Season 2 of Digimon for the American viewers in the audience. What's the political statement of big fucking titties, guys? See how it falls apart? Doesn't work.
I was gonna say something, and I thought it was gonna be a connection to like the one of the directors of Digimon going against cancel culture at one of his like stage plays. I thought it was that. I'm surprised you didn't hear about that, Carl.
I don't always pay attention to everything, but some things, if I pay attention to, I either forget about or they slip through the cracks.
Yeah, it was a fan subgroup that were like, cancel culture isn't real, it's just the alt-right thing. We as a group do not stand for this. It's like, oh my god, stop it. You're proving his point. You're proving his point.
Or let's use another example here, because we'll get back to the end of Hose Mad, but let's use another one for an example. What's the political statement behind this? What's the political statement, guys? What's the message? What's the message?
I get it. The bourgeoisies are trying to take away our muscle white.
See, he's learning the alchemy. Oh, what's the political statement behind this one, guys?
Oh my god, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my god, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump.
Gee, I wonder why they have a grudge against Democrats. I wonder why that. I wonder about that.
Vote for Trump. I vote for Trump. Oh my god, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, what's the political message behind this one? What's the political message behind Vosh losing his mind on election night?
He needs more horse cock in him. Obviously, the message.
Oh, here's another one.
Give me my horse cock right now.
My horse cock right now. What's the political message behind White Vimber Summarize, guys?
Complaining they ain't black. They complaining they ain't black, and then they come back and they say they're gonna be black tonight. They ain't gonna be black today. They're gonna be black today. They're gonna be black today. So that you gonna learn shit. Cause alright,
They're gonna be white tonight. They're gonna be
Clearly.
white tonight.
It's okay to be white.
Clearly. Oh, what about the Ballad of Gabe Tupac? What about Power Rangers, the Book of Boba Tea? What's the political statement here, guys? What's the political statement behind the ending cuts, behind the ending music for no, excuse me, it wasn't Cock Rangers, for Die Rangers!
No.
Oh my god. There are so many things. Also, this one.
Nigga, I'll just catch you simping. Don't make me take away your cum privileges.
What's the political message behind me telling people, don't let me catch you fapping on the timeline?
Maybe, porn's bad. It kills people. It kills the children.
I guess. What's the political message behind me saying, hey guys, you don't want goth girls that look like they're a elf rebellion fighter. You want goth girls that look like they are Midna come to life. What's the political message there?
Don't settle for lesser packages.
No, the political message is the goths that look like that are descendants of Visigoths, and they're actually doing a deep cultural ritual.
They're doing a deep cultural ritual mating dance that's called sucking off black dong. Every time they leave their black lipstick on a human flesh, they're actually devoting that soul to their god. And when the reaping comes, they will be able to steal their souls and use it for their ability to gain immortality. Clearly! So, no. This talking point of hers is fucking stupid, and the people who are trying to defend her from it were fucking stupid too, which is why they got mocked, and once this blew the fuck up, they couldn't say anything else. The song just repeats at this point once it gets to the bridge break, but everybody starts posting their waifus. Some people decide to meme and post things like baboons. I don't know why, but they did. Everybody posts their animes. Some of our mutuals are in here. Some of my current fans are in here. Some people came behind afterwards, and they left their comment. Almandus, who I think got on to my things from this, got into here because he wanted to leave his opinion. Or, effectively, another case of people who don't actually read, saying stupid shit, and then when they get corrected, saying, no, it's actually not, no, you're wrong.
Actually, you see, please, be quiet. Shh.
Now, there's technically only 2 of these left, but I don't feel like making you guys suffer through 10 minutes of regular day of Twitter Hysterionics and an Anatomy of a Lolcow, so I will let the chat choose. You get 2 choices.
Vito.
Do you want to watch the recap video with Vito, or do you want to watch an example of some stupid fucking bullshit that happened on TikTok with white women making up histrionics about nothing in particular?
White women. Always white women.
Okay. Decide now, chat.
I've been going crazy. My favorite.
Let me catch up to the chat. Is the stream laggy? Yeah, the stream can be a little bit laggy here and there, Kizzy. I'm sorry.
Like, what histrionics? Are they like crying about like gender or like guys looking at them wrong? Cause,
they're crying about me in particular.
Because you're a black man that doesn't like listen to whatever they say, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You guys got a minute, chat. You have to decide. If you don't decide, I'll decide based on what the popular opinion is. It'll be a democracy. A complete corrupt democracy. I'll run your neighborhoods into the ground. Okay, and 6:43. And the reason why is because I need to go record a double session with Jay. I've missed out on some peak Kino, and I have to record 2 episodes with her, and you will be seeing that soon. And I don't want to miss watching that because this is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a long while.
Oh, is it the She-Hulk or?
No, I've already watched She-Hulk, and that physically left a scar on my soul.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
It's okay. I'll make you make up for it at the first mag. You're trying to guess whether or not that was a joke or not. A mag is a meet and greet festival.
Oh.
MAG, meet and greet fest.
Oh, yeah, like MagFest. Oh.
Let's see here. Bitrate is through the roof for me. This has been super duper fun, though. It's technically involuntary under certain circumstances. She looks like an AI from Detroit Become Human. That's what I thought, too, when I saw that woman. Because I was annoyed when I saw them basically say, hey, listen, people who are into me sexually, they're just fucking gay. Because look at me. I'm built like a fucking string bean. It's like, bitch, you're a woman, you have titties, and you have a vagina. I think they're going to be fine. And as soon as I saw that one girl, I'm like, nope, I gotta make this video. I gotta make this video. The people need to know. They need to know what quality canned coochie looks like. Damn, I really want to talk about this. I want to cover anime, but it's the Quit Her IQ segment of the internet that makes me not want to deal with it. What they mean is that everything is political to him, because his politics are totalizing, where the meaning and archetypes must be interpreted through the lens of how he believes we think he should think and act. Yes, that's how they do think about politics. It's basically, I need to tell you that it's political because of the lens I'm looking through shit in. And the problem with political and, more importantly, cultural lenses is that cultural lenses only matter to the people who are looking through that lens. The way that a Christian radical will look through something and the way that a normal everyday person will look through something are not the same lens. This looks very, very lewd what I'm doing with my hands. They are not using the same lens. Because the lens that they're looking through the world in is informed by their culture and by their way of life. If their way of life has nothing to do with the other and there is no congruency where there would be overlap, you're effectively telling people that they need to follow your worldview. And the people who often use this argument are fucking communists. So unfortunately, no, everything can't be political, because if I let you define everything as political, you'll define everything as either for you or against you. And you have this really weird fashion that when you define things as against you, you try to ban them from existence or from being spoken about. And I'm not with that shit. Alright, the chat has spoken, in which case they have not spoken, in which case we will now watch A Regular Day in TikTok Hysterionics. Enjoy.
That's not a straw man. That's a steel man. It means I'm being more. Since you won't turn any of your duets on or your stitches, I guess this is how it's gonna have to go.
Please don't lick them shits. Don't worry, Sarah. I don't care if that's your name. I'm continuing the joke. Don't worry, Sarah. I'll continue being the kind of man that I am and adding the context that you left out so you can try to lie about it and make yourself look better. Never change. It's funny every time.
So I don't know if you're aware, but your hypocrisy is reaching Catholicism levels, so you might want to get that checked by your doctor. Oh, but you're so right, this was so funny. Yeah, you spewing your internalized misogyny and shitting on women for that, no, that was great. Like, that doesn't have the wretched scent to pick me all over it, so you can be one of the boys. Or the fact that you've now validated every toxic misogynistic pig on this app who pervs on women and shames them. Yeah, that be-
Also, this is the kind of woman who calls other women pick-me's. Take a look at it, look at it, look at it, internalize it, take a nice whiff in, smell the ham, smell it, smell it, smell the watery, saltine taste on the tip of your tongue. That should disgust you.
I've been called a pick-me before, and it's usually by women who are very, very unhinged.
This woman continues to rant about this shit to this day, by the way.
What, is she really mad at you, Carl?
Yes, this woman and the woman before. This one right here. This woman in question is really mad at me. And you'll see the details behind why. It will be all explained in time. It will be revealed, it shall be known.
alive. It's so funny. But I think my favorite part was the gaslighting. It's just a joke. It's not that deep. Girls, y'all need to learn how to laugh. It was just so great. Free advice. I'm not going to suggest therapy because I don't believe in any way you're a decent human being, so I'm not going to bother. The next time you decide to be a raging piece of shit, crash and burn on your own. Don't drag the rest of us with you. Okay? Good talk.
I want to, like, break her nose off, honestly.
Alright, let's talk about this for a second, because I clearly hit some nerves on this one. Now, you can look at this video as a social experiment that went absolutely as planned.
It's a social experiment.
You've got girls in here just so angry about this video, which, by the way, I did say that you guys do look good doing it, so. Also, ladies, it doesn't take a damn rocket scientist to figure out that it's not all of you doing it. You just go click on the sound, look at So basically what I'm getting at is if you don't like people generalizing you, why are you generalizing other people?
Like a reward. I don't post to mock the girl. I just want people to understand. This is what we see on Twitter when y'all post shit like this. So, in conclusion, and also in summary, because not everybody's going to be astute and go through and click through the details, see the context, because some people are lazy. So see what I'm talking about. We started from a position because of toxic women on the internet, like yourself, non-toxic women, like this, and like this, have to hold women like you accountable. To say, listen, stop attacking men as a group. Stop attacking them as a specific call-out. Stop attacking them in any fucking way possible, because you're not attacking the people you think you are. You are launching a water strike in the air, and you are bombing people who are innocent, because you just want to have a weapon to attack these people you want to fight. You come along and say, no, dear, you don't understand. The ones that we're trying to bomb.
Ladder Saccharine is the woman that you just saw in the beginning saying, you turned your duets and stitches off, so this is what we're gonna have to do. Well, she herself turned her duets and stitches off and hid from me, like a coward, after trying to block my main account. That's why the tag here in the corner that says Single Lone Carl, that's my backup TikTok account. I had to go finding this video where they were lying about me on the platform in order to make this video. I was very annoyed. It was very much a waste of my time.
You are launching a water strike in the air, and you are bombing people who are innocent, because you just want to have a weapon to attack these people you want to fight. You come along and say, no, dear, you don't understand. The ones that we're trying to bomb, the good ones know that we're trying to protect ourselves. And one of these men, who are innocent, who spent a majority of a lot of their public career as a public defender, as a public servant, civil servant in all the ways that matter, this individual is telling you, hey, yo, can you not? Also, no, that's not what we think. Well, give you my opinion. And what do you do? Even right now, on the screen, the notification just came up. What do? You feign ignorance. And first, try to use flowery language to cover up the knife that you're trying to stab me in the gut with, while also tagging in the people who you want to come co-sign what you have to say. And now, we are here, where most men end up in conversations with women, both in the world and on the internet, but especially on the fucking internet, when they do so for attention. With the very people that you tagged in to co-sign what you have to say, even as small as they are, coming in and telling you, no, you're wrong, not her! What do you know, men? There's a lot of women on this app, especially women that have large audiences that try to detoxify and demystify the conversations between genders. Emily King, the advocate, I'm forgetting the name of the one who wears the black lipstick and calls guys dogs, jokingly, to compare them on their personality types. There are lots of women like this, and there will be lots of men and women like this in the future. And the reason they have to happen is that, as we have now seen, demonstrated in this conversation, no man is allowed to have an opinion unless a woman co-signs it. Because if it's the wrong opinion, so said the woman, they're anything but a man.
The woman has to co-sign their opinion? That's so stupid. That's so stupid to me.
That's how they behave, because that's exactly what this woman did in this situation. That's what this screen cap is. This person she tags in right here, some fucking simp that she was fucking. Here in this post, she's tagging him and another dude into trying to handle me in my own comment section.
She'll send our handlers after you. Oh.
Co-signs it. Because if it's the wrong opinion, so said the woman, they're anything but a man. You may go. I'm done spanking you. Have a nice life. You're gonna need help. That makes 201 day, ladies and gentlemen. This one's much shorter, I promise. But let's start from the top, shall we? After the Saccharine broke out the conversation after exposing herself as being toxic, another woman joined into the fray. Now, this one in question is bisexual and or gay, but this detail's gonna be more important at the end than it is at the beginning. She launches into a tirade because she chimed the fuck into, I don't know, tell me how toxic I am as a man. I really wasn't paying attention. I've been playing RuneScape for like the last 3 hours and a half, and I was more or less giving half-word replies while this went on. And she went on. Boy, did she keep going on. And so I decided I wanted to demonstrate exactly how quickly it would take to show how they would not